surveillance and police state. I mean, this is the whole issue with these ISIS terrorist attacks, and I would agree with the former chief rabbi of Russia that the reason this happened is Putin is only concerned about dissent and the domestic population and stopping people that are anti-him. He doesn't give a darn if anybody gets killed or things happen. He honestly can arguably use it for political purposes, and the population need war. Back to you, Nathan.
Oh, I don't have anything to say anymore, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a ghost hand for you, man. I apologize. No, sorry
so there are so many ghost hands here, Arya. I'm about to refer to some of our listeners and requesters as Casper, hoping that they are friendly ghosts. Arya, one thing that strikes me, and I could be completely wrong here because I don't follow all of the news all of the time, but I recall Russian intelligentsia from Soviet times being so opposed to Soviet governments that they did go into exile, or they did lead opposition inside the Soviet Union. Of course, I'm thinking about Andrei Sakharov, the physicist, or about the novelist Solzhenitsyn, who came to the United States. I'm thinking even about Rudolf Nureyev, the ballet star, or about Rostropovich, the one of the foremost cellists in the world, who became conductor of the National Symphony in Washington, D.C. Where are the opponents of Putin from the Russian intelligentsia? Or do they simply not exist anymore, Arya?
They're a dime a dozen. And I think there's a big factor that was there with the Soviets that's not there, which was a matter of life death, right? If you were a member of the privileged class before the revolution, you knew what fate awaited you, right? Whereas in today's Russia, if you're willing to submit and play ball, they'll let you live, right? There is a number of people like that in the West. They are a handful of people. Alan, you're right here. It's a drip. It is a drip, and it's sad. I wish there were more, but that is not the case. I'm blanking on the name. I think it wasn't Aleutian, but to add to the list of the Russians that left, one of the best Russian airplane designers that ever lived emigrated to the United States after the Soviet Union took over. And because of his innovations and his ability, it allowed us to have a huge technological edge with airplanes. And it also set the Soviet Union years behind because they did not have his genius. And if they had kept him, right, the level of planes they would have had when the Nazis invaded would have already been 5-10 years later in terms of quality and innovation. I'm blanking on his name, but you're 100% right, Alan. And it's really sad that there hasn't been a greater movement among Russians. It's a handful, and I think there's also an aspect. A lot of feel like, what is there they can do, right? Most people, when they see issues, they tend to look the other way. There is a feeling of apathy, and I don't know how we get past that. And I think what was said before is correct. As time goes by, that number of people are going to shrink, and the people in Russia, I think, will at a certain point be completely brainwashed, even those that are against it, with the exception of those that lived before. You go far enough ahead in the future, people have no memory of the past, right? Once the generations that have seen before any of the troublemakers are routed out and sent to the gulag or died in war or exiled, the chances of something happening are even lesser. And the fear of something worse taking place and it getting even worse, increases. Alan, I'm going to go back to you because I've got no idea what the hands. I'm seeing 9 hands up or 8 hands up.
Some of those are Casper friendly ghost hands. Arya, the hand order is the Duke and then Robin. Duke, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening to you all. What I want to add is that about Russian intelligentsia. There was a conductor of our National Symphony Orchestra in Amsterdam, and he refused to have a stand against Ukraine in the war, and so he ended up being ousted of his seat as conductor, and he was not welcome anymore. What I also want to say, there is a monument in Italy, and during the World War II, it was of course a very country with Mussolini and a lot of fascists going around. But they have a monument, and that's in remembrance of people who got deported from Italy. And I don't know exactly the title, but it comes to this. If you are silent, then you are complicit to the crime. And there were a lot of silenced people in that country, and they didn't speak up, didn't do anything. So yeah, that's that's the consequence of doing nothing, and we gotta take a stand, however little as it takes. But it gets complicated, especially when you are like in Holland, there were people in the Second World War who were joining the resistance movement. But if they got caught, also their families were, of course, in big trouble. And if they didn't get caught, they, for instance, at the end of the war, they rounded up all the men of the village and took them all to the concentration camp, and as a punishment. So yeah, that is a way that those regimes use to hold their people down. But then again, my encounter of the Russian mentality that is actually, we call them Russians, but then at the moment they were actually from Ukraine, but we didn't understand quite yet because it's about 1990, the wall had just befallen. But there was a man who came with a group of children to play theater in Holland. And he was so-called from the Red Cross, but he was one of the old guys from the old regime. So he took firm the lead in everything what they could do and not do, and especially on the money side. And even in Holland, he tried to be very mean to their children and the grown-ups. And I got very angry, and people had to stop me, otherwise I ripped them apart. But then again, a few days later, he just offered me a job in Kiev at the time. So yeah, you come to with me, and I have a job for you in a house, and I'll make you a photographer, and etc. It's totally out of context of anything. 2 days later, he is using all his ability to get control of the situation in his advantage. And if you fight over it, then it gets really sincere. And 2 days later, he makes a suggestion like that. Yeah, I think that's completely strange to me. And
I might also interject here, Duke.
yeah,
Seems
so
completely it seems completely uh, well uh, anti values of those who value their freedom to choose, right?
yeah, it's so strange that it doesn't. It seemed if they didn't understand it, and that's completely strange. You imagine there are children, 25 children, and a few grown-ups, and those guys from the so-called Red Cross. They come in a bus to Holland. They force them to sleep in the bus, hardly any food, and then go on. I believe they slept over at a space in Berlin. Um, so he could save up more money, so he could buy more goods on his way back. Um, it's a kind of jealousy if they are here. They think everything for us is for grasp, and we can have all the luxury anytime we want. So it's a kind of jealousy because I wanted to. But about the normal behavior between people and trust, and um, they got a whole other way of looking at society. And indeed, that's the way from Stalin. It's so long that indoctrination. In the 80s, I spoke with lorry drivers, truck drivers from East Germany. I say, why don't you stay here? I'll help you. No, say you can do. We all truck drivers, if you go to the West, you have 4 or 6 children, so they make sure you come back. And yeah, well, they comfort themselves at that time with buying a few jeans and some luxury parfum. And well, then they have
Well,
two gay.
yeah, Duke,
That's
this
it.
is what strikes me. It's a kind of imitative envy, don't you think? They want the luxury goods. They don't want the life of striving that allows you to acquire them. And by the way, the Russian conductor that you were talking about earlier in your conversation,
Yes,
I think is probably Valery Gergiev,
yes,
uh, who is in fact a renowned conductor, probably the best conductor of Shostakovich symphonies that I've
yeah.
ever heard. He returned to Russia, uh, to the Bolshoi and to the Mariinsky Theater Orchestra. And it's ironic in this way. Shostakovich, a complete captive of the Soviet system, although he did compose moving quartets and quintets and piano preludes
Mhm.
that were completely free and artistic and anti-Soviet. Also, listen to his 10th symphony, supposedly Shostakovich's musical profile of Stalin. You will hear the crushing power of Stalin in Shostakovich's 10th symphony. Uh, Listen to it. So Gergiev could have chosen a kind of freedom, both artistic freedom and personal freedom, that Shostakovich was unable to choose, too compromised, too threatened his Fourth Symphony, so ridiculed by Stalin that only a piano transcription of it was found in the desk drawer after Shostakovich died and then orchestrated. Otherwise, we would have never heard that symphony, so ridiculed and so brilliant. Duke, I want to go on to a couple of hands before we come up to a co-host change here, if you would permit me.
Of course.
Thank you, Duke. First to Mary, and then to Robin, please.
Thank you, Ellen. I think Robin was first. I saw my hand go up after hers. Is that all right if I defer to her?
Well, no, she's going to come up and co-host for the next
Okay.
22 hours, so go ahead.
I don't get no respect. Go ahead, Mary.
Oh my gosh, Robin. Okay, no, I was just curious about immigration of Russians. This morning I woke up wondering how many generations it takes to get past that old inculcation when you move to a new country. And I wondered if anyone has done a study of this. I grew up in the same era, Alan, that knew Nureyev and Rostropovich and Solzhenitsyn. And I remember reading Solzhenitsyn when I was in college, before college. And I think that was my, I kind of stayed with that impression of people speaking out until the Ukraine genocide. Genocide number 2, or 3, however many it's been there. Not 2014, but this one. I'm glad to be corrected, and I'm sad to see these comments are very informative today, and I'm glad to learn of it. But I wondered if anyone has known second, third generation Russian Americans and how they feel, and here's why I ask. That system follows you forever. I mean, it seems to me that they're tagged and followed and buried in some administrative file somewhere, and I wonder if they ever escape it. And that's what I really want to know, generation to generation. And then when does the thinking change? And the last thing is, I don't know if Arya, are you still there? Were you thinking of Belenko? Thank you.
I was just going to say before Arya jumps back in here, that is a great question, Mary. I don't know of any such study. I think, boy, I would love to find such a study. It depends so much on an individual's history, and as so much depends in life on an individual's personality as well. How do you engage with the world? How do you dive into it? And how do you keep it away from you? I only know that, for example, if you're a Soviet Russian who came to the United States and ended up in Brighton Beach, chances are you haven't actually climatized to the United States. But if you're a Russian who came to the United States in the 60s or 70s, didn't end up in Brighton Beach, ended up someplace else, had an opportunity to be outside your linguistic and cultural group, then maybe you had a better chance at acclimatization and acceptance or experience in a different way of life, even with different values, different ambitions, creating a life with different structures. I really have no way of answering that question, but it's a great question. Hope there's an anthropologist or someone listening who can conduct that study if it hasn't already been done. To Mary, then to Robin.
And I just want to add that
I'm sorry.
I'm
going to.
Yeah, go ahead, Arya.
To jump in here, I do have to get going, Alan, and I know Robin's going to pop up, so I do apologize, Mary, for cutting you off. just really quickly in regards to the name that was just presented, no, that was a great answer. That was not who I was thinking of. It was Igor Sikorsky, who was responsible for developing the
That's what I thought.
production helicopter. So just really a quick in regards to I'm sorry, I completely forgot what I was about to say. I just wanted to thank everybody who has been here for the last couple of hours with me, and the last 2 hours with Alan. It's been a very interesting conversation today. I do apologize for the technical issues. Hopefully Twitter will be getting better soon, and this will end. I would just like to remind everybody we are currently running a fundraiser for demining equipment for the civil arm of the Ukrainian government. This is 100 ear protectors, otherwise known as earmuffs, as Alan has so brilliantly corrected me in the past, and multi-tools. The ear protectors allow the Ukrainian soldiers to have a fighting chance at maintaining their hearing. There are major long-term effects by doing this type of work. Further, it allows them to continue the job longer, because if they don't have proper hearing protection, at a certain point within a few years, they will lose the ability to function doing mine clearing work due to a lack of being able to hear properly. This is something, sadly, that the Ukrainian government does not have the funds to give them. What they do get of ear protectors are going to artillery units and frontline units. So it's up to these guys either to buy it themselves or to get somebody to give it to them. And we are trying to fill that hole. This allows them to do their job for hopefully years to come, because this is a process where under the best circumstances will take a minimum of 8 years. It gives them a chance at a normal life, assuming they survive what they're doing. And this is one of the most dangerous jobs you can do. There is a very high casualty rate, and it is also not a good paying job, right? The people that are doing this are doing it because they care. This is something very real that is affecting people across Ukraine, has made thousands of miles of land unusable. Just today in Ukraine, there were 2 people killed in a landmine along a dirt road. The car was driving. It was an area that was believed to be safe, and the landmine took their lives. It's almost every other day. You see a case of some kid who was out playing and they lost their leg, or somebody is in critical condition. This is a very real threat to human life, primarily civilian. And this can help further. The tools we are getting them allow them to carry around one simple multi-tool opposed to a big heavy toolbox. It allows them to do their work much faster, more effectively, and with less of a chance of the tools breaking while on the job. That in theory allow them to clear significantly more mines, and if they are in an area that comes under rocket fire, they can finish the job and get out within a set amount of time. I have some really good news pertaining to this. We have some very generous donors who will be matching up to, I believe, $2,000. So if you give between now and 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that up to the $2,000 will be matched. So those people have said that they are willing to match donations up to a total of $2,000. So you can make, your donation count for double what you are able to give, which I think gives a lot more merit to both the people who are matching and you. It makes a lot of real good happen, and I think we all agree that this is something extremely important. It is of the utmost priority for being able to have a normal life in a large amount of Ukraine, because there are many areas where significant amounts of the towns or woods you can't go into. And the longer this waits, the harder it will be to deal with, and the longer this problem will drag on with the mines going off. So if you are able to give, please do consider giving. We're not asking for your rent money, but if you have some pocket change, or even, you know, not going out for the Starbucks or nice meal you planned this week, and making a donation, it actually will go a long way to doing some good. And again, from now till 1 a.m., we have some generous donors, which are matching donations up to a total of $2,000. And I would like to thank those individuals who have been so generous now in the past to make such types of donations. They really do a lot of good. Please do, if you can, share this on Twitter. If you will consider sharing off of Twitter, I really think that's far more important. It has two effects. Number one, Twitter greatly limits our reach. Many of the people seeing are the same people who are seeing it from other people. Most of us are shadow banned at the moment because of Twitter's stance on pro-Ukrainian accounts. Sharing off of Twitter, you also raise awareness. I don't think most people are aware of how big of a problem this is and how many people it is actively maiming and killing. And it will continue dragging on, and we have the ability to do something about it. And I hope that to the people listening, they will, you know, give generously. We are only able to do this due to you guys in the past. I know with the last fundraiser, everybody went above and beyond, and we were able to get a bunch of extra generators to the people and get multiple extra establishments lit and board, which is a huge deal. And those generators are currently saving lives daily. They're allowing people to get rehab. They're allowing children to get basic medical services. And, you know, this is the next step. And hopefully we will be able to reach our goal with all of your help. So again, thank you very much for listening. Thank you for spending your time here. Know that you could be doing something much more enjoyable, or, you know, having some fun, or, you know, doing some work or whatever else you do with your spare time. Instead, you've chosen to listen and participate in this conversation, and all of us here greatly appreciate that. So I want to thank everybody again. I'm going to drop down. I'll be back as a listener or a speaker in a little bit. I have to get a couple of things done, but I will hand you over to the far more capable hands of Robin Schwartz. Welcome, Robin.
And come on, Arya, no one can be doing anything more enjoyable or more important than participating here on MriyaReport. Okay, Mary, finally, Robin gets some respect. Robin, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting.
The noise. You know, Arya may have a dog to walk, and I would say that takes precedence over even listening to MriyaReport, in my opinion. Anyway, hi everybody. I just wanted to mention, you know, Arya mentioned the Russian aviation pioneer Igor Sikorsky. Igor Sikorsky was Ihor Sikorsky. He was born in Kiev. His father taught at what is now Taras Shevchenko University. He went to college in Kiev University, and only after the Bolshevik Revolution did his family flee to the United States. Now, why do I bring this up? First of all, because it annoys me to no end that these people are always called Russian. In the Wikipedia article, it calls them a Russian American. But it's also illustrative of something I think is really important to remember, that why are so many Ukrainians in history called Russians? Well, it was because of Russian imperialism. Ukraine, there was a short period when there was an independent Ukraine there in 1917, 1918. Other than that, and there was, I think, the Carpathian Ukraine, I think, lasted about 24 hours. there was no Ukraine. Ukraine was subsumed under the Russian Empire, and between misapprehension of this and and the and the Russians, willfully taking over Ukrainian history, so many people who are of a completely Ukrainian background are labeled by all of us. I thought it was Igor Sikorsky, and I thought he was Russian. I mean, as many of us did. So I just think it's important always to remember this, that when you're hearing about something someone in history who's Russian, he may be, but look a little farther. And if he grew up in Kiev and went to university in Kiev and then fled the Bolsheviks coming to the United States, I wouldn't necessarily call him Russian. There's also in let me just find this quickly. Oh, a couple other things that will indicate this. The National Technical University of Ukraine, Kiev Polytechnic Institute, where Sikorsky went to school, was renamed in 2016 the National Technical University of Ukraine, in the name of, it's the way they say it in Ukraine, name of Igor Sikorsky. So it's named after him. Kyiv International Airport is now Igor Sikorsky Kyiv International Airport. So he is, anyway. I'm not criticizing Arya, because I would have said the same thing. We've heard, but it's just very illustrative of the problem that Ukrainians are having trying to reclaim their heritage, because the fact that the Russian Empire controlled Ukraine, makes it so that a lot of Ukrainian history has been taken away in the same breath. So anyway, but this is one of my usual soapboxes. So anyway, back to you, Alan.
And if you happen to be driving on the parkways that connect Connecticut and New York, you will pass Sikorsky's headquarters, I think in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Sikorsky, of course, was the inventor of the helicopter. It took his ingenuity and skill to perfect rotary blade takeoff, flight, and landing. Robin, a lot of respect is due to you, and you're finally here as co-host tonight.
Thank you, Alan.
So I'll get to why it's kind of a special night for Robin here, why it's very special for me to be with Robin tonight as co-host, and our friend and guest beneficial. Before I get to that, to Mary and then to the Duke.
Oh, that's a great thing, Robin, that you just said about Sikorsky. That's actually something I wanted to say too, because after I said Belenko, I realized it. I had wanted to say Sikorsky too, because I'm from that area. And he's a big name in Connecticut. And anyone who grew up in Connecticut knew Sikorsky. But my mistake was I thought he was Ukrainian, because I'd looked him up when all this started 2 years ago, this other stuff. So that's really interesting. I I think everybody should know his name. An amazing man, and thank you both for mentioning him. So the other thing I wanted to say was just that the first pilot I mentioned, Belenko, he was a MiG fighter. Apparently, he was quoted in interviews as saying, reportedly said that he was afraid his whole life. He lived the rest of his life here after he what do you call it, defected in the 70s, but he never lost the fear. And it was very deep. And that's just what I wanted to say, is that I think that gets conveyed generation to generation somehow. Anyway, that's the end. Thank you, and have a great night, you co-hosts.
Thank you, Mary. Let's go over to the Duke.
Hello. Yeah, actually, I only had a simple question about donating. I want to, but it's not used. I cannot use PayPal anymore, and I use a system called Ideal. That's rather normal in Holland. So I don't have a credit card. How can I donate?
Well, I think there are options, Duke, if you follow the payment links to MriyaReport. You don't have to donate through PayPal, Robin, if I'm correct.
Actually, we don't use PayPal at all anymore. We use something called For a Good Cause. I'm not sure if you don't have a credit card altogether. I'm not really sure that there is a way to donate. I'm sorry. I would imagine you might want to find someone who would be willing to charge it on their card for you, because I may be wrong, but I don't think there is a way to do it without a credit card.
Well,
You know, a
in
bank card.
Holland, in Holland, you can, if I know exactly the name and the number of your bank account and the name of your bank, then I can tell my bank to make some money available to that account. And a lot of companies in Holland have their name and their bank account number on their website. So I
Okay,
don't know if
do me a favor. Send me a DM and remind me, and I will look into it. I think we might be able to figure something out for you. Okay.
okay. Then another little thing. In front of me, I have masterpieces of the Ukrainian music, of the Ukrainian choral music from Berezovsky, Bortnikovsky, Fedel, and Svoroda. And I recently got those albums by chance, and they are from the 90s, and they are actually bought in Kiev. I don't know if they are still available online, but I can make a digital file of it. It takes me some time, and then I can put it online for people to listen. Perhaps that's, and then I will let you know, and that's perhaps a little nice thing I can do also. And Robin, if I don't talk to you anymore, a very good journey. Stay safe enough, and keep us posted. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke. I will try to do that. Thank you.
Robin, let's welcome TKD Bach. I assume that means talked back. Talk back to us, TKD. Well, he may be experiencing a Twitter glitch here.
I think she is annoying.
It is. Robin, I do want to welcome you here tonight as co-host, because it is kind of a special night. Ben and I, Will, so many others are here to wish you bon voyage on your travel to Ukraine. You're leaving very soon for Lviv. When you arrive, you are going to have to deal with power outages. And one of the things I want to review with you, Robin, is your packing list. Check it twice, check it off. Be sure you have some power banks with you. Robin?
Oh, I do. In fact, I just zipped up my suitcase today. It's all ready to go. I have in my carry-on. So you have to bring it in your carry-on. You can't put it in checked luggage. I have two power banks, and I have some other rechargeable equipment, a rechargeable speaker, my laptop, my phone. Everything will be charged absolute to maximum before I get on the plane. And as I mentioned to someone before, where I'm going to be staying, I'm going to be at Ukrainian Catholic University, and apparently they seem to have generators and things, because there's a lot of people who said they haven't had as much of a problem there. But nevertheless, I'm bringing two power banks with me that I intend to pass on to somebody before I come back, as there's certainly a need for them in Ukraine. So we'll be interesting that way.
Now let's go to talk back. Are you with us?
I'm with you, but can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. We're loud and clear now.
Oh, good. Thanks for your patience. I wanted to thank Duke for his question because it's a really, really good one. And it's an excellent opportunity as well with the match going tonight to remind everyone that if you're going to be donating to Maria Report, the only place to do that is through our website. We do not use PayPal or anything like that because we have seen a lot of places online where scammers are trying to use that. So the reason that we don't have PayPal is so that you can be confident that when you send money to us through the MriyaReport.org website, that it is actually coming to us and it will be getting from the Maria Report team to the people that they're cooperating with on the ground. Um, and Robin, thank you so much for being available by DM. I did want to suggest that I don't know if it's like this in Holland, but there are ways if you go to the store or even online in the United States, you can actually get a gift card or a prepaid card through a credit card company. So that might be something to look at because I think if it is one of the standard credit card providers, like you would see the little picture on the donation page, you may be able to go out and buy a prepaid card from one of those companies and then use it as a use it as a credit card. So just wanted to make that suggestion and remind everyone: be safe out there on the internet. And Robin, we'll miss you. Have a wonderful trip.
Thank you, love. Yeah, I'd never thought of that. The buying a gift card. That's a very, very good idea. I'm going to give that a try. Let's see if we can get. I mean, I'm not going to before I leave. I won't have time. But if someone else feels like buying a $5 gift card and seeing if they can make a donation with it, that might be a really good workaround for people who don't have credit cards. Thank you.
Robin, let's also welcome up Will Teal and Beneficial. Neither of them have their hands up. Therefore, I'm trying to encourage them. One of you raise your
There it
damn
goes.
hand. Ben, go ahead. Now, as usual, Ben begins talking into a muted mic.
Oh, good.
He does that.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
there you go.
here, and what I was saying is that you're right, Alan. I usually defer to Will, but Will did not give me the chance this time to defer to him. So I'll have to do something and speak. No, about the power, and it seems kind of strange because, when we have a power outage in the West or out of a war zone, it's like, oh my God, there's a blackout and it's in the news and it's a big deal. Not so in Ukraine. It just is kind of like the weather. It's like the sun coming up, going down. You don't really think too much about it. You just deal with it. And it's a completely different mindset. I think that's what's so interesting. And and so Robin, you'll do fine. I mean, I don't think if you ever run out of battery, you'll figure out how to charge them up. Everybody does. That's the amazing thing about what's going on now, because as difficult as Russia wants to create the situation, it's a lot of it is just the resilience of the Ukrainian people to just basically say, you know what, so we don't have power for a few hours. That's just the way it is today, kind of thing. And that doesn't always come across when you hear like they're hitting the electrical grid, and it is terrible. I'm not saying that anything is good. It's all awful, but the ability of people to persevere and adapt, and at this point, it's very understood and automatic how you do it. It's just very, very interesting. And Robin, part of the experience that you're going to have is you're going to experience what it's like to be, you're not in Kansas anymore.
Well, fortunately for me, Ben, I grew up upstate and where we had ice storms in the winter, so we were without power a lot when I was a kid. So and my family was a camping family, so I think I've got some background to deal with some of this. But it is true what Alan was. Well, I guess you were both. Was it? Oh, it was you, Ben? I guess was saying the fact that Ukrainians just get on with whatever it is. It doesn't. It's difficult, but they find a way around it. And again, this we've talked many times before about Putin and the Russians' misreading of Ukrainians. Anybody who's known a few Ukrainians in their life should know if you push a Ukrainian, they're going to push back harder. You don't push Ukrainians around. And this on a national level is what's happening. The worst that the Russians somehow still think that they're going to make Ukrainians so miserable that they're going to say, what? Oh, we decided we want to be Russians? It's not going to happen. And as they push back, Ukraine pushes back harder. And I think that's a basic thing about Ukrainians that many of the rest of us have learned. It's about time they did too. Back to you, Ben.
Yeah, well, this ties in with the previous subject that we were talking about, which is what you're talking about now, is just the resilience, but the nature of the relationship of ethnic Ukrainians to Russia and the Soviet Union. And there's a long out of print book, and I'm not trying to sell it, it's very out of print, that my father wrote and was the editor of. He was at the Russian Research Center at Harvard during the Cold War. And I have so many intersecting interests here. And it was actually when he had a seminar, a conference on ethnic minorities in the Soviet Union, which is the name of the book. And in it, different people wrote about different ethnic minorities. But one of the beliefs, this was in the 1960s, was that many of the ethnic minorities would be subsumed into Russia. And this goes to, I guess it was a question Mary had, but it was thought at the time by some people who knew about ethnic Ukrainians that they would not, that there were other minorities that would just end up sort of like succumbing to the regime. But the ethnic Ukrainians, this is 1960, so it's already 60 years ago. The thought was, you know what, they're probably going to hold together as an ethnic group, and they may not want to be part of the Soviet Union as it goes along. And so we're seeing that, wise people were seeing it then. And obviously before, in the 1950s during and Holodomor, but now too. So this is more than just resilience. This is the Ukrainian people, ethnic Ukrainians, really seeing this as a continuation of their heritage and their fight against the Russians. Basically, it just goes on. And so anybody that thinks it's going to just end right now is just doesn't quite understand how long this has been happening, and it's over many generations. So thanks a lot, Robin.
And if you don't understand what's going on now, this continuation of Ukrainians wanting to be Ukrainian, you probably don't understand the destination they have in mind. Do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I think I agree, which is, like, unfortunately in the media in the West, everybody in the West, and actually everybody everywhere, is exposed to it. They talk about all kinds of other things except really what's driving the Ukrainian people, to continue in this existential battle. So, I hope in time that we'll be able to change the narrative. Don't love the term the narrative, but so that people understand what this is about. And Robin, you have a great opportunity. I hope, and you're very having met you, I know that online and also offline. I know that you're a very social person, and and you really, this is a great opportunity to really get a feeling for the zeitgeist of Ukrainians right now, and like really hear it and feel it. We hear it on a MriyaReport for sure when Ukrainians come on, but when you're there, it's even more pronounced in a way because no one's necessarily making speeches. People are just living their lives, and and when they talk about the war, it's about continuing the war. You're not going to find very many people who are going to say like, all right, let's give up now, sort of thing. And so what it so like the opportunity that you have, and be interesting to hear what you learn in your experiences there about the sentiment of the people, because that's my interest in the work that I do. Obviously, politics and all that other stuff is part of it, but it's really the life of people, because all war really involves individuals and how they live and how they want to live, and that really I think that that'll be interesting for you to walk around, and you really can't ask people too much a lot of times because it's like kind of a loaded question, but you're going to meet a lot of people, get to know them because you're part of a university program, and you'll get a sense of what it's like, to what it's there. And the other thing I think that'll be interesting, and I just mention it because is that people have their own lives and they're not going to be talking about war all the time. We talk about war all the time on MriyaReport. It's like 24/7. We're thinking about it. We're talking about it. It's really important. But of course, like all of us, like we come on and off, and we go off into our own uh, into our own other parts of our lives, whether it's family, friends, work, whatever it might be. And it's a really pretty much so like the view that we have, if you look from outside and you look at Ukraine, you think, oh, wow, they're at war. Everybody's at war all the time. The soldiers are at war all the time. That's true. A lot of people are not soldiers and they go to work, have dogs. Robin, you'll meet some people I know and they have a dog and they walk the dog every day, a few times a day. You have to think about being home to walk the dog, and like, and in addition to like whether they have electricity or not. And people have holidays and get together for birthdays. um, Actually, there's a birthday coming up. I won't say. I think it's pretty much, you may want to go to a birthday party, Robin, and see. It's a little bit different. People really like to drink, probably everywhere, but especially at birthday parties there. And there are like some traditional ways of celebrating birthday celebrations that, um, and we have a friend in common, and I think one of them is having a birthday pretty soon. So that might be a fun thing, and to experience a true a true birthday. Um, and it's not about the war per se; it's about a birthday kind of thing. So people live their lives, and we forget about that on MriyaReport a lot of times, I think. So thanks.
Yeah, Ben, I agree with you 100%. I am really fortunate because I know a number of people in Ukraine, some of whom you've introduced me to, some I know from other places, and this I also learned from Israel, because Israel it has for a long time been not in such a hot war, but still in a situation where the war is always looming, and people get on with their lives, as you were saying. My engine buddy, who I do, we do English conversation with, he's in Mykolaiv. And when I first started working with him, he asked what I did, and I explained, and he said, well, he didn't really want to talk about the war. And I said, well, of course, because we have different roles. Our role here at MriyaReport is to talk about the war. Our role is to educate people. Our role is to make people see how serious this is. The role of a Ukrainian generally, except for the people who are in the military, of course, but regular Ukrainians, their role is to try to continue to live as normal a life as possible, not let the Russians destroy that. So, I think that's a very important. I think I expect to learn more about Ukraine, talking about the dog and where to get coffee in the morning, and and how you get to work and that kind of thing. I think that's going to be much more illuminating than anything about the war, because it is, you see the true nature of people and how they conduct their daily lives. So I would also just say, Ben and Alan, one of the things that I have recommended before, and again, I think, try, if you don't know any Ukrainians, find yourself a few. Go on to Engine and volunteer to have conversation practice with a couple of young Ukrainians. It makes all the difference to really help you understand in your heart, that these are just people like anybody else, people like us, who have had this war forced on them through no fault of their own, and who are trying as we would, just to get through life and to do what needs to be done to get their country back and to get their peaceful life back again. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm waffling, as they say. Back to you, Alan.
No, Robin, you're not waffling. And I think what Ben and you and I are talking about here is what's going to be of most value when and if you can connect with us from Lviv and elsewhere in Ukraine when you're there, uh, because it is what I also want to know about the everyday life of Ukrainians as they are living it today. And as Ben says, there are birthday parties and anniversaries, there are gifts exchanged, parties at the cafes, at your home, communal dinners. It is life as lived. It just happens to be lived in the midst of war. This is what I'm really interested in. And as Ben says, you're going to meet so many people, have so many experiences. I'm sure you can tell, Robin, just how much I envy your travel.
I thank you, Alan. Yeah, I honestly, as I said, my suitcase is packed already. I just have to deal with my carry-on. I've got everything ready for Wednesday. I still can't believe I'm going. I don't think it's going to really hit me until I walk across that border and see that Ukrainian flag. Then I'll know it's real.
I think it's going to hit you in flight. You'll probably doze off. You might drool a little bit. We all do that on these long transatlantic flights. We can't help it. We hope that no one else notices. But that's what happens when you're sitting in that small, cramped, but comfortable airline seat. Uh, it's going to hit you in the middle of the flight. You'll probably wake up with a start. Take a look at that map on the seat back in front of you and see just exactly where you are, how long it is until you land, and then, of course, all your arrangements to get to Lviv. I do hope everything goes smoothly. And I really hope, Robin, that you are able to cross time zones, to have a connection and join us while you're in Ukraine for a number of reasons. One, I want to know about your safety. Western Ukraine, Lviv, is not exactly exempt from Russian attack. It has been attacked. And I also want to hear the thrill in your voice of the experience of your day.
Well, I will do my best. I will do my best to check in, Alan. Yeah, just as far as safety goes, I I'm a little bit fatalistic about that. I will do my best to not put myself at risk, but I think, I live in New York City, as I say, walking home at 11 o'clock at night is not exactly safe, even in New York City. Um, but we have a friend who I hope I'm going to be visiting, one of our listeners who lives in Ivano-Frankivsk, and he posted today there was a rocket that hit in his town. And that's in the extreme western part of Ukraine. So, everybody is at risk to some extent, and because the Russians are aiming at civilians. In fact, probably sort of ironically, one of the safest places to be would probably be on a base somewhere, because it's most heavily protected. But anyway, yeah, it's well, whatever. Back to you. I will definitely try to check in as much as I can.
And back to Ben.
Well, a few things. One is that you'll find. I don't know if there's anywhere where, you play the odds, and there's nowhere necessarily safe or unsafe per se. If you're away from the front, but you'll be. You just be all right. That's. There are millions of people in Ukraine, and doing just fine. But I don't think it's a good idea to draw too much attention to yourself. And what there's just another thought that went through my head and I just lost it. That when you're looking around and doing stuff, one thing that you should do if you want to take a picture is don't think that you'll come back to the place, and you should just do it right then. Because a lot of things happen only once, or things change, because things do change. And I found this, early on. And sometimes there's an opportunity now, and you think it'll be there tomorrow, but it's not for whatever reason. So when it comes to, and then you wish you had that photo, sort of thing. So I mean, if you're inclined to take photographs, or make a video, whatever it is, if it's happening in front of you, do it, because that's the opportunity that you've got. And a lot of things you'll never see, are really unique to the situation, and they're very interesting. And I think that they're just very interesting to witness and be around. So it depends how much of that kind of thing you want to do. Which is, taking, in the old days you'd say snapshots, but I don't even know if we have a term for it anymore. When you whip out your phone and take a picture of something that's not a selfie, because things do happen, and they only happen, and sometimes they just don't happen again. Even if they happen every day, maybe tomorrow they won't happen. That's occurred many times. And the other thing is, which is sort of like off, because you're going for academic reason, but also you're going to explore. One thing that's very few people would necessarily do, because there are a lot of volunteers, or some volunteers at this point, but I highly recommend going to a shooting range, and seeing there are a lot of individuals who are not fighting, who just want to get some skills up, and you'll know people who can hook you up, and you'll see people, you'll see people who are just everyday people, just like you're the people who are walking in the street in New York. But instead of walking the street in New York, they're getting a little of practice, not just shooting, but also moving and shooting. And because everybody knows that at some point, maybe they'll have to make use of those skills. So there is a little cottage industry of people just tuning up. And that's not something that I think most people would actually go out and do if they didn't, if they didn't know it, just walking into Ukraine. And
Thanks, Ben. That's. Go ahead, Ben. That was on my list, though. Go ahead.
I just turned off the mic. There was some glitch.
So, Robin, have you ever shot a gun in your life?
I grew up a Quaker, if you remember, Alan. So no, I haven't, but I have no problem with doing it. I think it'd be very interesting, and I take Ben's point too. You know, one of the things that changed, particularly after 2014, which is part of the reason that Ukraine was able to resist so successfully, is people started preparing. Doctors started learning emergency medicine, even doctors who were not, not emergency room doctors, nurses, people learned to be medics who didn't necessarily have anything to do with it actively at the time. And I think a lot of Ukrainians learned how to handle basic weapons. This will be very interesting to see that this is part of that, what Hale and Onu talk about in the Zelensky effect, the horizontal structure in Ukraine, that people don't wait to be told things from on high in the government. There's a lot of grassroots activism, a lot of grassroots preparations, and they've stood. Ukraine has been it stood Ukraine in very good, very, how do you say that, in very good stead, whatever. It made a huge difference when the full scale invasion started, that people had prepared individually without waiting for the government to tell them to do something. Thank you, Alan.
And again, that is characteristic of Ukrainians. They follow their own lead in preparedness, in living life, in seeking the future. They don't depend on their government. Rather, they depend on themselves. Robin, let's go to our good friend from the workers' paradise of Perth, Australia, Will Teal. Welcome, and go ahead, please.
Hey, thanks, Alan, and g'day, Robin. Gonna whip up a little controversy here by arguing with our good friend Ben. Robin, don't listen to half of what Ben said. So the guns part I'll get to in a second, but don't worry about taking photos.
You have to understand, Ben is a filmmaker. Of course he.
I know, this is why I'm going to give him a hard time about it. These visual artist guys. I've lived and worked in like 18 different countries, and I virtually have no photos of those trips, and I get a lot of shit about it all the time. But I can vividly describe to you everything I was seeing and doing at the time, because I wasn't wasting my time behind a camera. I was living my life. And so I recommend that you don't spend your time taking photos. Spend your time living your life and getting to know people and stuff like that. And somebody else will take a photo of you and they'll send it to you later. I'm kidding. I'm a bad person. I never take photos. My mother scraped together money to buy her a brand new camera when I first went on exchange to Australia. And it was a big deal for her. She bought a 35 millimeter camera and gave it to me to take to Australia. And I came back with almost no photos, and I've been a social pariah since then. So Ben might have me do voiceover for some of his films, but he's definitely not going to have me take any video for him, because it'll be shit. The other thing is, do just take yourself out of your comfort zone, I would say, and do lots of stuff. I absolutely recommend you, if you've never done it, go to a shooting range, learn a skill you don't need. It's all about resilience, learning stuff that you don't need to know right now that might come in handy someday. And, America, I can't imagine any American not saying they might not have to use a gun someday, given the way you folks are with those firearms. But no, I just hope you have a great trip. And what I want to do is make sure that when you walk across the border into Ukraine for the first time, you don't step on a landmine. So, folks, we've got a donation match going on right now from some donors who've decided to chip in $2,000, and they're going to match donations up to $2,000 that are through today. This Robin show here today, and then I'll be on later. So if you can, go to MriyaReport.org go to the upper right-hand corner. The link's in the nest. You can use the link or just type in MriyaReport.org. Go to that. Go to our website. The upper right-hand corner, there's a big blue button there. Smash that big blue button and give us a donation of any size. These guys tell you they don't want your rent money. I do. I want it all. I want your rent money, your food money, sell your ex-wife's house, do, whatever's necessary. These guys need to get these mines out of the ground because, as we see from yesterday, there's a real risk that you can just be going about your daily life and have everything explode around you because the Russians left a tank mine someplace and didn't mark it in these areas where they've reoccupied. So they got 156,000 square kilometers to clear of landmines, and they're working on that right now. But they need some kit. And as Alan said before, you think times are tough where you're at. Times are very tough in Ukraine, and they need all the help they can get with some of the basic stuff. Right? It's weird time when what would normally be an absolute essential. You'd never send anybody out to do explosive clearing work without hearing protection and without the tools they need to disarm these mines. They shouldn't have to be sharing those things. All these guys and gals that are doing this ought to be kitted out fully, like a NATO force going into war. There's no reason why any of what would be considered essential to you is a nice to have to them. So we're trying to make sure that everybody's kitted out with all the stuff they need, and all of the hundreds of SES, State Emergency Service folks that are doing this job have everything they need. So this might not seem like the most expensive or exciting fundraiser to you folks, but I'll tell you what, if you've ever been in a country where there's unexploded ordnance, I guarantee you the folks living there will find it to be one of the most important things that you could do for them. Up there easily with the work we've done for the hospitals to get them to keep the power on in Kharkiv. These sorts of things. Look, I want to send Robin to Ukraine with a pallet load of bullets, but they won't let me do that. So we're going to send her with word that we've met this fundraiser match, and they're going to eliminate a whole bunch more landmines this week, like they have last week, more than 300 devices removed and exploded, and that we don't see, videos like the third thing in the nest, where these two people are just trying to go about their life in Kharkiv and get blown up. So if you can do that, please join us. As he said, any donation you make is going to get matched up to $2,000 through today, and we've got the rest of this week. I think we have through Sunday to make this goal, and I want to see us make it. So I will be hammering on about this during my segment, and I just want to wish Robin a great trip. Enjoy the experience. You don't have to bring us all T-shirts. You don't have to bring us photographs. What you have to bring is memories and impressions of the people you've met. It's all inside your head, Robin. You don't need a camera. Don't tell Ben that, though, because it's his livelihood.
Will is right, Robin, in a way, and I'm sure it's true for you, being of the generation that came before iPhones and have used iPhones not terribly well since I decided to buy them. My most vivid memories are not photographed. They're memories from childhood. They're memories from adulthood. But I had no camera there. I had no iPhone. And actually, I'll say 99% of the photographs I have of the several thousand mean almost next to nothing to me. It's the memories that mean the most to me.
Yeah.
But Robin, by
yes.
the way, when you're there at the gun range, just repeat after me. I'd like the Modern Warfare package, please. You'll trust me. You'll love it.
That I'll need a picture of. Yes, thank you, Will. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I guess back to you, Ellen. I think we have Mary and then Dan.
Well, let's go to Ben, whose hand has been up, then to Mary,
Oh, my
then to
screen is a
Dan.
mess. I can't see Ben. He doesn't even show as a speaker, so I'll let you do that.
Oh, okay, Ben, go ahead.
Well, first of all, Alan, I appreciate the few photographs that you seem to have in your life because I love looking at your avatar with your sunglasses and your smiley face. It's it gives me a lot of pleasure. So I'm glad you have that one. And Will, you're still hiding behind your alligator, or the alligator's hiding behind you. So I don't assume you've ever had a photograph. But and so I take what you say is being meaningful for the non-artist, and not everyone can do it. So you might as well enjoy the moment. Uh, but the other thing about the mines that you were talking about, just to reinforce what you're talking about, and why you're probably very wise not to be taking photographs all the time, was I'll relate one story. There's a hill that comes sort of out of Chesav Yar to Bakhmut. It's just like it's a cresting hill. It's probably the high point around one of the high points around there on the road, and you see Bakhmut, like you see the buildings of Bakhmut in the background, and it's like almost a classic picture of Bakhmut from up there. I didn't know that, it just was, we stopped. It was like, wow, this is a great place to take a shot. And so we get out and like want to frame Bakhmut. And this is during the Wagner time. It was like all crazy. We wanted to frame Bakhmut really good. And then realize, holy fuck, we could be stepping on mines because like we're trying to get the cameras over on the side of the road and like off of where the cars were onto the side, and it's and then it was like we all stopped and we said, well, we can't get this shot quite the way we want it, because this whole place could be really bad. It could be a bad step, and that's what you really have to deal with. Obviously things blow up, but it's in just, you just have no idea in certain areas where, if your next step is going to be a bad one. So that's one reason not to take a picture. I ended up getting a photo, but it wasn't quite the angle that I wanted. Sometimes you have to defer to the greater powers. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I think I'm gonna go take a road down the middle here. I mean, I certainly am gonna want to have pictures to remember things by, but at the same time, I don't want to be like I see some of my younger compatriots who don't seem to ever look at anything because they're so busy looking at their phone to take a picture of it. So, we have to get somewhere in the middle. Also, I'm surprised no one yet has warned me not to go taking pictures of military installations and soldiers and things. So that's something I will be careful of, just on general principle. There's no point in causing oneself a problem. Anyway, okay, Alan, I see lots of hands, so I'll let you call the order.
We only want to see pictures of your thumb, Robin. It's Mary, it's Dan, it's Talkback, it's James Healy. Mary, please.
Okay, I'm so busy laughing. I want whatever vitamins Will Teal takes. I'll have what he's having. You've got energy, Mr. Teal. Robin, you're going to, you co-host got that joke, I see. Thank you very much. Robin, when you go, I was wondering, are you more kinetic or oral, or do you like writing? I was wondering if you would journal your stay there and have those memories by journaling or not. They're very lightweight ones you can get at stationery stores. You'd only need an index card. But I just was wondering how you might want to record what you're doing. Do like a voice recorder versus writing, something like that. And if you don't get to just one quick thing about the guns, if you don't get to the gun range, I know a place here in the States you can go to. Thanks.
A
Yeah, thank
place.
you.
There's like 1,000 of them.
Yeah, this is America.
Right.
No, but I must say, Mary, one of my big failures in life is the inability to ever keep a journal. I absolutely can't do it. I couldn't tell you why. I actually last week said, let me start a journal, and I got one sentence in, and that was the end of it. It just doesn't work for me, and I'm a very verbally, language oriented person generally. Thank you. I may try doing recording some thoughts. That might work better for me, and I certainly have the capability of it now. Thanks. I guarantee nothing, but I may try to do that instead. Thanks. Back to you, Alan.
Don't call it a journal, Robin. Just have a blank sheet of paper and a pencil or a pen and jot your thoughts down, organize them later. That's the way thoughts come to us. When I wanted to keep a journal, I got as far as the title page. Guess what? I called it my journal. The rest of the book is blank. But I have lots of notes on napkins and things like that. So I'm going to go to talk back to Dan and to James Healy.
Thanks, Alan. I think it's interesting. We have Ben who said, if you want to take a picture, do it because you may not get that moment again. Then we have Will saying, don't bother taking any pictures, right before he admits that he disappointed his mother. And then we have Mary suggesting, taking a journal, and Alan suggesting taking some notes. I am looking forward to seeing the creative ways that Robin comes up with to enjoy the moments that she's in and also remember them. Because I think sometimes it's easy to to try to predict what's going to happen. And then we get there and we just find out, oh, yeah, like that whole plan and all that advice, so much for that. But what Ben said about not being able to come back to someplace, it's true of more than just photos. So I am looking forward to seeing how Robin exercises her judgment, because in addition to places that you can't come back to, they're going to be people that you have really special opportunities to meet. So I guess I'm looking forward to hearing the questions that you ask, the things that you observe, and how that shapes you as a person, because I think it will, and I'm excited for you.
Thank you. That's a humbling task, but I will hope that I can deliver. Alan.
To Dan and to James.
Just a quick bon voyage again, Robin. My ladies enjoyed saying Slava Ukraini to you yesterday. I hope you have a safe trip. I hope you get the most out of this journey. And remember, Apple, if you have an Apple phone, it has a journal built right into the last update. So, yeah, have a safe trip. Lots of love, hugs, and kisses. And I can't wait to see you when you get back.
Thank you, Dan. Love you to pieces, and your ladies were just charming. Give them all my love. I hope to hear from them again. I hope to actually get to see them at some point. Stranger things have happened. They were absolutely charming. Thanks, Dan.
And on to James, and then to the Duke. James.
Hey, let's see. Dobro podrovate. Sorry about that. I think I butchered it a little bit. Let me try it again. Dobre podrovate. A little better.
Very
Anyways,
good. Very good. Not bad at all. Very good.
get there. Found a few words. Don't forget to ask the handsome men you meet to take a picture of you in front of something. It is a wonderful conversation starter. If you had a husband, I would not recommend it. If you take a husband, don't do that. So, anyways, that's my advice for traveling, and I've gotten in trouble this way, by the way.
That's the best advice I've gotten so far, James. Thank you.
James, you are so way beyond me in learning Ukrainian. Robin has tried to help me. I'm a very poor student. All I can remember, oh God, Robin, what can I remember?
Slava
Say,
Ukraini.
well, I remember Slava Ukraini. Say Buddha Dobre.
Very good.
And guess what, James? We're not translating that for you. Okay.
That means everything will be good. That's almost the Ukrainian national motto. I've so
Alles
many times.
Gute. Oh no, that's another
No,
language.
well, and that means everything's good now, which Germans don't think anyway. So I don't know why they say it, but yeah, Vse bude dobre, everything will be all right. It's said in some of the direst circumstances. Sometimes it's a good that I remind myself. I actually write that down on things when I'm getting upset about something. Said, my motto from now on is Vse bude dobre.
It's become my motto too, Robin. Thanks to you. Say Buddha Dobre. I just repeat it almost every single day because that's life. Not the kind of life that elicits Say Buddha Dobre in Ukraine, but that's life. Duke, and then Arya, please. Duke?
And that's a great song too. Everything's gonna be alright. But I want to just add a little pragmatism to Robin. I can imagine that if you are on your way, you take some pictures, perhaps a little video, and then all of a sudden, oh, I have to organize. I don't know how steady the internet is on your way and when you're over, but I have an account in the cloud, so everything I take a picture of, make a recording or whatever, or writing down on a file, I could put up on the cloud. A, it's safe, and B, it's accessible for you to other people, and you can send it to someone who can organize it for you and save it for you when you come back, and then you can work on it. That's I thought that's a way to use the digital workflow process to make it easier. And if you're on your way and sitting in a train and have some thoughts, just point your camera outside and talk to the microphone what you feel, what you normally would write down, and you have a lovely documentary report, whatever. But you'll be all right. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Duke. Those are great ideas. I'm not sure I'm that organized, but I'll definitely try. Alan, I want to play a song that I haven't played for you before, but I think you might appreciate if you don't mind. This is going to be just a few seconds, and you'll see why when we get to the chorus. Pamiętają czas, kolejny spoczynam ze світ, który вдоль підіймався та йшов. Ішов тобі високо гори, взявши бої, свою надію сильну як любов, що все буде добре. Так кожен знає, що все буде добре. Okay, that's from Oka and Elzy, my absolute favorite Ukrainian pop band. Very, very, very popular in Ukraine, and that's called Vse bude dobre. Thank you, Elzy.
I love that, Robin. You know, oddly enough, I had a few songs queued up for you as well tonight as part of our Bon Voyage party here on Maria Report. I know how much Robin loves music, all kinds of music, contemporary Ukrainian music, choral music. Robin has shared with me some of the most beautiful choral music I think I've ever heard in my life. Also, a lot of contemporary music I've had to listen to twice, maybe three or four or five times before I've decided, well, if Robin likes it, I guess I like it too. So let's go to Aria, to Roman, and then back to Ben. Aria.
I've heard Robin really, really love gangster rap, Alan.
Oh,
So mumble rap.
Aria, you are once again talking from the South Pole. Try to come a little closer.
Yeah,
No.
I'll take that as a yes. Um, uh,
There you go.
Alan, it's important to know in my private conversations, and Robin, I hope you don't mind me saying this publicly. Robin really loves mumble rap and gangster rap. So you by now default love them. I expect you to start listening regularly. She's also a very big fan of certain types of electronic music, particularly ones with really hard beats and high RPMs. She also likes screamo and is a big fan of country. But in any case, bad jokes aside, not trying to offend anybody. Robin, just stay safe, have fun, see as much as you can see, and experience as much as you can, right? And just remember to bring a physical copy of Tefillah Haderech and say it as often as possible. I think there are a few other times where it is, my puppy used to always tell me to say it before I'd go on a trip or take a drive somewhere, and it's like, nah, I don't think I need to say it now. You might want to take a physical copy with you. Wouldn't help to
That words to live by. 100%.
wouldn't help to ask for the big man for a little extra protection. But have a great trip, Robin.
Thanks. And Aria, I actually do love country music. So there. And remember, I'll get back to you. I know where you live, more or less.
I like a few country songs and bluegrass, but I'm still going to make the joke because I know most people hate country, especially most younger people who aren't partial to that for various reasons. It's certain parts of the country it's still very popular, but at least on the where I live, it generally is a joke. But in any case, back to you guys. Sorry.
Where I do too, but I want to tell you, I saw a car yesterday that I want to get. It was a Ford Explorer special edition, and the special edition on the side in large letter was the redneck edition. So that's the car I want now.
I gotta say, Robin and Aria, nothing wrong with country music, inspiring lyrics. Just let me give you my favorite examples. I'm just a bug on the windshield of life. Absolutely a favorite lyric from country music. And of course, drop kick me Jesus through the goalposts of life. You just can't get better than that.
Absolutely, I agree. How about what I'm sure you haven't heard, which cracked me up, was "My dog's a Democrat." Never mind.
Oh God, I love that. My dog's a Democrat and he can vote. Roman and then Ben, please.
Hey, good evening. Добрый вечер, everybody. Hi, Robin. I'm gonna wish you luck here on your trip. Bon voyage. Wanted to let you know if you could just say hi to Lviv whenever you get there. Not just from the Southern People's Republic of New Jersey, but also the People's Republic of Northern Jersey. Although they be rivals, they both want to wish, Lviv a hello. Mainly because my grandfather's stomping ground. So if you could do that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Will do. I know. In fact, I know most Ukrainians I know come from Ukrainian Americans come from that area of the world. So I already have several greetings to Lviv from various families. But I will definitely do that. Thanks.
Thank you. And there's one little tidbit. If anybody asks you for the password, as they say in Ukrainian, parol, you say Slava Ukraini. Always works.
Yes, yeah, I've heard. There's a bar in Lviv. You have to ask this password to get into. I heard about that. Yes, Slav.
Exactly.
And Ben, on to you, please.
Thanks, Alan. As Alan mentioned about taking pictures or photographs or videos of soldiers and military things, if you ask,
We suddenly
They
lost
lost
Ben.
Ben. Oh my
We
gosh.
suddenly lost Ben, but I know he's going to come back for this Bon Voyage party, Robin, because it really is a special night. You are heading to Ukraine. We are going to wait for word that you've arrived. Everything's gone well, and Ben is back. So we're going to go back to Ben. Ben.
you know, it's not uncommon when I speak. At some point, I get dropped. Wonder why that is. So,
It's Elmo.
and I hope it's him. So what I was saying is that what Alan mentioned about taking photographs of soldiers and military things. I mean, if you ask if a soldier or anybody, and also the other thing is you should really ask anybody because if to take a picture of them, because some people just don't want to be photographed for whatever reasons they have of their own. Um, it's and it really is a good idea to ask people, but there is I just want to warn you about one place. Yeah, military things but also border crossings. You're not allowed to take photographs of border crossings, which will be a temptation that you have as you go across because it is kind of exciting. You know, there's a big flag and it says Ukraine and Ukraina, and you know, and there's barbed wire fence. And I know of people. Actually, I know one person, uh, not involved with me, that took whipped out their phone, took a picture at the border crossing, and then pretty much 9 times out of 10, a guard will come up to you and stop you and make you erase your phone, and you lose all your pictures. And so just that warning, as tempting as that shot might be, it's one that it may not be worth taking the chance.
You know, I never would have thought of that, Ben. Thank you. That makes perfect sense. At the very least, to ask first, because if you've got permission, then you're all right. But thank you. I would not have thought of that, and that would have been very distressing. Thank you.
Robin, let's go to Dan and then back to Ben.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, Robin, I was thinking of that before when Ben was talking. Yeah, I remember John Sweeney talking about the beginning of the war, how the first year, I think it was June or July. Anyways, I remember him talking about he was just taking a picture or something, and he got pulled over he got dragged into the police station because they thought he was a spy or whatever. So I remember that. John Sweeney.
I read that somewhere too. I remember that also. Yeah, good to be careful. Back to you, Ben.
Well, my hand. That's a ghost hand because my hand wasn't up. It was up from the time before. But so I don't even know what to say because I have not formulated a good idea since my last idea. So I'll just leave it at that. And about the gun range, you don't have to shoot. It's just interesting to see what people are doing and how they're training, and you get a sense of of the sincerity and how serious people are about training themselves. So yeah, so you don't have to pick up a weapon. And the other thing is, if you haven't packed them already, it's probably good to bring earplugs of your own. Something that you might have overlooked. There's a lot of people overlook, and you don't think about, but they're nice to have around.
Yeah, thank you. I actually I always have a pair in my purse because of the subway, and in case I end up going to a theater to watch a movie where the sound is always too loud. But otherwise, I would not have thought of it. So thank you. And then if I go to a gun range, you better believe I'm going to want to shoot that gun. I mean, after all, I'm an American, and I think it would be very interesting. But I take your point too. Is the social culture there is going to be very interesting to see. Thanks. Back to you, Alan.
Thanks, Robin. There is also news to report from Ukraine tonight. But I think the most important thing is to call people's attention to the first 4 tweets in the nest. These are 4 tweets about demining Ukraine. First, there is a donor match ongoing right now, so your donation will be doubled. That's why this is an important time for you to make a donation. Your generosity will be matched by the generosity of 2 other donors here at MriyaReport. If you want to see how important demining efforts in Ukraine are right now, look at tweets 2 and 3. This is the point here. Ukraine is innovating in demining operations. Just take a look at that drone sent out over the liberated fields of Ukraine to find mines. I want you to pay particular attention to the height of the grass. This is midsummer, of course, in Ukraine, and landmines that have been laid by Russians now are hidden. They're hidden in agricultural fields. They're hidden by the growth of the grass. This is just one of the innovations that Ukraine has developed in order to find mines, defuse them, and protect ordinary Ukrainians every single day. Go to the 3rd tweet in the nest, and you will see the unfortunate circumstance of a car encountering a Russian landmine laid on a road in liberated Ukraine. This is where the demining efforts are especially important, in liberated Ukraine. So help us free Ukraine's farmlands, help us free Ukraine's roads and forest paths from the mines that Russians have laid. Either the first tweet in the nest or the 4th tweet in the nest will lead you to the donation links. I remind you, if you give 5, it's 10. If you give 10, it's 20. If you give 100, it's $200 given to demine Ukraine and protect Ukrainian civilians. Robin?
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Yeah, this is an extremely important fundraiser. One of the things that we haven't really pointed out here, but another important thing to always keep in mind is the longer that mines are in the ground, the harder they are to detect and the harder they are to diffuse safely. They get more buried in the mud or the dirt, as Alan was saying. Vegetation grows over them. So not only does Ukraine want to get these out of the ground as fast as possible to make the country safe again. But it also, the longer they stay there, the more difficult the job is going to be. So go look up in the nest. You can take a look at those posts. It's a very important fundraiser. We're not getting them anything particularly glitzy, but we're getting them what they've said they need. So the sappers who are out putting their lives on the line every day to remove the mines that the Russians have strewn around all over the place in the eastern part of the country. This will make it a little bit easier for them to do their job. So please consider. And as we're saying, any donation from now till 1 in Eastern time, Eastern U.S. time, will be doubled. So you have a way of doubling your impact with anything you donate. Thank you. Back to you, Alan.
You know, listeners here tonight recognize that this is not the most sexy fundraiser that MriyaReport has ever sponsored, but it is one of the most urgently needed. As Robin pointed out, it's the state emergency services that worked with us, requested specifically the multi-tool and the headpiece communication and ear protection devices that we want to buy for 100 deminers in Ukraine. In terms of the multi-tool, as I've said before, it's like putting a scalpel in the hands of a trained, skilled surgeon. This multi-tool allows Ukrainian deminers to work quickly and efficiently and safely. That's why your donation is needed. In terms of the high-tech earmuffs, that's what I call them, earmuffs. It provides ear protection and it provides communication. Imagine walking through an overgrown Russian minefield somewhere in liberated Ukraine. This is where the demining efforts are most necessary. You need to be in communication with your teammates, trained just like you, to find and defuse Russian mines with the help of drones, yes, but ordinarily, simply with the sharp eyes and help of your demining teammates. So, to those of you listening here right now, and it's a faithful remnant of you, please go to the donation links by tapping on the very first link in the nest. Be as generous as you can possibly be. And in advance of your generous contribution, you have my gratitude, Robin's gratitude, Will's, James, Ben's, Dan's, TKD Box gratitude, the gratitude of Ukrainians whose lives you will save with your donation. Ben?
Yeah, I just want to mention about the tools and demining. It's like you said, it's what they asked for, and it seems like a small thing that you wouldn't necessarily think that is so important to a war, which is a multi-tool, but it really is. And also, the resources that people have in Ukraine, if they could all get it themselves, they would have already done it. And they really rely on us. In a very big way to help them out. They're willing to go into the field with less. They're working with less than this right now, and it's not a very expensive tool in terms of everything else that you have in a war, but it's still unaffordable for a lot of the guys and women who are going out there. So just to put in perspective, the small amount, relatively speaking, that everyone contributes here is huge, absolutely huge in Ukraine, and it is something that they're remember they're going out now without this stuff, and we really as we care about them. Obviously, we care about them being on Maria Report, and it's a very small thing to do. It's not like we're not buying like, and it's appropriate to Maria Report because Maria Report is not a multi-billion-dollar philanthropy that can that can provide food for half the country, but it is appropriate for it's right sized, I would say. One of the great things about Maria Report is that, like the Kharkiv generators, it's right sized, and these are people that get overlooked by the giants, by the giants of finance, and this is really something that helps them, and the giants of finance could help them, but to these people, we are the giants of finance. So thanks, Alan.
Yeah, and I think the most important point you're making here, Ben, is that this kind of fundraiser, this kind of purchase and delivery of equipment to Ukraine is so often overlooked. It's overlooked by the big, big charities. Maria Report is also a qualified nonprofit in the United States. So, to American listeners, whatever donation you make tonight, you will receive a tax deduction for that donation. You will receive acknowledgement and a receipt that the IRS will recognize when you file your taxes next year. That's not the reason to give. It's just a benefit of giving if you're an American listener here tonight. But just as Ben said, this kind of delivery of equipment is so often overlooked by Ukraine's biggest donors. We fill an important niche in supplying Ukraine, in this case, the deminers of the Ukrainian emergency services, with exactly what they need, exactly what they've asked for. James, go ahead, please.
Well, first, I wanted to comment on the fundraiser, and it's not a serious comment, don't worry. I just wanted to say the sexiest one was the tactical bikini purchases that we made. Anyways, no, that's a false statement. But I wonder, I wondered, Robin, if you were going to Odessa.
No, unfortunately
didn't think
not.
so.
You know,
Okay.
Ukraine is a big country. I'm gonna
Yeah.
my trips are, my friend Oleg's mother lives in Kiev. I'm gonna be spending the weekend with her, which is just it's so sweet. She's gonna bring me around the city and put me up and feed me and all sorts of wonderful things. I hope to visit one of our friends in Ivano-Frankivsk, and I also want to visit Chernobyl, and that's about it. But I'm already planning my second trip and my third probably. So we'll see where we get to then.
Well, it's
Thanks.
too bad. You know Dr. Anna Parades, right? Or Pirates. I about, I don't know, 5 or 6 lives ago, I said something like, do you have like maps of things like, for best restaurants, best whatever? And we settled on a map that would be good, and that would be pickles, cheese, wine, and weed. Anyways, and so I thought she might be able to provide you with that kind of map, and that might be lead to endless, interesting things. You just want to take some crackers.
Thank you, James. Well, actually, what I'm most interested in is coffee and beer. I've already gotten some good leads on the best coffee and the best beer in Lviv, and I understand that chocolate is also quite plentiful. So those are 3 of my 4 major food groups, along with Scotch. Back to you, Alan.
Thanks, Robin. And on to TKD Bach, truly of the Bach family, because we know that 3 initials in front of the Bach name just makes you part of the family, like PDQ Bach. TKD Bach, go ahead.
I love PDQ Bach. Not actually related to him, but I was glad that I had a chance to see him and also Victor Borga in concert. But that's beside the point. I want to go back to what I think Ben and others were saying earlier about the larger aid organizations not being able to provide the type of things like the tools and the headphones and the um, vehicles that we provide through MriyaReport fundraisers. Part of the reason for that may be that those really big organizations are so big in terms of scale that it would not be efficient or easy or productive for them to find and slot into some of these tinier needs on the ground. So when you support the fundraisers through MriyaReport, you are contributing to something, to a need that's not being duplicated elsewhere. And that's a really important factor to consider when we look at where our donations go. If you have any hobbies, if you cook, if you build things, if you sew or work with string, if you paint, you already know from experience the difference between working with an adequate tool and working with a high quality tool that's well designed. That's what this fundraiser is going to give to the troops. Except it's not just going to be that we're in a kitchen using a really nice, sharp, safe knife to prepare dinner for our family, which is a really, really important thing. But these troops and deminers that are risking their lives, they're going to have not just the satisfaction and the morale boost that comes from using a quality tool, but they may have to carry fewer things with them. They'll be able to pack and work more efficiently. And when they'll be able to communicate better, all of those things matter when they're in really volatile situations, taking risks so that the children in Ukraine will be able to go outside and run around and play like our children can here, and so that the farmers can get back to plowing their fields and cultivating their crops and providing food for a large portion of the world. So it seems like a really, really tiny thing, but the long-term effects could be very significant.
Thank you, TK. That's a very good image. I like that a lot. We all know what it's like to use the best tools in whatever our hobbies or our professions are, and this is exactly what these deminers are asking for. Thank you. I'm going to remember that when we talk about it in the future. Alan, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. We have talked about news from Ukraine. Of course, this is why we are here. You can see some of the news if you look up in the nest. This is especially news about mines that Russians have laid in Ukraine. These are the mines that Ukraine needs to clear. So I want to look at good news first. Robin, this is President Zelensky detailing the effect of Ukraine's assault on Russian oil refineries. Zelensky summarized the attacks on Russian oil refineries earlier this week. Ukraine has succeeded in striking 30 Russian oil refineries specifically. And this has reduced Russia's ability to produce the fuel that's needed for the Russian war machine. It's also going to drive up the price of gas and diesel fuel for drivers in Ukraine. And it's also going to cut the amount of money that Russia can receive by selling refined products or oil, crude oil, on the world market. A significant achievement by Ukraine. It is Ukraine that opened this new front in the war, taking the war to Russian assets inside Russia, not with Western supplied weapons, but rather with its own long range drones, in particular, manufactured in a way now that allows them to fly greater distances with heavier payloads in order to do more and more damage to the Russian oil refinery infrastructure. So here is Ukraine fighting against a key point of the Russian war economy. In a way, it is an answer to what Russia is trying to do in Ukraine, to plunge Ukraine into darkness and cold this coming winter. Ukraine does have an answer.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Yeah, this is going to be a long-term fight, but I think that I mean we've talked about this, the targeting the refineries before. It's this is something that really is making a difference within the country, within Russia, and is making it much harder for them to continue with their attacks. So long term, it's going to be a very good thing. I had another story I just wanted to discuss for a second that I was also a happy story, a good story, and let me find it now because of course I clicked on the USAID is financing the printing of 3 million textbooks for Ukrainian students. As we know, the Factor Druk in Kharkiv, one of the biggest, actually one of the largest print houses in Europe, was destroyed by Russian. Um, uh, I don't know if it was artillery. Well, it was destroyed by the Russians anyway. Let's put it that way. And this is part of a continuing cultural genocide. Really, the Russians have been trying to wipe out Ukrainian language and Ukrainian education generally for quite a long time. So USAID is stepping into the breach here, and is the 12,000 textbooks are being printed for Ukrainian children that will be distributed throughout the country. And this is on the heels of quite a few textbooks that the EU also printed free of charge. Education is a very important value in Ukraine, and this is really, I think, it's important for Ukrainians that their children have the books they need to learn, and it also, again, is another way of showing international support in a very real way for Ukraine's future. So anyway, I'm sure there will be need for more, and I'm sure that there will be more financing for this. But this is a very good first start for children going to school at the end of the summer. We'll have Ukrainian textbooks to learn from. Anyway, back to you, Alan.
Well, of course, Russia's attack on the publishing house in Kharkiv was a direct attack on Ukrainian culture. This is the most prominent Ukrainian publishing house. To have the United States, USAID, step in and to publish the textbooks in particular that otherwise would have been published in Kharkiv is significant in a couple of ways. It supplies the textbooks, yes, but it also comes with the recognition that Russia had attacked and destroyed a cultural manufacturing point in Ukraine, attempting to deny Ukrainians the textbooks that are used in their schools every single day in the Ukrainian language, with Ukrainian storylines that are based in fact and in history. This is what the United States is stepping in to replace, to provide to Ukrainian school children. So it is a good story, Robin, and it's significant. Otherwise, Ukrainian school children would be without texts, without their history books in the Ukrainian language, without that connection to their culture and history.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you know, when you look at these textbooks, all of these, they were not available before independence. The education system was mostly in Russian. Even when it was in Ukrainian, it was the Russian view of Ukraine, the Russian view of history, which we know did not give Ukraine any independent existence. So this is a really important. It's an important symbol. I also have when that attack happened, I went and looked at some of my books. I have an absolutely beautiful children's book of fairy tales that was published that it was printed in Kharkiv in that publishing house. So it wasn't only textbooks, also just the Ukrainian children books. Some of them are really works of art. And this is what the Russians were going after, and they're not going to succeed. And thanks to USAID, they're getting a big boost in the right direction. Over to you, Ben.
You know, Robin, I don't know. Are you a morning person?
Yeah, I grew up in the country. I can't stay in bed in the morning even if I want to.
Well, that's good. That's good because yeah, this goes to something you can do when most people are asleep or until they've had breakfast, which is if you go out in the morning, you can see these kids going to school. And so like this is another example of like we think it's like we talk about, and it's very important that there are textbooks, but there are kids going to school in the morning, there are people going to work, there are there's the streetcar, the trolleys that are running. And I think it'd be really interesting for you because not everybody gets to see the morning, like basically a city wake up or a town wake up. But when you do, you really get a sense of everyday life that is, of daily activities. And I highly recommend, since you do wake up early, to go out and basically check out how the town awakes. And it's a perspective that will really make it very clear that many people are just living their daily life, going to school, going to work, doing what they can during this time. So
Thanks, Ben. That's I had already said to myself the schedule of the day starts at 8 o'clock. With the language program. So I already said to myself, I think I'll get up. I'll get out by 7 o'clock to have a nice walk in the morning before I end up sitting all day studying. But this hadn't occurred to me. This reminds me of, and I'm going to go off on a little tangent since I'm the co-host. Once when my kids were little, we went to Israel for a couple of weeks, and we rented a part of an apartment in Bayit Vagan, which is a beautiful area in Jerusalem. And Miriam and I woke up, and we still had jet lag, so we woke up about it must have been 3-4 o'clock in the morning. We both made cups of coffee, and we sat out on the porch. Because in Israel, every apartment has multiple porches. It's just wonderful. And we sat there and we watched Jerusalem wake up. It was absolutely magical because we were sitting there, and you don't think that there's wind that blows through the trees in Jerusalem during the day because there's so much traffic. But we were sitting there and hearing the wind whistle through the trees, very light, but just whistling through the trees, and everything else was quiet. And after a while, one of those little putt trucks, delivery trucks, came through and it was delivering the bread to the local makol, the local bodega, whatever, small store across the street. Then a little bit later, we saw men getting up to go to synagogue in the morning, and slowly, slowly, the first public bus came through, and then more people walking and kids going to school. It was absolutely magical to see, as you're saying, to see the city wake up in the morning. So I'm definitely going to try to get it very early this one morning and do that. Then thank you. I wouldn't have thought of it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alan.
Yes, Robin is a morning person. It's because she can't sleep. I get that. Ben, go ahead.
So and then you can get it on. You can do all of this as you go for your first morning cup of coffee, which you've gotten plenty of suggestions. But if you want pour over. Actually, Ukraine has a coffee culture, which is very interesting. There is really some really good coffee in Ukraine, and but not a lot of places that you can get pour over. You'll find out all about coffee, I'm sure, because you like coffee. But one place you can get pour over coffee if you care for it is Credens. It's a chain, and there are a few of them. I don't know if chain is the right word, um, but it in city center, and that would be a good place to get a coffee in the morning, and to on your way there from where you're staying, which is probably not far. Depends on how what you consider walking. Uh, would be just a lovely morning.
I'm a serious coffee addict, so I've got you beat. I have a silicon uh, coffee cone that you can pack flat, and 40 coffee filters, a pound of coffee, and a travel mug, all packed in my suitcase already. But after I have my first large cup of Colombian, then I will head out and look for a place to get additional cups. But I didn't want to. I figured it would cost probably the would be a large part of the national debt to cover as much coffee as I drink in a day. So I'm taking, and the place I'm staying fortunately has refrigerators, so I'll get myself a little thing of milk, and we'll start the day that way. But then I will head for some coffee at a cafe because I love cafe culture. Thanks.
What, Ben? No pour over coffee? Come on, Ben, go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you want pour over, if you want espresso, you can get that, Alan. I don't know what your drug of choice is. Uh, but the other thing is that the supermarkets, you don't need to take too much food with you or any at all, because the supermarkets are really well stocked. Even in the East, they're really well stocked. Uh, it's pretty much sort of like a weird kind of war that way. Um, that you'll see crossing the border there's always trucks going in both directions, long lines sometimes, and there's plenty of food, and strangely, in Ukraine there's a lot of sweets, in my book, and they're really great pastries as good as you'd find in Paris, and a lot of it very common in shopping malls and shops. You mentioned chocolate. There's plenty of that. There's plenty of coffee beans you can buy, or ground coffee or whatever it is. Instant coffee there is pretty good, actually. The European instant coffees are better than the American instant coffees, although the Starbucks instant coffee is getting up there. I'm not a Starbucks fan, but their instant coffee isn't bad if you need it. Um, so it, it's not my first choice, but it is a choice. Um, so whatever you have, whatever you pack for coffee is just fine, but you're not going to run dry for sure.
Oh no, that I knew. But what I'm worried about is by the time I hit Lviv, I will be down a quart. I'm sure. And I don't want to have to be finding a store when I'm going into caffeine withdrawal. That's the only reason I'm bringing it, because I know Lviv especially has a wonderful variety of coffee easily available. I just want to say one thing. I thought that was funny. My Ukrainian teacher, who's a very proud Lvivian, uh, I said once, I hear people say that Lviv is the Paris of Ukraine. And she said, no, that's wrong. She said, Paris is the Lviv of France. So I like that. Have to have perspective.
Robin, I'm interested to know, and maybe some listeners here are interested to know as well, what was the most daunting preparation you had to make for this upcoming travel? Was it travel insurance? Was it connections to get you across the border into Ukraine? What did you find the most problematic, and how did you solve those problems?
Excellent question. I have not had a lot of problems making connections because I have some dear friends who have helped me figure out, have more than figured it out, who have arranged for me to get into Lviv with no no muss fuss and bother. I'm very, very grateful. And in fact, in terms of being in Ukraine, the amount of the amount of help that I've gotten, the amount of people insisting on doing things to make it easier for me. It's just I'm absolutely blown away by a lot of different people. So I mean, I can't. It's going to be an adventure getting there, I'm sure, because travel is always like that. But I really, I mean, honestly, the hardest thing for me, because I didn't have to worry about the big things, was how to decide what clothes to pack, because I haven't traveled in a long time, and I had to decide what things to bring, because if you're not used to traveling, it's hard to know ahead of time, of all the myriad of things you have in your home that you use, what you're not going to mind doing with that, and what's going to really be a problem. But I really, I don't, I it's been extremely easy, all of it, because of the help I've gotten from some wonderful, wonderful people. Back to you, Alan.
Including beneficial, I think. Ben, go ahead.
I don't want to take credit for anything. When I'm asked a question, I give an answer, really. But Robin's asked a few questions. She did ask me some fashion questions, like what to wear, and I told her she's asking the wrong person. If you know me, I'm pretty much in t-shirts most of the time, and
As am I.
I recommended that if she didn't believe me, she should ask my daughter about my lack of fashion sense. So I don't know how helpful I've been, but I try.
Actually, Ben has been. I'm not gonna out him, but Ben has been so incredibly helpful to me in making connections or whatever. I'll let him say if he wants to, but I really, more than I could ever possibly expect. It's been just wonderful. But in terms of the fashion sense, it wouldn't have done me any good to speak to somebody who has a fashion sense, because especially since I've retired, I wear skirts and t-shirts. That's what I wear, and I have a million of them. And I have most of the t-shirts I wear now have catchy pro-Ukraine slogans on them. And Ben helped me by sending me a picture of what people look like walking around Lviv, which was a lot more use than having somebody with excellent fashion sense trying to tell me what to wear, because I don't have any clothes like that anyway. So it was, Ben, you gave me what I needed. I really appreciate it, from one t-shirt wearer to another.
Yeah,
Ben may wear t-shirts mostly, but he has a great color sense. He knows what colors suit him. This is based on me seeing one t-shirt that Ben sported.
oh, I don't know what to make of that, Alan. But thank you.
Well, we all looked very snappy that evening, Alan, you have to admit.
Well, I didn't, but you and Ben did.
Oh well, I think you always look very good. You look even better than your picture. And as far as helping out, I will say, this is one aspect. Some of the things I'm saying is because I think it might be interesting to people who are listening to know what's different about going into Ukraine during wartime than it is going to, a trip to Paris, the other Lviv. And one of the things that I found when I first went to Ukraine, which was during, right after the full-scale invasion, it was about April, February, March, April of 2022, was I had hooked up with a few people, make some connections with a few people before I got there, which really made things possible. I mean, and that's why when Robin asked me, for some advice and like to hook her up with a couple of people or things or whatever, I know what a difference it makes, because it is not anything like a trip to London, where you get on a plane and you just, you get on a plane and then you can take the tube or the taxi and walk around and see what's going on. It really helps to have a little bit of a connection and a small circle, if that's what it is, of people that, and you have the university people too, Robin, that make things possible, because at first it's like really impossible. And I'll tell you one of the things that, at first it's really kind of impossible, and you have to make a network of your own, of people, because people don't necessarily want to associate with you. It's a wartime, and who the hell are you? Why are you here? Kind of thing. Eventually you develop a circle of trusted people who you trust and they trust you. But at first there are a lot of closed doors, and it really helps to have a few helping hands to open some doors and just like help you understand what where you are. I mean, very small things like how to get a SIM card, or what to, just, I won't even go into a whole list of things, but just to be able to orient yourself and navigate, because the doors will be closed, and you do end up with your own circle. It can be very lonely, and if you're just like, take it like a European vacation sort of thing, eventually you may get through. But I'll tell you, when I first went there, I needed body armor. I mean, Robin, you don't need body armor, but I needed body armor. And and there's a manufacturer in the United States that I called. And at that time, it was very hard to get body armor at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, because there was a shortage basically around the world. Ukraine was just was needing all the body armor that anybody had. And if you needed some, it was really, really hard to get. I'm talking like the kind that you need, like level 4. And the same was for tourniquets. The same, now you can get anything really, because like the supply chain has been able to provide. And so I was talking to this guy, and then I went to Ukraine, came back a few times, went back, and I talked to the guy again, this supplier, this manufacturer body armor, and he said, he said, wow, you've been able to make a film. He said, I can't tell you how many people I've sold armor to, filmmakers, who they come back with no footage. No one will talk to them. And I was very lucky, because you have to make your luck too. But I was able to have enough connections going into the country and in the country that doors were open. And I think that, so Alan, to answer your question, so when I heard that Robin was going to go, I don't know what I've done really, but I do know a few people. I think many people here know a few people, but I just extended my hand. So
Yeah, thanks, Ben. It was very much appreciated. It has made a difference. And I must say, in terms of connections, I have made connections with several people, several of our listeners, who I will be able to see while I'm in Ukraine, and several others who I'm hoping I'll be able to see who aren't in Lviv, but hopefully we'll meet up. And I think those of us who co-host all the time, we forget sometimes what a special community we have. we have people who really, really look out for each other and care for each other, even though, like Alan and Ben and I had never met each other in person until about a month ago. And I certainly felt, I felt that Alan was a good friend of mine long before I ever met him in person. This is a very unusual thing. James, also Dan, TK, Will, you know, and Tracy. I see here. Who do I see? Linda, Prince. This is it. This is a very unusual thing, and I'm so grateful to have this circle of friends. Many of whom I've been getting the whole time we've been on. I've been getting messages in Twitter and in DMs from some other of our listeners with good wishes and with very sage advice. Um, so I think being connected with Maria Report is going to make it just a little bit easier because of all the people I've made connections with too. And I'd also have to say, one of the things I respect a lot about Ukrainians is the fact that they are um, they don't they don't vomit their emotions all over everyone and their private thoughts. Americans tend to do that with everyone and anyone. In fact, I know one Ukrainian fellow who said he's had a lot of trouble making friends in the States because he can't tell who's really his friend or who's not, because everybody acts like they're good friends, but it's not anything more than just a way of behaving. So I understand what you're saying, Ben, about making true connections with people. But certainly from the few Ukrainians I know already, that people I feel very close to, and I know are once you've made that connection, it's a very special thing. So this is part of the Ukrainian personality that I really value. Thanks. Back to you, Alan.
Yeah, Robin, what is so impressive to me is that among the Maria Report co-hosts, you will be one of the few who have visited Ukraine, something I've wanted to do, haven't been able to do it. Scott's been to Ukraine. Of course, Tim has been to Ukraine. Tim, over a year ago, conducted that wonderful interview on the train with Alexandra Commission. Now you're going to Ukraine. This is part of the value of Maria Report. Not only do we have co-hosts visiting Ukraine and learning firsthand what is at stake in Ukraine and encountering Ukrainian culture, daily lives. But the other thing that's important, of course, is you're going to meet people who have spoken here on Maria Report, who are Ukrainian, who give us the details of their everyday lives in Ukraine. You're going to sit and have coffee with them. You're going to have conversation with them. You'll be on a sidewalk cafe in Lviv or some other city in Ukraine. This is so valuable. And it's one of the extraordinary things about Maria Report, one of the extraordinary features here. So many people here at Maria Report have either been in Ukraine and also on the front lines, I might mention, like Ben, or they are Ukrainians who come here to Maria Report to give us an idea of what it's like to live right now in Ukraine. Robin?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to mention, Tracy is going to be going in August, volunteering for a month, half of the time in Lviv and half of the time in Kiev. And I bet we're going to get more co-hosts going pretty soon. Also, I'd like to mention one person we shouldn't forget is Language Learner, who's been in Ukraine training frontline medics in advanced techniques. So, in fact, I have to see if I haven't been in touch with him about where he's going to be. I'd love to hook up with him also. Anyway, but yeah, and I hope I know there are other people are working on the Ukrainian also, so I bet there are going to be some more people from our group who will be heading in the next few years. And Alan, my second trip, I expect you to come with me. Thank you.
I expect I will be there with you, Robin. And don't delay that second trip by any means. If the only thing I can say when I enter Ukraine is say Buddha Dobre, that might be enough for me, but I depend on you to help me more. To James and to Ben.
Don't forget Ryan, who left his job because he recalled the story for us of how, he talked to his boss about his kind of waning interest in the business and his distraction because of the war. And he ended up leaving that job and going to Ukraine. And I think it was a partial separation. He didn't quit, I don't think, but he went there and he drove trucks. And so we would get calls from him occasionally, and he'd tell us how things are going. It wasn't a full-time thing. It wasn't forever, but he was there for a long time, and I think he's gone back at least once. So
Yeah, I believe
yeah.
he's there still now. Yeah.
Is he still okay? Yeah, I don't know if he did it more full time, but I think you have travel requirements. You have to go back occasionally, but yeah, I think he is doing it still as well. I wasn't sure though. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear from him every once in a while. I haven't in the last couple of months, but the last I knew, he was still in Ukraine and doing that pretty much full time. Pretty amazing. Back to you, Ben.
The couple of things. One is I forget the number of days, but there is some limit to the number of days that a non-citizen can stay in Ukraine without having left Ukraine, whatever it is. I forget exactly what it is.
180.
All right, then I'm not good at remembering these things. But so if you're there long enough, in my case, I had to leave. I left, and then you can get a waiver, but it's just not even worth the bother. I left and then went back in. So there are people who do that because you have to think about how many days do I have left, kind of thing. I will say about MriyaReport and Ukraine and Twitter. For a lot of people in Ukraine, the main social media is Telegram, and pretty much everybody in Ukraine is on Telegram. And it operates differently if you've never used Telegram. It's a lot different in a lot of ways how it functions, but it's how people get informed in a major way. And so so for some people who've been on MriyaReport, we are Twitter to them. So like if you say MriyaReport, so some people don't know what it is, but if you say on Twitter, then for some people it's MriyaReport. And one example of that is we had a guest on a couple weeks ago, and I met him actually the day after in person, the day after he was on MriyaReport. He's Ukrainian. And I said, "Well, I heard you. I said, I'm so glad to meet you. I listened to you on MriyaReport yesterday." He said, "MriyaReport." I said, "Twitter." He said, "Oh yeah, Twitter. I was on Twitter." And so for some people, we are all of Twitter to them, sort of thing. And don't tell everybody else on Twitter in their spaces. But it's certainly not widespread, but it's how some people relate to us. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Good to know.
Robin, one of the stories today I've been trying to follow up and understand sufficiently is this report of the $1.6 billion that are headed to Ukraine, dispersed by the European Union, and it is revenue from the immobilized Russian assets. 90% of this $1.6 billion will be available for purchase of defense and military equipment. 10% will go towards reconstruction and humanitarian efforts. What confused me was, is this a part of the $50 billion loan that the United States encouraged and achieved G7 agreement on just earlier this month in Italy? It seems that this $1.6 billion is separate from that $50 billion loan. This is $1.6 billion that the EU is dispersing by bypassing Hungary's intended veto of it. So this is good news for Ukraine. $1.6 billion now, not a part of the $50 billion loan approved by the G7, also backed up by the $300 billion of frozen Russian assets around the world. This is a separate track of money for Ukraine, and additional and more than $1 billion from this separate track will be headed to Ukraine early in 2025, perhaps even sooner. So this is something I've been following throughout the day, had reported imperfectly about it, and hopefully I've corrected my mistakes, because it was a confusing addition of funds for Ukraine that I didn't fully understand, Robin.
Yeah, I was confused about it too. What I understood in the end was part of why it was confusing was because some very smart people figured out a way to how to get around Hungary. Because Hungary is still blocking a much larger amount of money that the EU was trying to transfer to Ukraine, but they managed to get this. I don't remember exactly what they did, but I think Axel was talking about something similar earlier in the day, where that time where Schultz, Olaf Schultz, said to Orban, I think you need to step out of the room for a few minutes. I think you need to go take a walk or whatever. And they voted in something else. Maybe it was the beginning of the EU consideration for Ukraine. I'm not sure, but the point was that they managed to sidestep Hungary in order to get this past them. And so now at this point, they structured it differently. Hungary doesn't have a veto because it doesn't need to be a unanimous vote the way they structured this. Hopefully they'll be able to go back and do this with other things too, as long as Hungary remains under the same government. But as I understood it, why it was a little bit complicated to understand was because it took some creative thoughts, creative finance to figure out how to get this thing past Hungary's attempt to veto it.
Well, once again, it demonstrates that the EU, minus Viktor Orban and Fico, are fully in support of Ukraine, finding ways to deliver that support. It's interesting, Robin. I think my attention is possibly more focused on the election in France, the election in the United Kingdom upcoming, than my focus is on the American elections this November. Macron really rolled the dice by calling a snap election after losing to right-wing parties in the EU elections held earlier. He made his decision almost instantaneously within 48 or 72 hours of seeing the results in France. Absolutely shocked me. This is total Macron. It's Macron in full. You cross me, I'll roll the dice. It scares me a bit in France, Robin, because France has been under Macron, such a leader recently in support of Ukraine, training Ukrainian pilots now on Mirage jets, delivering military equipment, and promising deployment of French soldiers in training roles inside Ukraine. I'm fearful, frankly.
No, I know what you mean. It's there have been a number of European elections that have worried all of us. I was never as involved and never knew as much about what goes on in European countries in terms of the elections in Holland recently and the Netherlands were quite concerning. When Boris Johnson was voted out, there was a worry about whether the next prime minister would be as pro-Ukraine as he was. Fortunately, he was. What's going on in Germany now with the resurgence of the gathering strength of the AfD, of that extreme right-wing party. Yeah, it's, if nothing else, it's giving us an education. Fortunately, so far, most of the major countries, with the exception of Slovakia and Hungary, the elections have not had a negative impact on support for Ukraine. So that is at least good. We just hope for some more. But Macron is he's a very brave man. I mean, he sort of throws the cheesing surrender monkey approach to the French in the which was never really true anyway. But certainly it's hard to continue to characterize the French that way these days. Back to you, Alan.
And on to James, please.
Hey, no, about Le Pen and a lot of the other people in Europe that are running against really solid supporters of Ukraine. These incumbents, Macron included, are getting hit a lot on the economic side. And I just think it's so essential that people come to understand that Putin has been using this war, amongst other things. Of course, he wants the land, but he waited for Biden because it would wreck the economy, so he thought. Joe Biden has really, when he decided to use the strategic oil reserve, I mean, that made a huge difference, and other actions as well. So it has not affected the American economy as much. But in Europe, there has been a lot of, financial problems for some people, and that is playing really well. So it's important to remind people that the only reason this happened on, Macron's watch was the war and Putin aiming to do this. And the only way to defeat this in the future is to defeat Putin and Russia. It really is. Otherwise, there'll be more of this. The war will keep going longer. And I just don't know how to say it better than, Putin never Trump never protected America from Putin, but Putin protected Trump from, inflation and war. So, and I think that's why he didn't do anything sooner. You might have thought, well, there's his buddy there in the White House. He's gonna, but no, he got him ensconced, and he's able now to tear up another election, and that's what he wants more than anything. Putin, that is. Anyways.
Well, it's exactly what Putin wants. Putin wants to divide and introduce dissension anywhere he possibly can, whether it's in the United States or in Moldova, in France or in the United Kingdom, anywhere there are democratic events going on, elections. Forget the big encompassing term events. Anywhere democracy is in practice, Putin is going to try to interrupt it and degrade it, divide it, and call it into doubt. This is Putin in full interrupting democratic procedures all around the world, where they are strong in the United States and in the EU, where they are weak in Africa. It makes no difference to Vladimir Putin. He believes he can destroy democracy in any number of ways, through disinformation, through propaganda, through active active interdictions inside democracies, including inside the United States. Prince, welcome. Go ahead.
Hello. How are you? I'm not, I don't have my co-host voice yet. I'm just kidding.
You sound so mellow. Is this soft rock 99 FM?
This is Soft Rock 95 FM. Yeah, there you go. No, I actually came up to really sort of distract, and I saw the opportunity, so I'm taking it now, even before my co-host segment. A couple of weeks ago, I had a mysterious notification that I had a package being shipped to me from Lviv, or from Ukraine, and I was like, "That's weird. I didn't order anything." It's like, I wonder what on earth. Well, it arrived today, and I put it up in the nest. And maybe I just wanted to say thank you. We have amazing listeners, and some I have gotten to know better than others. I do say that. But this is the most. This is absolutely stunning and absolutely beautiful. And I put a picture of it up in the nest. I own a Vishivanka now, and I thank you so much, Queen Dan, the Martha Man. I am. Yeah, it's just amazing. That's sort of kind of speechless, really. And I can't afford to be, well, I could afford to be speechless, I suppose, because I'm co-hosting with Will. And
Stop it.
She speaks the truth, that's all.
No, now he's gonna get broken, and I can't afford for him to be broken today. Yeah, so anyway, so I wanted to say thank you, and I should send you, they have a beautiful Etsy shop. I wonder if they have an in Lviv shop, because it is, I believe, from Lviv. So I'll have to find that and send it to you, Robin, and see if you can track them down, see if they're in Lviv.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, Dan. It is absolutely stunning. It's not only was a wonderful present to give to Prince Heather, but you really have very good taste on top of it all. So, good job.
Of course he does. Have you seen the way he is dressed? I have seen the
No,
way
I haven't. I want to
Happy
see
birthday, you're
pictures,
worth
Dan.
it.
Thank you so much, Dan. I love you. I will send you the picture that I have. I think I have it, of Dan, how he was dressed for on February 24th. The man looked like he was going to he was going to, like, I don't know, a black tie fair, where I call in the middle of that, and I do need to go. Actually, I'm sorry.
Prince spends her life with her ear attached to a telephone, I'm afraid. But Dan, seriously, Prince is a wonderful person, and you really, it's such a nice thing you did for her, and it's beautiful. Seriously. Anyway, back to you, Alan.
Robin, are you available for orders from Ukraine? Can I ask you to find me a Vishivanka? I mean, you know what size I am. You know what my colors would be, right?
Well, we can talk. I have quite a list of things different things I'm picking up for people, mostly books and Vishivankas. But yes, we'll talk, Alan. Absolutely. I have to find, since I have to find several Vishivankas already, finding a few more is not going to be that much more of an issue. So, but I can't say I can't get hundreds, folks, but I do have a few already that I have been asked to organize. So we'll talk then.
Wait, Robin, you're not bringing an empty suitcase?
Well, I am planning on giving at least a month's salary to Mies to ship everything back, because I would rather give it to a nice Ukrainian shipping company than to pay overcharges for Lufthansa, much as I love Lufthansa. Anyway.
Ben, go ahead.
So I have two items. One is Robin. Do not pay whatever price it is that people want to sell you a Vishivanka for. We have some friends, you know one of them, and when you want to buy a few of them, you said you're a sucker. You'll just give them whatever price, a friar, as they say in Israel. You'll pay whatever price they say this shirt is worth. But there's no way that anybody in Ukraine would pay that price except you. So I suggest you. So I suggest if you want to get a few of them, that gives you some negotiating leverage. And since probably you are not the best person to represent yourself, there's somebody that I know that you'll know that you should go shopping with for those Vishivankas, and you'll get I assure you, a much better price. Maybe even a number of them would be. You might even consider would come for free, considering the price you would pay. So, and that's true for almost
Well,
everything.
yeah, no, but Ben is absolutely right. When I was in Israel, I practically had a sign on my back saying, "Take advantage of me," because I absolutely can't. I was not raised to bargain. But yes, I will. Is this the friend who I'm bringing the matching set of F-16s to?
Yeah, you bring him an F-16. Robin asks, what can she bring to somebody in Ukraine, to this guy I know who's going to help her out,
Who's been very helpful.
and he, she wants to bring a gift, and so he said, bring me an F-16.
Ben, you absolutely may not tell him this, but I got him two F-16s.
Oh, you did?
They're only about 6 inches long, but I've got he's getting two F-16s.
Hopefully those won't be the only F-16s Ukraine gets this year.
Better not be.
Then but for Dan, I have a question for Dan. That Vishivanka is beautiful, Vishivanka. And I've noticed that maybe it's a pure coincidence, but some of the design that Vishivanka it looks like something that's in the crown of Prince Heather's avatar. Was there any inspiration there?
I don't think so. No. But it was made in Ukraine. But no, I don't think so.
Then it's a happy coincidence, because it has those same the same shape of gems in the crown as they do in the geometry of the Vishivanka. So you probably got her something she really will really can call her own. It must be subliminal.
It's more of a summer one, I think, because the sleeves are shorter. But I liked it because it had the trident on it. But it's all hand done. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yep,
Yeah.
loud and clear, Dan.
My
if
plugs are starting
anyone
to go.
if anyone can wield a trident, it's Prince.
Yeah, sure. I love the trident. I'm still trying to get my other ones made for my times. I just wanted to mention, Ben, you're so lucky you're not my husband. I run into this all the time. I come from not a lot of money, but my mother knew how to squeeze a dollar. And she had my father fooled. She never bought anything off the rack. She would always hit the designer boutiques just as the end of the season, and she knew how to bargain. But If you asked her how much that cost, she said, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. Now, I understand everybody's looking to save money, but with me, I figure it's not mine. And I try when I go shopping anywhere, if it's something I need, I make sure it's something of value, and then I can stimulate. I tell my husband, shut up. I'm stimulating the economy because it's not mine to begin with. So that's how I feel about money. But as far as dressing, Prince, that was my casual wear. So thank you for the compliment, though. Yeah, I don't go out of the house usually like anything less than that. That's the way I am. My mother raised me right, and she taught me how to shop designer, but that's the way I was raised. But anyways, yeah, money isn't mine. Try to make it go in circles and stimulate the economy.
Well, Dan, that's a really good idea. I mean, I'm not getting taken advantage of. I'm going to be stimulating the Ukrainian economy big time.
Well, Robin, I think you are about to go to Ukraine and give them a surplus. Be careful. But if you can get me 2 Vishivankas, go for it.
Well, I read this article with my friend Ilya a while ago that it was about Vishivanka Day when it was first. I think it was in Chernihiv. It was first. It was actually quite recently that it was started, but it was a little article about traditionally that wealthy women, when they were married, they had something like 300 Vishivankas. The poor women only had about 100, which I thought was really rather amazing. But I guess Vishivankas were everyday clothing in those days. Anyway, but I don't think I'm going to outfit you like a Ukrainian woman.
Just outfit me like a Ukrainian. That's all I ask. I don't even know if I'd look good in a Vishivanka. I guess I would.
Yes, you would.
Yes.
No question.
I would? Oh, well, wow. Thank you.
Well, I think you'd look good in most anything, Alan. So that's, that's an easy call.
Oh, thank you twice. Robin, I do think we need to take an opportunity here to call listeners' attention to the first 4 tweets in the nest. It's because there is a donor match ongoing. That means every listener here who taps on the first or 4th tweet in the nest goes to the donation page of MriyaReport.org, makes a contribution, whether it's $5 or $10, $50 or $100, your contribution will be matched dollar for dollar. It's so important for you to do that tonight. We have to reach this goal. It's been a little slow, but with your encouragement as a generous donor, I'm sure we can make it by the end of this week. If you want to know why it's so important, take a look at tweets number 2 and number 3 in the nest. These are stories about what Ukraine is doing to locate Russian mines and what happens if they're not located. So support the Ukrainian deminers at work every single day across acres and acres of previously occupied Ukrainian land, finding mines, defusing mines, saving Ukrainian lives. Your contribution tonight will make a difference. It will save Ukrainian lives. It will save the lives of children, of farmers, of ordinary Ukrainians, wherever they live in previously occupied Ukraine. Welcome, Nancy, and then back to Dan. Nancy, go ahead, please.
Hey, Alan. Hey, Robin. I am so excited, Robin, to hear you're heading to Ukraine. I just, send pictures, give updates, drop your thoughts into any type of format you want, because that is just awesome. But one of the things that you said earlier that really has stuck with me is about US aid being the one to assist in getting books for Ukrainian school children this year, because of their biggest printing house being hit. And my family was a family of printers before I went kind of white collar on them, I guess. So the printing industry and what it takes to make books and things like that is near and dear to my heart. And the one thing also that struck me about USAID being the organization that jumped in to help fill that gap is, remember when we were fighting for the United States aid bill, and there was all the back and forth about whether, oh, maybe we should just provide military aid because other nations can cover humanitarian aid. This is a category of humanitarian aid that USAID provides. And I am proud to think that our efforts to get both parts of the aid package passed means that part of our US tax dollars now will go to those kids' books in Ukrainian to further their educations when Russia tried to destroy that. And I'm just so glad to hear that update, Robin, because I hadn't heard it before, and it means so much to me because of how important their ability to keep learning and keep doing and keep being Ukrainian is. And so I just wanted to thank you for sharing that story and to remind people that that is a category of humanitarian aid. So it's not just all, giving food or things like that. It is continuing the cultural education of a society who's facing genocide in the face. And that is invaluable. And it's something that I want to remember when the next fight comes. And it's something that I want to call my representative and remind him of why that humanitarian aid is just as important, because we are making a difference and we are helping protect and shield the next generation that Russia is trying to genocide. So thank you for sharing that info and have a wonderful trip.
Thank you so much, Nancy. And that's a very good point. That is humanitarian aid. I wouldn't have thought to call it that, but that is in its way as important as any other kind of humanitarian aid. It's investment in Ukraine's future, very important investment. Education is educating children in their language, in their history and their traditions is not much that's more important than that in terms of education anyway. Dan, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. That touched my heart. I was gonna make a crack about something else, but I'll do that after. Yeah, the books that, every time I see books being burned or destroyed, that's like somebody dying to me. It bothers me. I was blessed with they had their issues, but I was blessed with parents who I was like 4 of 6, and I had a learning disability when I was young. They discovered in kindergarten and first grade that I was dyslexic. I was doing math backwards, reading backwards. They didn't have special ed back then. And my father was on the school committee and they would have none of it. So I was blessed because my piano teacher's daughter had a master's. My parents spent money and time, and I was blessed with a beautiful piano teacher. I'd go to her house and I'd spend time all summer long and every other day of the week with her when I wasn't doing piano, or doing tennis or whatever in the summer. I was always reading, and I was so blessed because my parents' diligence
I was doing college level speed reading by the time I was in 7th grade. And by the time I was in 3rd grade, I loved books. I ate them up ferociously. I ate them more than I did food. So yeah. So when books are burnt, that's, to me, it's as bad as a church burning down. That's historic. When ISIS destroyed that museum way back when, that really bothered me. But anyways, yeah. So thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, that is important. In passing, Robin, I will tell you my biggest wish of all, but I haven't seen them yet. If you come by a pair of boxers with tridents all over, I take a size medium. Thank you.
I will keep it in mind, Dan. considering how far out and fashion forward Ukrainian men are, I wouldn't hold your breath, but I will certainly keep an eye out.
Well, Dan, sizes run differently in the European Union. Maybe you need a large. I don't know.
I'm only 10 pounds more than I was in high school, Alan.
You know what? That's impressive. Me too. I can still fit into, well, I don't have any of those clothes anymore, but I'm better off than my father was trying to fit into his army uniform that my mother let out every single Memorial Day for years and years and years until there was nothing more to be let out.
So
James and
Oh,
Nancy,
oh,
please.
I just gotta jump in and be rowdy. I'm sorry, but Alan, I'm sure you had a Nehru jacket or something, didn't you?
A neighbor jacket? Okay, maybe I did.
I want to know if Dan still fits in his first wedding gown.
I got $20 for the picture of Alan in a safari suit.
Okay, send those 20. Crocodile Dundee, here I come. James, go ahead.
I know this is serious, but I'm going to say it anyways. Nancy, you sparked this. I don't know why, but your comments about writing and all got me thinking about Marcy Kaptur's address in Congress and her use of Taras Shevchenko's lines. The time is near when on Ukraine's plains a shackled folk will burst its chains. Blessed be your children in these lands by touch of your toiled, hardened hands. Then shall our day of hope arrive. Ukrainian glory shall revive. So take that spirit with you.
That's beautiful.
I love that, James. As we've mentioned before, tomorrow the United States will announce an additional $150 million military aid package to Ukraine. Don't have details yet about what will be included in this package, but obviously we expect additional 155 millimeter munitions. We might expect some more ATACMS. We might expect munitions of all kinds to be promised and delivered to Ukraine. Again, Robin, Will, Nancy, James, Ben, Dan, what strikes me about this announcement is a new consistency of supply from the United States to Ukraine, interrupted for 6 months by inaction in the US Congress, but now full supply to Ukraine coming week after week after week. This is exactly what Ukraine needs. It's exactly what Ukraine needs now to continue to defend itself throughout the summer. We've seen Russia attempt a summer counter assault on Ukrainian positions. It's failed northwest of Kharkiv, but Russia is also probing elsewhere on the zero line, and Ukraine continues to need everything it absolutely needs to win this war. Will Teal.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. And Alan, with regard to the long-term supply and these things fit together. It's like the roadmap to the future here was defined when finally that U.S. bill broke free, that 61 billion supplemental, because they immediately injected a large quantity of ammunition supply, particularly that made the difference in stopping the advances of Russia everywhere. And this agreement he signed, the bilateral agreement signed at the G7, sets the United States up to be able to provide Ukraine with whatever support it needs without a hesitation under the next president of the United States, as they finish this war and go into the future and join NATO. I mean, I've never felt better about the Ukraine's prospects for success and its future, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel here, than I have most recently in the lineup of, breaking that logjam in support, seeing the friendly competition that's now going on around Europe and the rest of the world to get there first ahead of the Americans, and the real contracts that have gone in place for really boring stuff like Rheinmetall's contract for something like $6 billion worth of 155 shells. Don't quote me on the number, but it was a whopping great big number. And that means there's going to be the boring ammunition in the pipeline now through the end of this war. I just don't see a problem where through the Czech initiative for shells, through the European build out, through the oncoming supply capabilities from the United States, it looks like we finally turned a bit of the corner on some of this supply issue. And now what we need to see is the carry through of, probably one more supplemental. The capability building that's going on in Ukraine is very impressive, but they still need to bridge the gap. And so we're going to need to see a lot of support, especially in obviously the things like the Air Force and a bunch of more armor. So, but for the American taxpayer, really, honestly, we're looking at the point here with the manner in which they've set up this funding guarantee using the proceeds from the frozen Russian assets, with a $50 billion loan guarantee. The good thing about that thing is it lets Ukraine decide and buy what it needs. So you won't get into a position where the United States accidentally provides too much, as America sometimes tends to do. Once America has decided to get involved in wars or sporting competitions or pretty much anything Americans do, you guys are annoying because you always bring everything, right? And sometimes it's a bit too much, right? But you have to err on the side of too much, and that's actually a good thing. But this facility to buy stuff by Ukraine and these targeted packages that the United States will probably set up with only one more supplemental after the president of the United States takes office again will mean that the United States commitment to saving Ukraine before it gets back on a paying basis might actually be something like $200 billion by the end of the thing. And compare that $200 billion incredible win to the money, the multiple trillions of dollars that have been poured down the experiments in Iraq and Afghanistan that failed. I think this is I see the light at the end of the tunnel here with the boring funding and things like that. Look, it's still not a certain thing. It's still the outcome is not achieved. And as I say, I think there probably does need to be one more significant supplemental from the United States under the next president to get us through the end of the place where we'll probably see some peace conferences, and with Russia in attendance. And obviously, Ukraine's going to need to rebuild, and it's going to need to build up its military deterrent as part of what everyone will need to maintain after Russia is expelled. But yeah, I feel pretty positive about the macro in this war right now when I'm hearing these developments, even though, boys, there are a lot of work to do on sanctions and supply particularly, and usage restrictions and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of own goals that are probably in the way for us here, but I feel quite good. And I think my feeling good about something, because I tend to be a bit of a detail freak and pessimist about some of these things. If you've heard me expound at length in a bit of a rant on here, that because I'm a bit of a detail freak about some of that stuff, if I feel good, that's probably why the Russians seem to be feeling so bad every day. It's 2 or 3 significant disinformation stories that we need to disassemble, but gives us stuff to do here on the radio. So yeah, I think you're probably taking off, Robin. I think this is your last shift, actually, and so really, do have a great trip. Don't take any of our advice. You're a big girl. You'll have a great time, and definitely do everything I wouldn't do. And that doesn't leave much,
I was
ladies.
just
So
gonna
get
say.
busy.
Oh, I think I'll try to do everything you would do, Will. That would be a lot more fun. Anyway, thank you so much. You guys are absolutely the best. I love the whole bunch of you. The day I stumbled onto Maria Report, I had no idea what a wonderful community this was going to make me a part of. So I thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alan, Ben, Nancy, James, Dan, TKD, Will, Tracy, I see, Prince, Linda. You guys are all wonderful, and I will try to be in touch as much as I can. I've written down all of your gift requests, so hopefully I'll manage to engineer those. And anyway, be in touch soon. Thank you very much. Love to you all. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava.
Thank you.
Herom Slava.
Thank you, Robin. Good travels. And what a lovely time here tonight. I don't give a damn that there are only 120 odd listeners here on Maria Report right now. What's important is that other listeners and co-hosts here, Tracy, Prince, Linda, I can't even go down the list. But safe travels. We'll talk to you soon from Ukraine. Remember, pack extra underwear. It's summertime. It gets sweaty out there, especially when you're traveling. So here on Maria Report, we raise money to make a difference in Ukraine. Right now, if you look at the second, third, fourth, and fifth tweets in the nest, you will find ways to make a difference yourself individually by making a contribution to Ukraine through Maria Report. What we're doing is raising funds to help deminers in Ukraine be fully equipped to carry out their mission, which is to find and defuse mines laid by Russians and found by Ukraine in liberated areas of Ukraine. So, you can see what happens when the mines are not found and diffused. These are potentially disturbing tweets, but You can also see what Ukraine is doing with ingenuity and innovation to deploy drones to find landmines laid by the Russians. I will say, watch that little video with the mine detecting drone. What you will see is high growth of grass. This conceals mines that the Russians have laid. This is why Ukraine needs these drones to find the mines. Once found, it's individual deminers themselves who must be deployed across the minefields. They need to be adequately equipped with multi tools, with ear protection and communication. Regarding the tool, it's like putting a scalpel in the hands of a skilled surgeon. You put this multi tool in the hands of a Ukrainian deminer, he or she can finish her job or his job swiftly, safely, and save Ukrainian lives. That's why I ask you with a great deal of urgency to please follow the links to the donation pages at MriyaReport.org. Understand there's a donor match going on right now. So if you give $5, it's really $10. You give $20, it's really $40. You give $40, it's really $80. Give what you can give, and your donation will be matched. In advance of your generosity, you have my gratitude, Prince's gratitude, Nancy's, Will's, Dan's, James, Ben's, talked back, and so many hundreds of individual Ukrainians. Prince, welcome. You know, I'm about to drop and probably say good night, Gracie.
Yes, I did hear that. And one of the things I forgot to ask Robin is if she has packed her easy borscht. Because she's not going to have access to her own borscht for a little while, and so easy borscht is always a good option. Nobody even knows how to answer that. Dang.
What the heck is
My mother said if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
What the heck is easy borscht?
Oh, Alan, you haven't heard the recipe yet? It's amazing. Easy borscht, so freaking easy and so freaking good. This is what you do. You open a can of beets, you dump it in a bowl, dollop of sour cream, easy borscht.
Did you say beans or beets?
Beets.
That's so different. It's still disgusting.
You open a can of beets, you put them in a bowl, dollop of sour cream, easy borscht. There you go.
No, not sour cream, Prince. Come on, smetana. Look, don't any of you go making easy borscht. There's nothing easy about making borscht. You take the tough way, you're going to have a delicious bowl of, I'm not going to call it soup, I'm going to call it a bowl of borscht. Prince, Will, Nancy, James, Robin, Ben.
Alan,
thank you.
But it is best cold.
Yeah.
I actually keep
Oh,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no,
I keep
no, 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 no.
cans of
Prince,
I keep
Prince,
I
stop.
keep,
Honestly, stop, Prince. If you say borscht is best cold, I'm going to find a way to mute you. Even though you cannot mute a co-host, I'll block you.
Oh, good luck.
I mean, cold. Come on, cold borscht. No, 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 no. I'm just going to speak over you.
Oh my goodness.
Beets. Look, I've tried both. Hot borscht is best, even when the temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. I don't care. you have a hot bowl of borscht, you feel cooler. Now, an end to this discussion, because Prince, you're not winning. Uh, I'm going to drop down. I'm going to say all of those things that I routinely say, plus one additional thing, thanks to Robin. Prince, good night, Gracie. Slava Ukraini. Say Buddha Dobre. Good night, everyone.
Haram Slava. Thanks, Alan.
It's Prince Heather. It is called the food that you talk about so often is called chunky beet gazpacho.
Easy borscht. Robin.
Yes, darling, I heard my name. I am getting right now a container of not easy borscht out of my refrigerator, and I'm going to heat it up with a little dollop of sour cream because I can't get smetana. Which, although I hear you, if you mix whipping cream and sour cream, it comes out sort of the same. But anyway, I'm going to have my not easy borscht. Thank you very much. Good night, dear.
And in a few days, you will have not easy borscht in Ukraine. So I know, exactly. I know that there are many people who are jealous of you, and I am so looking forward to this trip for you. Oh, I did actually hear something else tonight. I have to look and find out, and I don't know, but you know who else you need to keep an eye out for at Ukrainian Catholic University is Boris Guzniak. You could make me really jealous.
Is he going to be there?
I've heard that he is traveling in Ukraine, I believe. So yeah, I saw a story about him today, but I didn't take the time to look at it. Let me go check out his Facebook page and see, because he did post something there today, but I didn't take the time to read it.
Well, he's pretty distinctive. If I see him, I will definitely buttonhole him because I can actually say that I know Gina Christian.
You can, you can, and that would be absolutely fabulous. He would absolutely, I think, love that. So yeah, that would be great.
Thank you. Okay, now I really am going to drop down. I've got to get some sleep, but anyway, I'm sure I'll speak to you before I go. Love you, everybody. Bye, Slava Ukraini.
Haram Slava, I love you too.
Haram Slava.
It's absolutely fabulous. Geez. Yeah, so good evening, everybody, and good evening, Will. I hope that all is well with everybody and that you guys had a great time with Robin. I wish I could have listened to every moment, but I was not able to listen to every single moment. And but that's okay. It was a good good session with her, and I know that we are all going to miss Robin bigly. We will miss her big time, and it's very interesting, Nancy, to see you up here. It's good to see you. Of course, I guess I did see you a couple of nights ago, but that's a good thing. So
yeah, just had to stop in and wish Robin well on her travels.
There you go. So, all right. So, Will, how are you besides not in the co-host seat?
Fine, but who approved all this leave? I didn't see any of this come across my desk.
You ain't looking at the calendar, dude.
I always say that in my business. Hey, whenever leave comes up, hey, who approved all this leave? What is this stuff?
Well, I'll tell you exactly how it happens. I can tell you exactly how it happens. Is that exactly how it happens is this. people go and they put it on the calendar and just do it without asking for approval. I mean, that's the reality. That's how it ends up happening. Nobody asks, they just do it.
That's it. It's always better to ask forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. No doubt about that. So I'm going to start off with probably what I'll end with and what I'll touch on periodically through my session, the segment today, because there is a lot to talk about. But unfortunately, we've got to finish this donation thing strong, and we had to look at it. We're not doing quite as our progress has not been, I would call, satisfactory. So we wanted to move us along, and spoke to a few people. Got a donation match going for our demining effort, because look, I love the boring. If you're here with me on MriyaReport ever, the nuts and bolts of winning a war and winning the peace in the case of demining is boring, tedious, and it's going to take years, 10 years. Good friend of mine I met in Sakhalin, Russia in 2002, lives in the Gold Coast in Australia. Literally, it's the workers' paradise. There's gold over on the coast over there. It's called the Gold Coast. He was a sapper in the Australian Army, and I met him in 2002 in Sakhalin, and he had been working for like 10 years demining Cambodia after it became safe to do so after their civil war. So I think the Cambodian effort is totally 20 years. They're probably going to do 8 to 10. I think they can get that down to in Ukraine if the SES, the State Emergency Service, can get started early, and they can find and demine the areas as soon as they take them over, if they can do that. And in order to do that, they have to have a large cadre of folks, which obviously all get paid. It's the State Emergency Service. I don't think is a volunteer organization. I'm pretty sure during wartime they're all compensated. So they have a whole bunch of staff they have to pay for, and they can't afford to kit out everybody with everything they need to do the job. Now, it's essentially some of this stuff you say, well, it's kind of a want, Does everybody need hearing protection? Yeah, they do. Imagine, folks, going to work in the place where you live and not having enough hearing protection to go around. It's absurd. Usually there's 2 and 3 times the amount of hearing protection or life preservers or safety equipment around in the case of doing dangerous activities. And if you've ever even seen any of these big mine piles or mines, T-62 tank mines blow up, on video, how loud they are. So it's absolutely essential we help get these guys kitted out with stuff, because they're running short, because there's a war on, and they can't seem to get everybody everything they need. Like always, like the hospitals, like everything we do in the humanitarian space here. So if you have the opportunity to do so, maybe you just got paid. Maybe you're willing to skip a night out sometime in the next week or so. Maybe whatever it is. If you can pop over to MriyaReport.org or go to the first tweet in the nest and use the link, you'll get over there, and there's a big blue button in the corner, in the upper right-hand corner. Just smash that and make a donation of any size. Any size at all is going to be fine. And today it's going to be even better, because it's going to get doubled by the people we've spoke to that are generous donors, and they're gonna support the cause. And we're hoping to get somebody from the SES on in the remaining week to talk to us about the use of these things and what it's like to do an explosive ordnance job. It'd be a weird job to have, I mean, it's like those weird. It's not just like going to an office or whatever. It's probably lots of boredom, but every now and then get phenomenally exciting and dangerous. So we're trying to kit them out with fine American Leatherman tools, basically a multi-tool, and hearing protection, so that the large group of them that need to get started on this job so that they can finish it early can get going now. They're already demining 156,000 square kilometers of Ukraine they have available now to them that need to be assessed. identified and cleared of all unexploded ordnance and mines. So it's a big job. They're starting early because, like all investigations in the field, if you don't, the longer you go past 72 hours of knowing where something is at or doing an investigation on these things, it becomes more and more and more and more and more difficult to find mines and to find stuff. Find somebody that remembers where they put stuff. Be able to see the stuff as easily as you can visually going over it. Or sometimes now they're using these robots with ground penetrating radar, the drones with ground penetrating radar, with thermal, as we talked about, using temporal analysis of thermal drones, which we've provided in the before. There is a lot of ways to speed up this work, but at the end of the day, once they find those mines, somebody's got to go out there and do the do to make sure they don't blow up and remove them and then dispose of them. So that's what we're trying to help out. It's a really worthy cause. I would say equal to the life-saving work we did raising money for the power generations in Kharkiv. That I'm sure there is no end of these things, no end of worthy causes, but this cause is as worthy as any we've done. And if you can provide a donation, we'd really, really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for doing that. We hope to get somebody from the SES in here and more people to talk to us about the tool and what these things that we're giving them mean to them as people that do the work and want to go home and have hearing, be able to talk to their grandkids when they're 30 years from now. So if you can help us out, please do. And we'll talk now about some of the major important stories of the day. I'm sure Prince has got stuff queued up for us like she normally does. Prince?
Unfortunately, no. I spent most of the day on the phone today for different and various important things that needed attention. And so I have gone through a few things that I've been able to come up with to say, hey, Will, did you read about this and hear about this? And what do you think about this? And so, yeah, that is so I've got some of those kinds of things, which aren't necessarily bad things. And yeah, so those are some of the kinds of things that I have on my list. And unfortunately, there's not a ton of them, but there are some of them. And just the awesome Vishivanka that Dan sent me, which just sort of blew me over today.
Yeah, you are one lucky girl. That is a good looking shirt.
Yeah, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Thank you again. It just blew me away. So anyway, so a little something.
Agreed. Hey, Dan said something. Dan said something I didn't get an opportunity to comment before too. That really struck me. That the issue about books. That I grew up with a mother that. I learned how to read before I went to school because I had brothers and sisters, and then I learned how to love to read from my mom, and I read hand-me-down books from her, which probably scarred me for life as a young kid. But what I mean is a real appreciation of the knowledge and things, culture you can get from learning. There is literally no worse sign for me of intent to genocide than going through libraries and burning Ukrainian poetry, Ukrainian books, Ukrainian language. To me, explain to me how somebody can be burning books and justify that in relation to any war. A war against an idea like that is just crazy and foolish. And that struck with me when he said that before. You don't need to show anybody anything in this war worse than that. And it's not violent. It's not when you think of genocide, you think of the things that were done to the Jews in the Holocaust. But to me, it always strikes me that when I see that them throwing books out of buildings, out of libraries, into funeral pyres of ideas, that's always a strike. One of the most striking images to me, and is no worse sign of intent to eliminate, an eliminationist strategy, than burning somebody's books. I don't reckon. Well, other than killing the people themselves, And
Yeah.
Prince, you know a lot about that because you
Well,
talk about genocide every Friday.
yeah, we do. And there are several different things that come to mind. And actually, one of our kind listeners sent me something today that I had not had the opportunity to see, and I just actually had the opportunity to look at it a few minutes ago, and it is looks like a press release from the White House. I don't know if that's what Dan brought up or not, but this is an important one. I mean, think about how many of the educational institutions in Ukraine have been damaged or destroyed, and that is huge, right? And then you think about the burning the books, emptying the libraries, you know, on and on and on and on and on. And then you think about the print shop that got attacked and destroyed, right? So all of these things add up to really a textbook issue. It's a I mean, it's really the possibility of a textbook crisis in Ukraine for next year, for next school year. You know, maybe even there was for this school year, but we didn't hear the Ukrainians complain. They made things work, didn't they? But this here from the White House, and it was dated today for immediate release. Statement from the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan announcing support for Ukrainian children's education following Russian attacks. Russia is waging war not just against Ukrainian military, but also against Ukrainian people. On May 23rd, 2024, the Russian strike destroyed the printing Faktar Drunk printing house in Kharkiv, one of the largest printing houses in Europe. This is part of Russia's ongoing destruction of printing houses in Kharkiv and elsewhere in Ukraine. Kharkiv's printing houses produce a significant percentage of all books in Ukraine, including textbooks for Ukrainian children. By striking these printing houses, Russia is attacking Ukraine's education system. We will not let Russia succeed. Today, we are announcing the United States government through USAID is providing assistance to print more than 3 million textbooks for Ukrainian elementary school students ahead of this school year. These textbooks will be produced in Ukraine and delivered to more than 12,000 schools across the country. Our message is clear. We will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people as they defend against Russia's barbaric war of aggression. It's not going to fix the entire problem, I'm sure, but that is a step. And that is a step in I think the right direction. So I was very, very glad to hear to read that when I saw it, because you know, and then you have the juxtaposition. I was just sometimes I go through furiously and download things and don't necessarily pay attention to what they are in full. You know, other than, ooh, I really need to take a look at that kind of thing. And I probably have a bookmark somewhere or noted somewhere else, but I downloaded a 68-page report evidently the other day. And the other thing that we also are thinking of and looking at is the education under occupation. And that's the forced Russification of the school system in occupied Ukrainian territories. And the Human Rights Watch released a 68-page report on this very, very recently. I know this was just in the last couple of days over the weekend. It was released in June 24th, in June of 2024. So this is something that is important to also pay attention to. Is, you know, we have the effects of the Ukrainian children in the areas that are not occupied, but there is a huge, huge impact on the children in occupied territories and what happens to them. So I still need to take a look at this report and figure out exactly what kind of information there is to glean from that, and talk to Nancy and Gina and see if it's something that we want to talk about. But I mean, it's something we should talk about probably, but how much of a topic we can cover as far as this is concerned is, you know, I don't know. But anyway, it's a very interesting thing because you have to consider is the education that is happening to these kids, these kids that are being Russified in the occupied territory, in the occupied areas, and what kind of impact and what kind of influence this has on them. But you can guarantee that that these books don't portray Ukraine in a good light, and they are ones that are made um, to give Ukrainian children a negative view of Ukraine and a positive view of Russia, which, of course, as we know, is not exactly how the world in reality is, or how it functions. And see, yeah, there's no, that's not it. Um, so yeah, um, there you go. That sort of tied into those two things, sort of tied in as far as news as far as that goes. So anyway, what do you say there, Will?
Well, I mean, I'm sure that's going to get a lot more attention come Friday for sure. But it's dead true, you know, that there's it's good. Jake Sullivan coming out and making that sort of statement. This is the sort of thing that I think that the president of the United States himself ought to be doing regularly, as I've said before. I mean, um, I can't think of an issue that you could galvanize the American population around more than support for Ukraine, you know, the liberal democracy in Ukraine versus this genocidal invasion that is already, but will be proven out in the end of time, right? The wheels of justice grind inexorably to their conclusion for Russia. They will absolutely, positively be convicted of committing genocide in Russia, in Ukraine, and a number of folks as far down as they can get them. And Ukraine has been very good at identifying and naming individual officers, soldiers, and political operatives that are responsible for this. And I think uh, they just need to keep tapping the drum here, right, in relation to this issue and how important this issue of Ukraine winning and Russia having to face consequences for all it's done each and every day. I mean, the best thing you can do, you know, the best thing the U.S. government can do to counter disinformation is to, just like a drumbeat, every day keep working on the nuts and bolts of people, and I hope to the president's level, convincing the American population of what horrendous thing that Russia has commenced and is continuing here, and how important it is to support Ukraine to get it finished. I'm not sure Jake Sullivan's the best messenger, of course. I think that Joe Biden would be the best messenger to do that. Kamala Harris didn't do such a bad job at the peace conference, though, and some other politicians have quite impressed me. But we need to keep the president of the United States and the United States government publishing statements like this that remind people about the context in which the support is being provided, reinforces, and I would hope makes clarity in the United States population's mind about how important things are to support Ukraine. And as I said before, how economical it is for them to do so. This support in Ukraine, that I can now tell you that I see the light at the end of the tunnel with regard to supply of ammunition and stuff. That support should be wholeheartedly supported by the American population, because it does so many good things for America. It does so many good things for America in replenishing your stocks of deterrent ammunition and weaponry, which you have to do. Unfortunately, it's an insurance policy you got to buy, but it's renewing it all, and almost all that money is being spent in America, and the strategic benefits it gives America by eliminating and isolating the threat of the second biggest strategic threat of the United States since the end of the Second World War. The benefits are great here. The costs are microscopic in comparison to what America has spent in the past on failed efforts in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think supporting Ukraine to win in Iraq is the perfect tonic for what ails America about its involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan. There are hundreds of thousands of veterans who don't feel good about the results of what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. Hundreds of millions of Americans have a bad taste in their mouth about Iraq and Afghanistan, and they were failed experiments that I didn't support at the time, but I understand, and it's not but it's just in a told you so moment. I'm telling you the way forward to look past the failed experiments of the United States that were right-minded, but couldn't be achieved and not implemented well. The failures of the past, the people that would point to the waste of money, the literal pallets of US dollars in cash that went to Iraq, the manner in which that was all prosecuted wasn't nearly as good as what's going on now. And this one's going to be successful for a fraction of the cost of those failures. And I think it would be the perfect tonic to revive the American spirit about playing the United States' historical and I would say appropriate role in the world if they choose to continue to do that. It's important to the American population that people talk in front of the American population about all of this stuff, and it really needs to come from somebody right at the top, not Jake Sullivan. I don't think he's the best speaker for this. But if the administration started doing it right and backing everything up with their actions promptly, I think it's a massive winner for the Americans. Well, the administration going up to and through an election cycle, which is a long a long way away. November. Now I don't know. You guys take so long to do those elections; it's hard to tell. But I think I still can't believe that when I look into the United States press system, that there aren't any politicians on it as Republicans or Democrats that are running on support for liberal democracy at home and abroad using Ukraine as their example. It's never ceases to amaze me. But you know what? There's a guy who follows U.S. politics a lot closer than I do because he actually lives there, and that's James Healy. He's coming up, and we're going to add him, and he probably can clarify my mistakes, I hope. Mr. Healy.
Mr. Teal, how are you?
I'm doing well. I accidentally got slid into a bit of a rant there about the American government system again because Jake Sullivan tends to set me off, I guess.
Well, I had a theory that this was his bone that they threw because he's so beaten upon by all of us that they're like, "I'm sorry, Jake. You're taking all the hits here. Do something that'll make you look like a nicer guy." Anyways, but no, that's not why it came up. I just wanted to say that this idea that what Biden backs is it becomes anathema. Yeah. It just becomes very reviled, I guess is a better way to say it, by the GOP, and this is really borne out. And I think he is afraid to make I know it's important to him. I know that this is a key part of his policy. We'll hear about it in the debate, I hope. But the idea that he backs Ukraine and more pushback comes, and so the numbers grow lower. This has happened with a couple issues. So I just I think he's trying to walk a fine line, but I absolutely agree with you. This is the best case scenario, and we're not talking about building a democracy. We're talking about defending a super functional democracy. I mean, what was it? It was like 80%. No, it was something more like 90% of the 80% who voted in Ukraine for independence. I mean, how much more democratic can you get? We've never touched that anywhere close to that. memory of modern elections, at least. So, yeah, I don't know that it works for Biden to be pushing on everything. He's got to be careful because there has been a lot of kickback to just about everything he says. And oh yeah, he's going to get that booster shot right before to jack him up because never mind.
Okay, so and you know what? I don't think the powers that are in charge around here are going to get me in too much trouble. I do have to ask you, percentage chance that this debate actually takes place, James? It looking to me like the Mango Mussolini's looking for any option he can to get out of it. Frankly,
I have no idea. Honestly, I rarely watch debates, and the Clinton Trump debate was one of the reasons, an exemplar of why I don't like to watch them. But yeah, this would be a shite happens, and I think that Trump can only lose more. So he might be looking for ways out, but I don't think he can back down. If he's lucky, maybe they'll throw him in jail for a couple days over the course of that. That would be his only lucky stroke.
yeah. Well, what they ought to do is they ought to call him in for his mandatory piss test at the New York State, because you know, when you're going on parole, the first thing you have to do in New York State is go see your parole officer and piss in a cup, and they let him off on that for some unknown reason. You know, why is he? And he didn't do his drug test back then, so he would be the last guy I would think would be, you know, bloviating about Joe Biden taking while I'm waiting in queue or something. It's crazy, but I'm not everybody, and a lot of people probably like these television debates. I don't even know what they get ratings wise, but it, yeah, but I'm just be curious. The disinformation campaigns that we're so exposed to every day here around it, and the gaslighting that goes on in relation to Ukraine, you know, makes you very sensitive and looking for signals of something happening quite promptly or quite prominently. And the noises coming out of the Trump campaign look like they're trying to set him up to refuse to participate. And so I was just curious your percentage chance. So see if I'm reading that right or not, because it certainly looks like they're trying to generate any reason why not. Because I think the debate format that's been defined is quite restrictive to the antics that took place during the Hillary Clinton Trump debate, which will mean the adults in the room should win, whoever you suspect that might be. Prince Heather, what else do you want? What would you like to talk about? There was a big fire in Moscow that maybe we should probably wait to talk to Mockers in detail about that, but that's hours from now.
No, I want to talk about fire.
All right, massive big fire in a design institute in Moscow overnight. I'll pop my post about it in the nest so you can read through LX Summers um, the detail behind it all. It's a very tragic. It would be considered a very tragic incident if it weren't so if it weren't so destructive directly to the Russians' military capability. This is a target that if you told me that they had flown a drone into the side of this building and caused this fire, it would be a valid military target and I'd be applauding it. But that isn't what they've done here. What's happened here is a fire which you can see the development of the fire if you look through all the threads of the different aspects of it, of time and over time. You can see that this design institute burned out. Well, it started a fire started on the 6th floor, and it quickly, within 20 minutes, had expanded across the building and was commenced consuming the entire rest of the building from the 6th floor up. And this is in Moscow. I'll remind you. And in Moscow, you would expect fire services to arrive within, I don't know, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, certainly within 20 minutes, right? I live in a big city, not as big as Moscow, but if the fire alarms go off in my building, the fire department is here in 7 minutes, and regularly. I mean, they got it like clockwork, and so that's the kind of response you expect in a big city. Is, within 10 minutes. I don't know what their KPI on it is, but it took them a lot longer to get there than that, and by the time they'd arrived, there was obviously an incredible amount of flammable material they were working on inside this design bureau. And it's a design bureau that makes and so you have to understand what design bureaus are in Russian military defense contractors that way. This would be research labs with production capacity, kind of organically located with them. Now, I don't think that this looks like an office fire that's burned out through this whole office, but obviously they had a lot of flammable, combustible material inside there, and boy, did it take off and run through that. They got what's called flashover in a fire very quickly in this, and then broke through the windows on the other side of the building, and then oxygen fuels the base of the fire, and it rapidly consumes large portions of the building because the response capability was too slow and too weak when it got there. Frankly, I mean, this is a 10 alarm fire in your town, whatever, and they didn't get nearly enough aid in there quick enough. There wasn't the volume of them was satisfactory, and it burned this whole building out and killed a number of people, including folks who got trapped and had to jump from 8 or 10-story windows and try to survive the fall, which they didn't. Right? That doesn't happen. You're dreaming if you think you're going to jump out of a 10-story building to escape a fire and you're going to live. It's not going to happen. So my question is, and Genesis Man will be up later and cover this in detail with mockers, but in my experience in Russia and elsewhere, buildings of a certain height have to have fire detection and sprinkler systems. The apartment building I'm sitting in, which is only 6 stories tall, has 2 types of fire detection through all of the apartments and common areas, but not sprinklers because it's only 6 stories high. Right? You get all the humans out and you let it burn to the ground if the response can't get here quick enough. But the response and the evacuation routes and all that sort of stuff. So this fire either took hold so quickly, or these people weren't alarmed about it, or didn't get notification about it, so they weren't able to evacuate. And it looks like a relatively new building. So I have massive questions in my head about the fire protection system in that building, whether or not the evacuation routes were open and unlocked, all the kinds of things you see in, a Bangladesh sweatshop that ends up killing a bunch of people. This is the sort of thing that would be, well, I know it will be once I talk to them, humiliating to Russians that they can't, the MCHS can't get there and solve this sort of problem quick enough in a critical industry building, and in post examination that critical building will probably be seen to have had poor fire prevention, poor management of flammable and combustible materials inside the building, probably going beyond limits there. So their inspection programs at probably under scrutiny. Their fire escape routes and training for people to how to escape is probably deficient, and their physical infrastructure in the building related to fire detection systems and fire monitors and sprinkler systems is obviously deficient or absent. This is well, as I said in my tweet, if you want a sign of Russia collapsing, this is the best signal I've seen in a while that Russia is collapsing. It is starting to show collapse based on years of mismanagement and corruption and hollowing out of capabilities and requirements and sham certifications and all the stuff that I've talked about here on the that I've personally seen in Russia and that we read regularly about what's happening. It's a shocking state of affairs to think that a building in Moscow, office building in Moscow, in that much of an important industry, has burned out and I think killed 8 people. Prince, I am shocked but not surprised.
Shocked but not surprised. Yeah, exactly. It's when tall buildings like that have fire, it's hard for it's a hard thing, I think. And when they move so quickly, so what would have made something like that move so quickly? I mean, chemicals, I would assume, and well, yeah, I mean that's right.
So there's clearly an accelerant explosion on the 6th floor. If you watch as the fire commences and starts to take hold, it reaches some points where it reaches some accelerant, and there's a fuel type explosion. So yeah, it's probably a laboratories, and they're probably not managing their combustible stocks of materials inside the building well. And you would be surprised how fast fire can. Once you get the core of the ignition point of a fire hot enough, like on a desk, you'd be surprised how quickly it can make fire run through an office building with plastics and fabrics and all the stuff that's in a modern office building, especially if those fabrics and plastics might not meet the specific design code they're supposed to for fire protection. I mean, the depth of the failures here could be dozens, Prince. I just don't think, that my office in Russia was furnished with whatever furniture we could get cheap from the Korean markets, and there was no we didn't look at fire protection at all on our office furniture, but we did lay our office out right and didn't have large amounts of extraneous combustibles in there, and we weren't using solvents and whatever. So there's that, but nobody ever came along to check. The building inspectors that came along to check our office to find out whether or not we could occupy the space in a new building that had been sitting empty for 6 months was nothing. It was nothing because by the time the guy got up there to do his inspection, he had already come to the conclusion that he wasn't going to be getting a kickback. He wasn't going to be getting a payment, an envelope while he was doing the inspection to give us a good result from us. And he was dealing with the landlord, who was a known criminal. So, it was, but the inspection, let me just say, it was perfunctory, Prince. And I imagine my experience in Russia, in that multiple offices in which we occupied while I was over there for 8 years, would be replicated around the country. And is even the reason I'm so surprised about this, Prince, is I expect levels of oversight and professionalism and corruption, hollowing out the civil service. I expect to see that in the far-flung regions of Russia, because they're doubly put upon by the federal government when they dole out resources around the country collected from taxation, and so the federal ministries that would be doing this in their local offices, I'd expect the worst of that to be done in the regions. But in fact, we'll see. I'll be very, obviously, because I'm talking about it so much, I'll be very interested to see the results of this fire investigation at Platan, because I think I'm looking down at this incident already and seeing probably 10 or 12 different massive failures in relation to fire containment and response. And I'll bet you Genesis Man is flabbergasted when we see him next.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. And it'll be sometime late tonight when Genesis Man joins us. I haven't heard or talked to Genesis Man in a while, but I know that Mockers knows how to ring the fire alarm for that guy. He, that's for sure. And yeah, I woke up this morning and I saw videos with strong content of people jumping from buildings, and that was yeah, that's somebody who's desperate to get out of the fire, and I think they're looking at a point where I can end it in a fall, or I can end it by burning to death. In a fall seems quicker. I could be wrong, but that would be what would be going through my mind. But of course, as somebody I was talking to today reminded me, oh yeah, it was boxed wine. That my mind is not like everybody else's mind. It's a little bit twisted. So anyway, there is another subject that I did see a couple news stories on today that I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about if and you wanted to, because I think that it is a very interesting one that Will may have a Wilibuster that lasts for the next hour. Actually, are you good right now, Will? Because you said that you might need to drop for something for a little bit.
Yes, I do need to step out shortly, briefly, if I can, for about 15 minutes.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So I will not start this subject then. I will not start this subject. So yeah, I will wait to ask him that question. But I have Nancy and I have James here and I have Dan here, and I will ask TKD Bach if she wants to join me for a little bit. If not, that's perfectly fine. I know that she is having an unexpected arrival at her house. So let me just. Oh, there we go. There you go. She's sending messages in the background. All right. Give me just a second. All right. So we are going to probably switch gears a little bit, and I have not exactly sure what we're going to talk about, and Boxed Wine can come and join us if she would like to also. But and the subject is not how weird is Heather. So, all right, let me go back to a different page here to look at some different things. The there's one article that I haven't had a chance to read yet, which of course goes straight down to the typical Heather kind of subject. Is an article about Ukrainian women that have been raped by Russian soldiers finally deciding, well, not finally, but deciding to speak out to erase the stigma. And I believe it's one of those things where I saved it and I didn't have a chance to look totally into it. But I believe that there was an article by another, I want to say perhaps New York Times or Washington Post or Wall Street Journal. But the thing I think that I wanted to highlight out of this is something that we talked about on Understanding Genocide more than once. Let's put it that way. And we talked about it this last Friday. We've talked about it in the fall last year when we were looking at the lessons that could be used from Bosnia and Herzegovina relating to conflict-related sexual violence, and the lessons that can be learned from there that can be brought into Ukraine. And the steps that Ukraine has taken as far as this kind of thing is concerned are huge and vast, to the point where they've already set up a registry that they're working on, and they have already set up a mechanism to provide reparations. Um, to provide reparations, and there, I believe, was already 300 people who have applied for that. Now, the thing is that what happens with conflict-related sexual violence is the estimate is for every one person who reports conflict-related sexual violence, there are 10 to 20 cases that go unreported. To the point where, I guess I'm just going to keep talking because nobody's putting their hand up. To the point where, in the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are children who are adults now who are learning that they are products of conflict-related sexual violence, because one of the things that the Serbian one of the things that the Serbs did was that they would take women hostage, basically, and they would rape them until they got pregnant, so that they could create another Serb baby instead of another Bosnian baby. And that was one of the tactics that they used. I haven't heard that specific tactic being used to create Russian babies as far as Ukraine is concerned. Where that would be very interesting to me would be because, according to Russia, Ukraine doesn't exist. So why are you fighting to make a Russian child? If anyway, you get where I'm going with that one. But we have heard of situations where Russian soldiers are saying that they will rape Ukrainian women until they do not want to ever be with a man again. And oh, wait a minute. Now we have to have a moment of silence for Adam. I apologize. I'm sorry. That was a rough.
This is a different topic,
I
isn't it,
know
Prince? This is a different topic. Okay.
this is a different topic. I apologize, but I am changing the subject very, very abruptly, and I need to send my apologies. I need to extend my sympathies to our listener, if I can just say HL, to many other listeners out there, and to our co-host Adam, who will be, of course, in mourning and will be extremely, extremely sad to have just lost the Stanley Cup to the Florida Panthers. I have to say, this is heartbreaking. I am so sorry. This is really bad, to go from that subject to this subject so abruptly. But what I do have to say, though, is that Edmonton fought hard for this. Edmonton was down 3-0 after 3 games, and Edmonton came back, won 3 games in a row to tie the series 3-3. And so it went to the 7th game, which was tonight, which I had forgotten about because of other stuff. And hang on. um, I'd forgotten about because of other stuff that was going on, and I just had a news flash pop up on my screen. That yeah. So anyway, my sympathies to the Oilers fans in the world to have lost the Stanley Cup. Congratulations to the Florida Panthers. I believe their first Stanley Cup, and we can. I can't. Who is it? Is it Will who has a real problem with the idea of ice in Florida? I don't think he does. I don't know who does, but it doesn't make sense to somebody. Regardless, I know, right, Nancy? It's
That's
not like they don't
me.
have
Yep,
to. What's that? What's that boxed wine?
that's me. The
Oh,
idea of ice games in Florida is nonsensical. Yeah.
It's not like they're doing it outside.
When I grew up, you skated outdoors. That's the natural course of things. So there's that.
all right. TKD Bach, welcome to the co-host seat for the first time, even though it's not going to be for very long. Um, just I was just like, Will's like, you gonna, can you find somebody? I'm like, yeah, I think that we'll figure something out real quick, and we'll just have somebody pop up for a few, and and see how we do. And I just have been all over for a subject, as I'm sure you've heard in the last little bit. And I'm wanting to know how you're doing. And so, how are you tonight, TKD?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm really honored to be here. I have y'all leave me with really big shoes to fill, but it's a pleasure. I had to drop out of the space for a minute. Have we had a chance to talk since the top of the hour about the fundraiser?
Actually, we haven't since the top of the hour. We are doing a fundraiser, and do you want to talk about it, TKD?
I'm happy to do that. So right now, our current fundraiser is to provide some ear protection and communication devices and some specially designed Leatherman tools for explosive ordnance disposal to the Special Emergency Services of Ukraine. This is something that they asked us for, and it may seem like a really, really small thing, but when you're out in the field and you're working on a task with a very, very small margin of error that's very delicate, having good communications and having the best equipment that you can have matters. So, this is what they have asked us to send. The Leatherman multi tools that we'll be providing have a lot of different devices on them that the EOD technicians need to have readily at hand. So they won't have to go looking around as much for different things because they'll just be right there. We also have several people who have committed to a match tonight. So from now until 1 a.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific, our donations will be matched up to $2,000. So if you have some spare change or would like to send a little something along to the brave people that are working to demine Ukraine and let them know that we remember them, that we're thinking about them, and that we care about them having quality equipment as they make fields safe for farmers to provide grain to the world, and as they make neighborhoods and playgrounds safe for Ukrainian children. Feel free to click the link on the nest and go to our website and consider a donation.
Awesome. Yes. I did notice today that the State Emergency Services did put out a video of them doing machine demining of a field, and that was really cool to see. We've seen machine demining of farm fields a lot, and we still see sometimes things get missed and accidents happen, and those are the kinds of things that that we want to be able to help these guys try to avoid. The Leatherman tool is made right here in Portland, Oregon, and Will informed me today that I am a dork and I am not so smart, and that I need to make a phone call tomorrow, and I will try to do that. But we'll see how that goes. Um, he reminded me that even even if they're not able to provide an opportunity for deep discounts because of international deals that they have, they may be able to provide somebody to come up and talk to us specifically about their company and how they started and what they are about, and about the EOD tool very specifically. So I think that Will kind of pushed me into doing that, which is a good idea. So I think I better do that tomorrow, because I sort of feel bad that it didn't occur to me before, because boy, howdy, it should have occurred to me. Boxed wine, go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering if, given whatever I can't imagine a corporation having such restrictive contracts with, some customers that prohibits them from selling at a discount to other customers. I can't imagine that happening.
I don't know.
Or maybe,
I
yeah, or maybe donations.
Yeah.
Or, in the manufacturing process, sometimes something gets scratched.
Yeah, but when it comes to demining, I don't know that I'd
And
want to give a scratch and dent. So yeah. So anyway, I don't know.
and what's scratched. Anyway, yeah,
Yeah,
well, whatever.
I get what you're saying there.
Um,
Ooh.
the matching goes on. Yeah, if it's just cosmetic, yeah. Um, if the matching is going on for another, do I understand this correctly, for another 45 minutes? I was thinking the matching went on for a couple of
I
days.
I think the matching goes on for an hour and 45 minutes. And
That's correct.
yeah, the matching goes on for
Okay.
another hour and 45 minutes. And I think that we are uh probably about $950 away from the goal. We are doing really well. And I really appreciate everybody's willingness to step up and do this, and matching a significant amount in a short amount of time is something that MriyaReport for some reason does really, really well. And I know I really appreciate it as somebody who talks to the people who help to facilitate these fundraisers, and to talk about what fundraisers we're going to do and what fundraisers is going to come next. And anyway, it's it's really, really appreciated. But as opposed to Will, I do not want you to give us your rent money. I mean, keeping your car full of gas and so that you can charge your phone, and sitting in the McDonald's parking lot to use their Wi-Fi while you sleep at night is not a good thing to do. So having a house is good. I just, you need a house, and so please don't give us your rent money. Please, in electricity, you need that. We see that Ukrainians are having a hard time because of the way their electrical infrastructure has been damaged, and so you have the opportunity to have electricity. So paying that bill is important. Um, and same with your internet provider or cell phone service, whichever it is you use. But you see where I'm going with this. Don't give us your rent money. Give us your spare coffee money. And I think it's Until who says that all the time. I want your coffee money. I want you to give me your coffee money. Boy, he goes on about giving me the coffee money. I spend $10 a month on coffee, period. So I am sorry, but you're not gonna get my coffee money. It's kind of, I already don't spend a whole lot on coffee. Yeah, I know, $10 a month on coffee, that's a little sad, isn't it? But it's true. So coffee, I'm sorry, I can't give my coffee money up. Because I never do anything that make my one French press a day of coffee. But anyway, the there there are other things that perhaps I may be able to figure out, and there are things that I have figured out that I can do to be able to donate that money. So go ahead, Linda.
I'm not going to have to give up my canned beet money, am I?
Oh, we don't want you to go without food, and no, you don't have to give up your sardine money. So anyway, yeah. So, and hearing is really important. You want to be able to hear your kids when they grow up, as they grow up. So people need hearing protection, and being able to communicate with each other in noisy environments actually is part of what these help to do. It helps you to communicate in noisy environments, and it helps you to be able to talk to your team members and communicate safely. Because for God's sakes, if Joe sees a mine that you don't see and you're in front of him, Joe can warn you where the mine is. So anyway, TKD sent me an article saying, "Hey, would you like me to talk about this a little bit?" And sure, TKD, that would be great. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure how to go about putting it in the nest. Would that be something you could help me with?
Yes, let me see if I can find it already in a tweet. It has to be in a tweet form to do that. And so I will see if I can find it in a tweet, and then I will put it in the nest.
Do you want me to make a tweet?
I can do that if it ends up needing to be, but you can go ahead and talk about
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Thanks. So I wanted to bring everyone's attention tonight to an article from March 21st, 2024. It's over at National Review, and even though it's just a little over 3 months old now, I don't know that it got quite as much coverage as it should have, certainly within our space. And so the article is called Inside One of Ukraine's Secret Drone Factories. It's by Jim Garrity, who is a journalist at National Review. He writes the Morning Jolt newsletter. He's also a fiction writer. But he made a trip to Ukraine earlier this year. I think it was his second trip to Ukraine. And in this March 21st article, he writes about being in Kyiv and having the Russians launch a large scale air attack on the city. But he writes, yesterday I went somewhere in Ukraine to get a tour of a still largely secret drone production and research and development facility. It's something of an engineer's dream, where all previous barriers to cooperation and collaboration in the Ukrainian defense industry have disappeared, and workers from all kinds of different firms put their heads together to come up with the best, most effective, least costly, and fastest solutions. And it was really impressive, the work that was being done in this facility. I am not allowed to tell you where this drone production facility is. Picture Tony Stark's high-tech workshop, constructed out of an old factory or warehouses, with a distinct, pungent scent of soldering hanging in the air. The facility specializes in two products: high-tech portable power stations and unmanned ground vehicles, UGVs. This is part of Brave One, a united coordinational platform created by the government of Ukraine to promote collaboration between all stakeholders of the defense tech industry by providing them with organizational, informational, and financial support for defense tech projects in Ukraine. In other words, everyone in the defense technology industry from all sorts of companies now works on the same team, freely trading information, data, and innovations. Greg Pavlov, the UGV project manager, showed me around. He was a whirling dervish of energy, walking quickly, talking quickly. He's a man with a million things to do on a list that is always growing, and the deadline is always as soon as possible. Lives depend on what comes out of this facility, how well it works, and how quickly it can be refined and deployed. Pavlov told me Brave One aims to help different engineers, researchers, manufacturers to speed up the process, to scale, and to give real feedback about the devices. He described a meeting at a shooting range a few weeks ago. 50, that's 50 different ground drones with different types of missions. And we've been testing all of them together. And we've been talking with different engineers trying to collaborate. Some teams will have progress in the network and communication, and another team will have progress with controllers, and all of us ready to share. We're not hiding some progress on our projects from each other. Before the war, this facility was used for the research and development and manufacture of much more mundane products for the civilian market. The first need Pavlov's team identified was getting portable electrical power, giant batteries basically, to the troops. There was nothing on the market. People started buying these civilian S boxes, Pavlov explained. Producers expected that you would use them once a week for a picnic to charge your mobile phone. Out in the field, Ukrainian soldiers would use them much more frequently in very tough conditions, and they would last for 2 or 3 months maximum. Sometimes they catch on fire. The Ukrainians needed a light, reliable, durable battery or power station, one that wouldn't catch fire and, ideally, would be small enough to carry around in a backpack. And within weeks, thanks to the bright engineering minds putting their heads together, they had one. The ground drones can carry loads, deploy mines, or for one model, carry a wounded individual. Pavlov described how the Russians consider a group of 4 Ukrainian soldiers carrying a 5th injured soldier on a stretcher a worthwhile target for a drone attack, but don't usually bother with 1 or 2 soldiers. The future of warfare is being designed, tested, and deployed on the battlefields of Ukraine, and with increasing frequency across the border in Russia. The Russians and Ukrainians are in a constant game of cat and mouse, developing new measures and countermeasures. Drones in the air and on the ground are now irreplaceable tools in each army's arsenal. This has made signals jamming and countermeasures an area of furiously intense research. Engineers are constantly attempting to devise new antennas to expand the range of a jammer. Pavlov described how a new measure or tool that was groundbreaking and innovative when deployed on the battlefield just 3 months ago can be useless today. Everyone who is working at the facility is making what is called the volunteer's salary, which is about $4,000 to $5,000 per year. Enough to cover your petrol bills and lunch, as Pavlov puts it. He says that the people working here have some other source of income or savings. We cannot afford even average salaries in the market. People who work here have the motivation to win the war. They're not motivated with money. About 30% of the staff working at this facility are currently enlisted. Some of them arrive here to train, to understand how it works, the technologies, because we expect them to open service centers close to the front line to repair their own drones. The ones that we are building in our own factory, we are trying to make easy to assemble for those who are not professionals. The Russians may well have an idea that this particular drone production facility is important. They sent a very large rocket to destroy it sometime in the past. Not part of this morning's attacks, as far as I know. And thankfully, it was intercepted and destroyed a few hundred meters away from its target. Members of the military and high-value sites like this one have access to special information about incoming rockets, Shahid drones, and other threats. I was told to envision a system similar to flight radar. When you see where they are flying, you don't have enough time. It is 2 minutes, so you don't have enough time to get everyone to the bomb shelter, Pavlov told me. They are moving so fast, you have 1 minute, so all the people who are working here, they understand that this could be their last day. But the operations cope with more than just the risk of a Russian bombing attack. Every week, we send part of our team to the front line, Pavlov says, describing a team of mechanical, electrical, and other skilled engineers heading east, most often for tank repairs. Pavlov calls the need for tank repairs a huge problem for the Ukrainian army because they don't have any spares sitting around to replace a broken one. Sometimes intercoms, sometimes some electrical problems, sometimes the gun is not moving. If you take away these tanks for repair, probably we will lose this brigade and this position. That's why we have to go there with our engineers to the front line. And so that is, let's see, Inside One of Ukraine's Secret Drone Factories by Jim Garrity, the Morning Jolt newsletter, March 21st, 2024, from nationalreview.com. And I've been waiting for a while to share that story because there's so many things in it, I think, that are inspiring. And just thinking about how all of these skilled people are not only traveling back and forth to the front lines, but they're essentially working for free in an area where they know they're not going to be able to escape an airstrike if the Russians manage to hit the target. So I hope that's been interesting for all of you. It certainly was interesting to me, and it's a good reminder of how committed the Ukrainians are, not only to winning the war, but to doing it in a way where people can take initiative from the ground up rather than top down.
Well, and that's the thing is that, from the ground up rather than the top down, it's, they're like, okay, we have this problem. Let's plop it in front of a bunch of people and see how we can solve it. And, see it's okay, here's the problem. How do we solve this problem? And in figuring that out, getting to that goal. And by having some of the best and brightest minds all collected in the same place, and the thing is that they've got, these guys are going to have their friends who are also probably going to be some of the brightest and the best around, and they might not be working for this group, but they may be able to do some consulting and say, hey, maybe talking with some guy over a beer saying, hey, I'm having this problem trying to figure it out, and he's like, well, I know so and so who may be able to help, and you get so and so in on it, and all of a sudden there's your solution. And but that's how Ukraine is being, I think, so successful in fighting this war. Ukraine is being so successful because they keep on coming up with innovative solutions, and they keep on coming up with innovative solutions because of things like this, right? It is a grassroots, ground based, ad hoc development team where they're not relying on the same people to keep trying to solve the same problems. They're going and seeking out the answers from their citizens who know what's at stake in this war, who know what they're fighting for, and who are going to do everything they can to problem solve the problems that are arising and make solutions. They're solution makers, They're solution makers, not solution takers. We've seen the development of drones beyond belief. I mean, naval drones. Were naval drones much of a thing? I know naval drones have been around for years and years and years and years and years, but not like this. At least not that I know of. That's one of the things that I've heard in this war is, naval drones haven't been a thing like they are in Ukraine, and they're a thing. Good gracious, are they a thing? And you get used to one of them, and then a few months later, all of a sudden, Ukraine has another one that's improved on the first one, and Ukraine has another one that's improved on the second one, and they just keep on going to the point where now they have freaking anti-aircraft weaponry mounted on top of a sea drone that can shoot a freaking helicopter out of the sky, or shoot a boat, or shoot a ship. When the Moskva got taken down, this was a whole different story with the sea drones. But look at where we are now. I don't even know. I can't even remember. I don't think sea drones were involved in the Moskva, but you get where I'm going with this. the progression of the sea drones have been absolutely amazing. And now what am I hearing? I'm hearing that Ukraine is developing the ability to put like a 30 group of 30 groups, 30 piece, I guess, group of sea drones together into a flotilla. Now we're not just talking about a sea drone, we're talking about a flotilla of sea drones. A flotilla of sea drones that can have the same impact and effect as a warship. Wow. You know, how amazing is that? To be able to go and you know, and the power that you're talking about, you know, solving these problems with power packs that will last and won't catch on fire, that have no heat signature, and you know, and that those are, yeah, I'm throwing some things that remind me from the power generation um that we help to provide, you know. It's here's the problem, let's solve the problem. Oh my god, they're catching our heat signature from the battery power pack. You know, how can we make that battery power pack invisible? And you know, and same with the air drones. The air drones that, you know, I don't know how many Ukraine had, but probably, I know that not as many as they have now. But now they are you know, getting drones that are able to fly 1,000 miles and do damage, or 1,000 kilometers and do damage. And and I'm not saying anything that I haven't read. So there's I'm not giving away any secrets. I don't think I read about them making the sea drones into a flotilla, which I just thought it tickled me, made me laugh,
Well,
but I
and
also
Chuck,
thought was awesome. Go ahead. Right.
Chuck
What?
had said when he was here that it would not be long, or at some point in this conflict we would see drone swarms, right? And I think he may have been referring specifically to the aerial type, but that's immediately what I thought when you mentioned the flotilla. And I think, you know, depending on the size of those objects, if you've got 30 tiny objects, kind of hard to take them out. But there were a few facts in this National Review piece that I didn't know, or that things I didn't realize before I read it. I didn't realize how the Russians would regularly target 4 soldiers carrying a fifth man on a stretcher. I hadn't heard that. I had underestimated the pace of innovation. Things, he said, things are cycling so that you can have something and then 3 months later you need something different. That's extraordinarily fast. And even though the government is providing the organization and the facility for all of these people to collaborate together, you've got really good people volunteering basically for gas money and lunch. And what that means is that behind that story, there are probably hundreds of Ukrainians who are helping those workers financially, providing lodging, providing food, putting them into a position where they can use their skills. And I thought it was I thought it really was a beautiful example of how the community over there is coming together to facilitate that information and to allow their neighbors to use their gifts and skills for the cause.
Exactly. Exactly, right? That's the way it's supposed to be. So that's absolutely awesome. I'm trying to look and see if I have any news about drones in my notes, and I don't know that I do. What is this one?
Yeah. Well, while you look for that, I'll just
Okay.
say that I've really enjoyed Jim Garrity's writing for a long time. He is an excellent journalist. He cares about facts. He does really, really excellent research, and because also too because he is over at National Review. If you happen to be talking to some of your friends who are center right, um, Jim Garrity's writing is a source that may be a little bit more accessible to them because it comes from it comes from a source that might be something a little bit closer to what they trust. But I have found his writing to be carefully researched, and he's I think pretty fair in how he presents things. And he has a few other he has at least one other morning jolt from that trip to Ukraine that's worth reading. I also skipped some of the humanitarian and day-to-day parts when I was reading it out loud, but he just does an excellent job of helping us to better understand what everyday life was like over there on the ground for the people that he visited.
And that's the thing that you want to be able to hear out of a journalist, out of a good journalist, is what are the things that what is it like for people living on the ground for day-to-day life. And I that's one of the things I'm looking forward to hearing from Robin. I know that she's going to a um, very safe area of Ukraine, and that of course makes me happy because I love Robin, and I don't want to see her hurt or injured. But it's also to know that that there are definitely things that are going to change, because that the chances that in 30 days she'll hear the sound of air defense, or I know she'll have the air raid alert go off on her phone, and probably need to go down to an air raid shelter, and she's going to be impacted by the effects of the power outages. And so for somebody who lives in New York, and hasn't been touched by something like this in their life, I'll be very interested to hear her responses and reactions, and the impact that it has on her. I know that she's just terribly, terribly excited, and I can't wait to hear how she comes back speaking Ukrainian, because I know that she will. I mean, that's just a given. That's just a given. Go ahead.
That's going to be amazing. And I think too it's worth remembering that the folks in New York City do still live with the memory of 9/11, because even though that was almost 23 years ago, now there are still many families of people who work there, and of first responders who are missing their loved ones. So I think, yeah, New York City maybe um, could empathize or sympathize in a different way than some of us who live in other places. But I don't know why. On a later note, I don't know why I did not think of this before. I wonder if Robin could meet the Lviv city cat. They have like the mayor and like the official Lviv city cat.
No, I did not know there was a Lviv city cat. Please
I
tell
shall
me
go
about.
and find a link for the Lviv city cat on Instagram.
All right, the Lviv city cat. I have not heard of the Lviv city cat. That is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Um, and yeah, that is okay. We will have to hear about the Lviv city cat. Um, yeah, because yeah, she will have to go and meet the Lviv city cat. I mean, I think that's just a given. Anybody I would think who goes to Lviv needs to meet the Lviv city cat. Um, but that's funny. That is funny. And we are a little cat obsessed here on the Maria Report at times. So go ahead.
There needs to picture. Yeah, there needs to be pictures.
Well, if it's on Instagram, there will be pictures of the Lviv city cat. But I think Robin has now gone to bed probably, and the conversation about the Lviv city cat and us encouraging her to go meet the Lviv city cat is not going to be fruitful. But anyway, where was I? Well, this is something we talked about on SBU, and maybe there are people who missed the SBU. Oh no, I had something else up. I pulled something else up. That's not it. This is it. The Deputy Prime Minister, Deputy of Reintegration in Temporarily Occupied Territories, Irina Vereshchuk. She's one of the people that I recognize just by who she is, but she reported in an interview with Channel 24. Yes, Linda.
Well, this is kind of off topic and it gets back to demining. So maybe you want to finish up, come back to me.
Okay. All right. So, she has reported that today we do not, of course, know the exact number of children who were taken away, but we have managed to establish about 20,000, 15,546. That number hasn't changed and already. And who were taken away, and they have managed to establish about 20,000 children. Sorry, I lost my place in the article, of which 800 have already been returned. There are cases where the children with their guardians were returned to third countries. This is a process that consistently continues, she said. She noted that Ukrainian authorities are looking for data about children through Europol, the European international institutions. If we find that a child is abroad, we delete it from the list, but we need the information about the whereabouts of our children, about their lists, and we are asking for it through the international community, said the Deputy Prime Minister. As reported by Ukrinform, the Russian occupiers have again started the forced medical examination of Ukrainian children, who will then be taken to distant regions of the Russian Federation for rehabilitation. And that is what they do. And if you don't know how that works, I'll never forget, I remember hearing about this happening in Gendagar. I know I didn't pronounce that right, but it's in Zaporizhia region. It is the town by Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And they went and they collected all the kids in the town together, and they did medical examinations on them to see who needed help and who didn't. And guess what? Just about every child in the entire city had some kind of medical problem that needed treatment. And of course, that treatment was only available in Russia. And of course, no parents, you do not need to come along. So they were taking these children for rehabilitation or for a camp or one thing or another, and on and on and on and on and on. And so that's how they take the kids to Russia, and how they end up not coming back. That and summer camps. Summer camps are coming up again. I believe I saw over 800 children. I think it was 800 children were taken from one area to go to summer camp recently. And well, these were taken from Belgorod, so not quite the same, but taken from Belgorod to go to summer camp. But we know that summer camp is just a euphemism for making sure that you learn more about how to be a good Russian. So anyway, TKD, I see Will requesting. I don't know if you know how. I don't know if anybody told you how to bring somebody up. I just sort of
Oh, I
plopped you in
can
there.
now.
Yeah, you can. Look at that. I thought, just give you that one that experience while we're here, since we have Will requesting. See if it works.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Absolutely not a problem. So, hello, Willabuster. This is Willabuster and Long Play coming at you. And Heather, who seems to be fumbling a lot with her words today. So
Look at that shiny new co-host.
I know, right? Don't you just want to ruin it?
Shiny.
Oh, geez, Will
I
and
had
your
a friend
In fact, Prince, you should drop for 5 minutes. Let me take your spot, and then I can tick Long Play off my list, my to-do list. No, that would be cheating. That would be cheating. You can hang out there and test drive this car as much as you want, TKD, and I can rant from the cheap seats. However you guys want to do it.
That's up to TKD. But she did just put something in the nest for her first time. Put something up in the
What a
nest.
good girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and I feel like I have to do that for Brian, right? Because he's always trying to fill up the nest for you.
Go
So
get more.
that's very kind of you to let me clutter up your nest, friends.
Yeah, I'll clean it out when Mockers isn't paying attention.
You're not really co-hosting, TKD, unless you put at least 10 things in the nest.
So what does it count if I have like a tweet that also includes a reply into it with a second source? Does that count as two?
No, that's one. But you do get a merit badge if a post you put into the nest makes it around to the next shift at which you co-host. That's called going round the horn. And it's tough to do with people like Prince, always tidying up after us.
Are there any special provisions in place for items in the nest pertaining to cats?
Well, cats always get their it's highly likely something might make it around the horn better if it's got a good cat in it, a NAFO cat preferably, or even better, any sort of bird life.
Birds are good. Birds
This
are
is good
good.
to know.
All right, so tell us what you put in the nest. Tell me about this cat, because I don't know about this cat. Unless you need to go and check on your cat.
I just checked on my cat. We're holding steady at one kitten right now.
Okay, dokie.
So the Lviv City cat, I think if I remember correctly, they found him as a stray and he was taken into the mayor's office. And at least since 2022, he's been serving as the cat mayor of Kyiv. Yes, City Hall staff took him under their care, accompanied the visit to the veterinarian, and settled the cat in the city council. Since then, Levchuk has gotten the title of city's feline mayor, and the staff has started to manage his social media. On Levchuk's Instagram page, you can observe a legendary cat together with Lviv Mayor Andriy Sadovyi, congratulate followers on the holidays, meet international delegations and honored guests of the city, shake his paw, and pose for photos. And they've got a picture of him. It almost looks like he's wearing a Vishivanka. But there are fun pictures in the article that I posted in the reply to the tweet. So the original tweet is the link to Levchuk's Instagram page. But there was an article from April of this year that I put in the reply. And I think I had first heard about him in 2022. But he goes around and they've got videos of him with the mayor, like greeting the officials that come to visit and all that.
Very cool. Boxed wine, what say you? Boxed wine.
Whoops, I had to get back to my buttons. I think this is fabulous. Fabulousest. This is great. Yeah. So hopefully Robin will be able to get the message somehow and have her portrait taken with this kitty. And this is so at War's End. I think that Lviv's kitty needs to have a formal diplomatic meeting with Larry the cat from Downing Street. Don't you think?
Oh, that is a very interesting idea. They should have
That's
a Zoom
excellent.
call. They should have a Zoom call,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
Zoom meeting.
And there should be formalities involved.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ample fish at the state
So
dinner.
yes, and they should be served, attended to and served by people in appropriate gala uniforms. Yeah, and be wearing the proper medals
Well, speaking of
and
medals, maybe
ribbons.
they should invite the Sheba Boy cat. Have you seen that one?
No.
Okay, I will. Excuse me while I step away to find the Instagram for the cat that goes around with one of the soldiers.
Yes.
Oh, that one. That's the photogenic one.
Yes, that cat.
Yeah, that really narrows it down.
No, I know exactly which one it is. It's the one that sits in the.
How many cats do you know that aren't photogenic, though?
Well, there's
There is that.
But there is one that is like at the top of the list, however. Yes. Who poses his or her owner, who actively poses his or her owner for the appropriate photos to be taken and spread around. Yes. So yeah, I think that's a must have. And that one, because that one's in the trenches, it needs to get a special ribbon, a very special warfare medal of honor ribbon thingy. Don't you think? I think this needs to be orchestrated. Yes.
Yeah, you have all kinds of evil plans. I see how you are.
Speaking of evil plans,
Yes.
and now that the walking, talking Google Encyclopedia is back, I have a question about demining. So
Hit us.
will the encyclopedia man? So I remember reading here months and months ago that they were trying out this idea of mind spotting rats, trained rats. So I'm thinking, after they use up all of the available mine detection and clearing equipment, people walking around with special equipment, tractors, and whatever else, from drones, all of that. After that is all said and done, I mean, everybody knows there's still going to be some, hopefully, a minuscule number still left. So, but rats can smell these things. So I'm wondering if there is in the plans, maybe having cat brigade, or excuse me, rat brigades of demining rats who are trained to find, because they have really good smellers, right? And so even if the mine might be buried under several inches of dirt, maybe they could smell it and be trained to wag their tail or something to identify it. I don't know.
I thought they
So
were
the
already
wolf,
using rats for that, and I can't remember if it was Africa or Southeast Asia, but I'm pretty sure somebody's working with rats to
yeah,
locate mines.
yeah, that's what I had read too, but it's been months ago. And so so I'm wondering if there might be some updates on that, and or to me it sounds like a perfect, like, come in after all of the more effective and efficient stuff, automated stuff that could be done, looking for outliers, looking for remainders. Maybe the rats would be particularly well suited to that.
The
Anyway,
rats are good.
anybody?
The rats are good. They're a specific kind of rat. I can't remember exactly which country it is. Is it Cambodia? Give me a minute, I'll figure it out.
Well, I hope somebody's thinking about that and working it out if it's feasible. It may or may not be feasible, but it sounds feasible to me.
Yeah,
Actually,
I think it's probably limited by the number of rat trainers, rat handlers that they can get to do this, because it's probably not every rat. Rats are incredibly smart, and all being smart, they're probably also a little bit willful, and finding the rat for the job, if you will, probably is few and far between. And though absolutely correct, you know, the other animal they ought to train to find mines. Crows. Crows are incredibly smart and can use tools and everything. But I think because of the mass of what they have to do, I think some of the remote sensing technology is probably going to come to the fore in demining. And Ukraine is particularly placed to be able to do that, given their drone innovations and the other technological capability they've shown. You know, earlier in this war, I remember talking about how they were doing something when Scruff was on more than a year ago, and he was very sensitive to the fact, because he thought I might be giving up something that, but I'd read it in the press. And that was that they were doing temporal analysis using thermal drones, meaning they'd fly a pattern over an area where they suspected to be mined during the heat of the day, and get a record of that. And then they would have a computer compare that screening of that flyover with a flyover at night, looking for thermal anomalies over time, and finding locations of buried mines at that point. So I think that sort of thing will work. There's also ground penetrating radar they can apply later on that we've seen now affixed to drones, densiometers that they can fly over. I think they'll probably end up doing that, not because you couldn't train rats, crows, dogs, and other things to do amazing things, and and partner more with animals as a way to demonstrate our respect for them, essentially, and make use of really skilled things like we do with dogs, particularly. Rats are absolutely capable of doing that, nose wise and smarts wise, but probably finding enough skilled rat handlers probably would be limiting, and they'll probably, I would suspect, end up using the remote sensing technologies heavily, and which is why I hope they can find and clear, or find and assess the areas that they need to with equipment like that. And then if you can send in skilled, capable people that have all the tools, hint hint, like our current fundraiser, then you can clear all these mines, finding, identifying, and clearing them quickly, rather than letting them go missing, because they do, and they continually bury themselves further and further and further in the ground as time goes on. And next thing you know, it's 55 years later, and they're finding a big bomb underneath a bridge in the Thames River. I mean, it's amazing to me somehow some of this stuff can go missing. But it does. It seems like it's just right there, but the country is a big open space. There's lots of hiding places, even in places where you didn't think existed. And so I think remote sensing technology will be, but those are really interesting stories, Linda.
Okay, here we go. Really quick.
You find that rat, did you?
Looked up in the nest. African giant pouched rats is what they are.
Wow, that's a big rat.
That is a big rat. And yeah, big rats. and they do landmine detection, tuberculosis detection, and all kinds of interesting things. So yeah, their highly developed sense of smell, intelligent and easy to train, too light to set off landmines, locally sourced and widely available, easily transferable between trainers, cheap to feed, breed and maintain, live 6 to 8 years, and they are indigenous to the sub-Saharan Africa and therefore resistant to tropical diseases. So that actually is from the organization that trains them from their Twitter page. So yeah, it's in Angola. They are in Tanzania, Cambodia, and Angola. And so for 25 years, they have been tackling landmines and tuberculosis around the world using trained giant African pouched rats and other scent detecting animals.
Amazing. And look at the schnoz on that rat.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, they go olfactory, amazing, really, because it doesn't look like a good smeller, does it? I mean, it's got this massive, great smelling nose. Yeah, incredible too. And they use those animals. I've heard of this before, but not this rat. I didn't associate it with it. Some animals, some dogs, and rats in particular, they can smell people's breath and diagnose some diseases. It's amazing.
I've heard of that, and Will, you mentioned the remote sensing equipment, and I'm kind of wondering what situations does that work in, right? Because I think Heather earlier had mentioned that there were some machines that were demining fields. That's not going to work if mines end up in a playground somewhere. I mean, because after all, the aggressor country blew up a theater full of children, right? So the remote sensing equipment that you're talking about, are you able to tell us a little bit more about the situations in which that's used? Is it used for, we've got a big minefield here and we're looking for everything in this known minefield, or could you also use it going through neighborhoods or perhaps some of the areas downstream of Kherson where the mines may have been carried downstream and into all sorts of different places after they blew the dam and the area flooded?
Yeah, look, mine clearing in playgrounds and stuff like that wouldn't typically mean a lot of buried mines if they scattered things like the butterfly mines that are actually meant to be attractive to kids to pick up, if you can believe it, and they're airdropped and just randomly scattered. Places like that, maybe not so much, but absolutely the river delta. The river delta is of the Dnipro is a very good example of mines that would have been laid out in an area and been scoured up and transported downstream to be essentially laid down with sediment down there in a very difficult way to find them, and might not have been subjected to enough pressure to set them off, tank mines, but would still be live and subject to potential detonation. And so the remote sensing technologies could probably be very good. And what I mean by remote sensing is the drones fly over the top of the area at a height. They can be, if you're looking for large tank mines in areas where we suspect mines to be laid out, like along roads, on battlefields, things like that, they can fly a pattern at some height, 20 meters, and get a thermal record of the ground at the time, and then fly back over that exact same pattern at night when it's cool, and those mines will show up as hot, even if they're buried under a small amount of soil. If they're deeper, they're going to have to use the densiometer or the ground penetrating radar sorts of things, but they're already experimenting with strapping those to drones, where we had used sort of carts, if you will, things that look a bit like rototillers. You drive them across the field, and you can find these mines, but they're driven across remotely. But these flying drones that they've got that can hover now and fly along an area that's unobstructed. So maybe not a playground, but you could fly these drones along fields and in forests, in and around amongst the trees, but not through thick underbrush, of course. A few meters, just a couple of meters off the ground, and they have densitometers. They spin around and do a densitometer or ground penetrating radar signal that it sends out, and then has detectors that can pick up whether or not there's anything there of metallic in the case of a ground penetrating radar, or of anything of a specific density. And then that just narrows it down, and then people can go out there with those areas marked and do the direct investigation of the place and make sure, it's not an old lunchbox or an ammo container. It's actually a mine, and then remove it. It's a matter of being able to screen this 156,000 square kilometers much more quickly, so that you can get people that are skilled down to the area to do the removal.
I was just going to ask you. I was just going to ask you about the removal, because it sounded like you were describing for us the different ways that they can figure out where the mines are, right? And then after that, depending on the location and the terrain, they might have different options for removal. But it sounds to me like you've described that there would be a number of situations where an individual person would have to go in on the ground with a tool. And I was wondering if you could help kind of close the loop for us on how, after they find the mines, like the tools and the gear that our fundraiser is going to provide. Can you kind of situate that in context for us?
Yeah. Okay. So that then after they've generally located where they think are a bunch of suspected mines with the remote sensing technology, like drone output from drone transcripts, they can then go out. They send a person out with a traditional mine detector, which looks probably not dissimilar to people that use metal detectors as hobbies. And then they just find out specifically where the mines are based on the direction they've been gotten, so they go to the right place in the first place. So it really, really narrows down their search very quickly, and they can focus then on the specific mine that they're looking at based on a handheld piece of equipment. And then after they've found the device of whatever type it might be, an unexploded shell, it might be a mine, and regardless of either type of thing it is, that would define the technique that they'd use to excavate, remove, or excavate, deactivate, and remove the unexploded ordnance or the mine itself.
I just want to say something real quick here before we go to Linda, because my opinion matters more than hers. Just kidding, really. There's an article from April of 2024 from the New Voice of Ukraine. Demining expert reveals Ukraine's sapper count is the name of the article. But it also says that Ukraine's new allies in demining train rats to the rescue. And this is from April 6th. Ukraine's new allies demining train rats to the rescue. They are considering, from what I see here, is that they were considering bringing rats into Ukraine to help to demine. I don't know if they have, but this is something that they are thinking. Are thinking that they may be able to start using in country in Ukraine. So I think this is one of those let's keep our eyes out and keep an eye out for something that Ukraine will use in the future. Quite honestly, the person who is rather interested in this, as far as the demining rats goes, is NAFO Dave. Dave loves the rats. Dave loves the rats. Dave uses rats on a regular basis for work. And he if you haven't heard Dave say, Dave is a cancer researcher, and so if basically if they're able to cure one of the rats of cancer, Dave takes it home it gets retired, and Dave takes it home and raises it for the rest of its life. So that is how Dave loves his rats, but he also gets to do rat surgery, and yeah, Dave likes the rats. So anyway, I just thought I'd put that in there. We also want to bring this to your attention. We want to bring this to your attention that evidently happening right now, live on Maria Report for the first time, live on air. And I would like to thank YouTube for this suggestion of pointing this out. A cat birthing on air is Maria Report first. So let's have a round of applause for another Maria Report first on TKD's first time co-hosting. So thank you very much. That is some of the humor that we find on YouTube, because I do love our YouTube people. And I was waiting to see.
I just walked into the room, and the little kitten is mewing.
Aw, how sweet.
Yes,
There.
I think she's stopped now that her mama is grooming her.
Yeah, of course you would. All right, boxed wine.
Well, now I have two things. So I'm wondering, does there need to be a donation related kitten naming contest for these new little Ukrainian kittens? What do you think?
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. All I know is if this 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. or 10, forget the rest of the world, in the workers' paradise, if this 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. segment doesn't raise more money than anybody other segment, you're all dead to me. So whatever it takes to generate some donations, you should definitely do that.
How many more cats do we need,
drones.
people?
They should pump out at least a dozen during your time there. I don't know. Do these new cats have homes already, or what? How much burden are we putting on you here?
Well, I'm actually looking for homes for them, because I have one cat that I rescued last year, and then I rescued this one. So I don't know that. Well, if she has 6 like she did last time, I think 8 cats is a lot to have in the house. So I am looking for homes. I am looking for good, safe, loving homes for the kittens. Yes.
Okay, so here we go. This is the Crazy Cat Lady starter kit, TKD.
That is the Crazy Cat Lady starter kit.
I love this. And you're not even sure how many yet there will be, correct? To be determined?
No, the vet was able to see at least 3 in there. It was 3 weeks ago tomorrow, and they said it was too early to tell. And she definitely got bigger since then. So I'm thinking it'll probably be at least 4, maybe 6, like the last litter that she had outside that we couldn't find for a while. But she's doing okay. She's really sweet.
So she settled into homehood just fine after being unhomed.
Way better than I expected. It took a few months to earn her trust outside, but I think she really did. I think she really did want to be safe. So if she's the one that wanted to make the progress, and I was willing to wait for her to take things at her own pace, it turned out pretty well.
Congrats, mommy.
You seem to have a way of doing that, and there's nothing wrong with that. So it's there's nothing wrong with that. All right. So now, where were we? No, Will, I didn't want you to just list them. I saw it noted in some news today. There's actually a news article in Ukrainian form that Special Operations Center A means Alpha Unit. That's a unit that we help support. Wait, maybe not. No, we do SBU-A. I don't know. Anyway, its Special Operations Center A struck 30 Russian refineries, terminals, and oil depots, and Zelensky met with the fighters. That is what this article is about. I should send it to you. And that is where I was going with the.
I know. I saw the headline on that too earlier. I was just winding you up.
Okay, so yeah, I thought maybe you wanted to talk about 30 of them. I didn't realize 30 is amazing, Will.
Yes, it is. And note that if I was to count the multiple strikes on those facilities, we would go probably over 40. And a fuel depot is nice. Don't get me wrong. A fuel net, like especially like the one we saw burn down in last week, a terminal in Azov, or the really attractive one that burned down both wings of the entire depot in Smolensk. That was a thing of beauty. But those are nice. But you know, an old process engineer, I love to see unit operations in the refineries go themselves. And in that area alone, so 30, but not just 30 depots like that. Uh, Over half of these, in fact, I count 19 of these are actually refinery strikes. And as I say, we've seen refineries struck multiple times, in some cases up to 3 strikes on a refinery. So if I was to count the total number of drone strikes on oil depots, oil terminals, and refineries, the number would go over 40. And I'll just note that in the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, half of the largest refineries in Russia.
That is absolutely awesome. So, and could you pick out one that has been most damaged? Which one has had the most damage done to it and is going to be the most difficult to repair?
Okay, so hard to tell which one will be the most difficult to repair, but clearly the most damaging strikes would have had to have been the Razan refinery back in March, I believe, where we clearly saw 2 double tap strikes by Luti drones on 2 of the 6 refinery distillation columns that are at the head of the 6 column chains. They've also done multiple strikes on Volgograd, but I can't tell you exactly how much damage there because the video wasn't as good. But that Razan strike stands out to me in particular because that and we're talking about the 3rd largest refinery in Russia, so it's important that one where we saw the drones come in. When they really got into the swing of things, the earliest refinery strikes that they hit, that we'd see a fire, but we didn't know how big it was, and you didn't see it. And then when we saw the refinery strike down in southern Krasnodar, what was the name of that refinery? Where they clearly hit a column for the first time, the vacuum column down in. Let me pull up my map, and I'll tell you. We saw that there was the first time we definitely, absolutely, positively saw a strike on a column, and I really got involved in looking at each of these things in great detail. From that time on, we've seen an evolution of the way in which they strike these refineries. Because Tuapse, we know for a fact that refinery went back into operation. Russia claims 4 months after it was struck, and then the week after that, it was struck a second time, and they did a much better strike the second time. And when we got to Razan, we saw the use of these Luti drones, which are very long-range drones, and they carry a medium-sized payload of about 20 kilograms, I believe. And it's clearly a very good shrapnel bomb. And the manner in which those drones can dive bomb into their target was, they seem to have evolved these things particularly suited to doing the attacks that they've done, where the thing flies over and you think it might, it's not stopping, it flies, and then it goes into such a steep dive, about a 70-degree angle, so that the drone itself, the kinetic energy of the drone impacting the column, in addition to the explosion it creates and hot shrapnel that sets everything on fire, those refinery strikes are much more effective these days than they were in the original attacks. So that's why Razan stands out to me. We saw, and then clearly these drones are watching what's happening, and the drones that followed into that refinery, if something was struck before but not clearly on a massive damage, they would strike the exact same column again to make sure that the fire was taking hold and causing lots of extra damage. And so that Razan refinery stands out to me as probably the best example of drone strikes. If you were to go back and look at the of those drone strikes, look at the action that was taking place there, based on how effective those strikes can be. We've seen that, and you've seen the results of that experimentation, if you will, in the later refinery strikes, because they are generating fires these days that aren't just on the top of the columns like they were in Tuapse. We're seeing them generate large spills of material and busting of these columns open so that they form large pool fires. And once you get a good pool fire going, it can cause a lot more damage extensively that'll shut down the refinery for an extensive period of time. So, they're evolving and growing, and they are definitely over 30 facilities. And if I was to count double strikes, we'd go over 40. So more and long may it continue, because it's clearly had the direct, immediate impact that we want to see. One of you co-hosts called it physical sanctioning, and I 100% endorse that terminology about these refinery strikes, because the immediate reaction just within weeks of concentrated strikes on the major refineries caused Russia to stop exports of gasoline, naphtha, and diesel fuel for 6 months until the 1st of September. And that means eliminating from them about, I think it was 150 million euros of export dollars every month. So definitely have immediate impact. And I'm a big fan of refinery strikes, obviously.
Well, yeah, we know that. We know this about you. I see Queen Dan the Martha Man has his hand up.
Yeah. No, I've been dying to ask somebody this all day long because I've missed a lot. I've been dealing with my car. Every time I get in my car now, I'm having all kinds of electrical technical issues connecting. What I wanted to ask is, what happened over the Black Sea today? Was there something, a NATO plane shot down or something? It was during Marsilius's time.
Yeah. So look, I'm guessing not. But even so, the 4th, 5th. Oh my God! Look at how many things have gone into the nest. Thanks, TKD. I really love your work. What was previously the 3rd tweet in the nest, which is now the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boy, she's really getting into the spirit of this, isn't she? 8th tweet in the nest is the tweet on the drone. Russia, yesterday, we talked about the fact that Ho's very mad. Ho's very, very mad yesterday about the strikes on the air defense systems and this long-range radar system yesterday. That set off a telegram, ranty, angsty things like I haven't seen in the longest time. Very upsetting to Russia. And one of the things that they particularly complained about, and the ambassador to the United States from Russia complained about bitterly, was Forte, the global hawk that's been flying around. And if you see the global hawk on station for 16 or 18 hours doing a lap around a portion of the Black Sea, looking down at what's going on at some point that's doing analysis on. Then obviously they're watching to see what happens. And what they're watching to see what happens is probably the results of strikes that are being carried out by Ukraine on targets that those very Forte type equipments or satellite or whatever probably helped identify for those places. And Russia was very, very angry about that yesterday. They complained particularly, oh, the United States is shooting these ATACMS missiles. They provided that. But one of the things they were very, very upset about is the intelligence capability that Ukraine is getting from the Five Eyes nations to provide them with information that Russia doesn't have. And whilst also providing information that Russia doesn't have because it's had two of its A-50 Beriev aircraft shot down and doesn't have look-down capability the way that Ukraine has available through its friends. Russia seems very upset that Ukraine's got better friends than it does, and it absolutely went off about this Forte drone. And the Global Hawks are amazing pieces of kit. They're so amazing pieces of kit that this thing was called, it's Forte 10. And if it's called Forte 10 of the U.S. Air Force, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and guess that there is a Forte 1 through 9 in the U.S. Air Force as well. So what Russia said they've done, all this telegraph chatter is, you can look at the flight radar and see that Forte was down in the southwest corner of the Black Sea, flying on station, probably looking back up at Crimea to the northeast, and then after about 30 hours of flying, turned off its transponder and went in and landed back in Romania, where it's based. Now, Russia started this story that they'd shot a drone down over the Black Sea. I'd like to see the photos. Now they have shot a Raptor down before, right? They shot a Raptor down that was well over by the Anapa coast, but a Reaper, sorry, a Raptor drone is a much smaller RQ-9, much smaller beast than the Global Hawk. The Global Hawk is the thing, it's a massive looking drone. It's very sleek. It looks like a whale. I mean, it's shaped so aerodynamically. It's got a jet intake right in the part of the tail. So it's very well designed to stay up for a long period of time. It's got 30-hour duration that it can fly on station. And the electronic eavesdropping capability that it has in it is amazeballs. It can be in air mode, it can be in surface mode, it can be tailored to look at the sea surface, look for small objects, look for large objects. It's a really nice piece of kit. And the U.S. Air Force has an absolute shit ton of them. So if Russia was able to actually shoot down a Global Hawk, Forte 10, which I don't believe they have, I'll just remind you that Black Cat 6 was announced to have entered the chat on the 14th of June. Black Cat 6, of which there are probably at least 5 before it, is the U.S. Navy drone that is the analog to the Global Hawk, which actually has upgraded capabilities slightly to look at sea surface items that they want to find. For instance, if you were trying to see where the rest of the Black Sea Fleet was at, or whenever a sub came up, or just stuff like that. Really, the Navy version is tailored toward the sea, but it has very similar capabilities to the Global Hawk. And so if in wild speculation that Telegram got into in the Russian side, congratulating each other but vaguely congratulating each other about the thing they said they did, and talking about what it was in vague. They didn't come out and say it, but what they're trying to tell you is they shot down Forte 10. If you believe that, I've got a building to sell you. But when they bring us up proof of that shoot down of Forte 10, guess what happens? Forte 11 gets released from Romania, or where the United States Air Force the Navy and the Army and the Coast Guard all have more indigenous look down AWACS capability to them, organic capability that they don't share with the Air Force, or they don't share with anybody else. Each one of the branches of the U.S. military and the Coast Guard have more AWACS capability than Russia at this point. So if they shot one down, it would be a big loss. It's a massive multi-million-dollar piece of kit that would be, that would be a massive issue to the United States if Russia actually shot down the Forte 10. Expect to hear about it from the Department of Defense and the Department of State. It will get big news. It's not going to be swept under the rug. I don't suspect they had. But if they did do that, replacement of it with another technology or another replication of that very same technology is not easily done, but can be done directly by the United States, given capabilities they've got in theater already. And I'll just note that the Saab 890Cs that are being provided to Ukraine from Sweden, they will have their own organic AWACS capability with good look down radar relatively soon. And we have not seen an A-50 Beriev from Russia approach anywhere near the theater since the second of those was shot down in March. So they're clearly uncomfortable keeping theirs in the theater, and they're trying to raise disinformation here, I suggest to you, or whip up cope for their folks about all the losses they've been. You got to manufacture a win here, folks. So I suspect they might be manufacturing a win by saying they shot down Forte 10, and we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, Dan, because I'm a betting man, but I'm not betting on that unless you give me if you gave me, I don't know, 8.5 to 1, I'd probably put $10 down on it that Russia shot that drone down. But I'm going to need to see the evidence.
Go ahead, Linda.
Well, I actually have two things, but let's do the first one and then you can come back to me for the second one. And it's to the Encyclopedia Will. But anyway, so the first thing is we now have less than 20 minutes left for the special matching time for the donations for demining equipment. Is it one person or is it multiple people? I don't remember.
I think it's a pool of multiple donors that have matched before that have said the pool of money that to match is $2,000. So if we raise $2,000 in this 6 hours, the matchers will add an additional $2,000 to it. But regardless of the amount, so if it's $1,200, they'll add $1,200. But they said they'll match up to $2,000. But I'll tell you what, test me. Yep. Raise $5,000 in these hours. If you're out there and you think, don't want to get in on it because mine won't be matched, put your money in, and I'll bet you one of the donors will say, I'll probably match that too. Although that one time when I said that, holy shit, we got a donation of like $10,000 from a listener one time. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it, but it has happened. So this is when I started being careful. I'm more careful about saying somebody would match it. Yeah. But yeah, honestly, it's important, and if we can help reach this goal, it would be great. Because frankly, we're used to meeting our fundraising goals, and so I want to make sure we do that this time. And we've only got a week to go. So if the match doesn't get all used up in the next 22 minutes. I'll bet it carries on until it is matched, but we'll ask him.
Okay, yeah, because if it doesn't, there's not that many minutes left. There's just about enough minutes to do the clicking through in order to make a donation on your credit or debit card.
Yeah, do it right now. Do it right now.
Yep.
Honestly, retweet the space. Help us get more listeners in. Go smash that big blue button in the upper right-hand corner of the website yourself and ask other people to do it. let people know about MriyaReport so they come in and we can hopefully get more donors into the causes we're getting. And if you enjoy the information, if you find the information useful, you get MriyaReport, and you can make use of it elsewhere to help the cause. That's great. But the more you spread the information that you get here out, the more people will come to respect and trust the value of MriyaReport, and the more money we can raise.
Yeah. Yeah. So a little over 15 minutes, folks, to be assured that your donation will be matched. So get on it, just about enough time to make a phone call. And then, Will, I have another question. And this is with regard to the drones for demining. Can I go off on that? So there's these drones that are able to detect mines through thermal means and or density means, right? So these drones are specially equipped so they can fly a few feet off the ground and find mines, because the temperatures is going to be different underground where they are, and or the density of the soil that they're buried in is going to be different, and they're going to be able to be identified when the drones then fly over again. Now, and then we talked about then their location would be identified, and people could go in and do their demining thing because they will have been identified. I'm wondering if there could be drones that would have, I don't know, a shotgun attached to them that after they've identified, a buried mine, they could shoot it. What do you think? And instead of hand grenade, drop drone grenades or something like that.
So
What do you think?
probably not powerful enough to set off the pressure required for the tank mines, and probably not reliable enough in doing that. If there was a better way to do it, you could bet the Ukrainians would probably be doing it already. But so what you're talking about is rapid mine removal when we need to use the area right now, right? The Miklik and the UR-77 mine clearing equipment that shoots the large cables of det cord out in front of them and generates an almighty explosion that generates a static overpressure that will set anything off.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah, I never thought about those, but yeah,
Yeah,
those two,
that's what they use to do mine clearing. You see these idiots from Russia shooting them and then getting hit by the shooting them with an AK-47, being close enough so that you could hit one reliably means you're probably in line to get hit with shrapnel fragments when it comes out, unless you're a sniper. So possible to do it that way, but not reliable, and not reliable set it off, and not enough pressure to be able to set off a tank mine probably. So I think they'll probably go ahead and try to find, isolate, and take those out without detonating them. Now there are certain ones that they find in place that they can't defuse in the place, they can't make safe. So then they do bring in explosive charges and set those in it or near it and then explode them. But I haven't heard of anybody doing it with a shotgun. I thought you were going to ask, can they strap some of them rats to a drone and fly them around?
Good Lord. Can they drop the rats
Yeah.
upon them?
Oh, poor rats. Yeah,
That's what I
no.
was thinking about the crows.
I like the shotgun idea. I like the idea of a drone shooting a shotgun.
Well, you're American, so
There has to
anything
be
involving a long firearm is usually a real winner.
There's that.
Hello, Brian. I see you're making friends on the internet.
Oh yes, I caught like a really nice ratnik in David's space a few hours ago. See that? That was kind of cool,
I
huh?
did. You're making friends and influencing people. Love your work.
I was called a terrorist. What was it? Terrorist pretender, but also that I saying that I falsely claimed that I work for CIA, which is interesting.
Plus, I love the conspiracy theory guy who's claiming that you're a terrorist pretender and NATO's funded by this, but he's going to get the guy who hates the deep state is going to get the authorities after you, Brian. You better be careful.
Yeah, he was tagging pretty much the whole executive branch in calling me out and snipping my tweet and stuff. It was interesting. You know, I have to say, it makes me even angrier that I'm taking all this flack and they can't upgrade the food at the Langley cafeteria. I mean, how often do I have to rant on this? I mean, I demand to speak to a supervisor because,
Is your church aware that is your church aware that you're doing all of these terrible, nefarious things, Brian?
I'm going to try to get through the session series without them finding out. I think I'm just going to try to just dazzle them so much with my content that they won't even think to try and fact check me or check into my background. And so hopefully, I just keep fooling them as much as possible. So
Now, wait a minute. What's the name of this church and where precisely is it located?
it is Weaverville United Methodist Church. It's in the Asheville, North Carolina area. It's my church. So I'm doing session 2 on July 11th. So yeah, I had about 11 people in session 1.
So we would be able to find their phone number on the interwebs and inform them about you.
Yes, you could. You could out me. Yes, I would be forced to come up to the pulpit and actually atone for my sins for subterfuge and manipulation. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
That would be hearkening back to that Ephesians 5. You know, do not participate in the deeds of darkness, but instead expose them. Right. So. Yeah. So. Yes. Yeah. Well, I had a lot of fun there. That guy was in a space, and it sounds like he's been in multiple spaces, and just kind of reading the Russian troll index card, chapter and verse. So he got called out on it, and I guess he got in his feelings about it. So he he went after Paige also. Apparently, Paige is corrupt and grifting. So, but yeah, well, we know that that's not true. So yeah, and now NAPO is on him. So yeah, kind of cool. So I'm surprised that we actually have a functioning space still. I mean, TK, doing her maiden voyage here, apparently has managed not to hit any red buttons to cause a crash and host connection issues and all of that stuff. You're doing a great job, TK.
Thanks. Helps that I'm up with Prince and Will, and that I can follow your example as well. But
Yes,
it's good to
I
see
see
it's good
that.
to see that it's good to see that Dryfly's back. Hey, Dryfly.
Hello. I was just going to add one thing about the Reaper drone conversation. I saw that come up earlier. Dan mentioned it, and Will pretty much covered everything that was important. The one addition to tell you that it's probably false is that there's no scramble to the crash site. We would be hearing all kinds of stories about boats coming out of Novorossiysk or Sevastopol or whatever, trying to get to that crash site because they would desperately want to dive and get the parts. That's kit that they would want parts from. They would want absolutely everything they can get from it, and there's zero evidence from anyone that there's any activity chasing toward a crash site out in the Black Sea. So when I heard that, that was the first thing I looked to see is, are people sorting out of Novorossiysk to go after the parts, and was NATO scrambling to be able to cover it too? Because that happened the last time we lost one of those, is that we actually put up assets on top of it as well. So none of that happened. So I can think it's pretty safe to assume that it was a Vatnik imagination problem. And I'll listen.
No, yeah, you're dead right. When that when that Reaper was shot down over the southeast side of the Black Sea, the Russian ships were on that like stink on dog poop. And you're right. I haven't seen any of that. Marcus Johnson, or one of the, we'll know as soon within hours of anyone heading toward that area. We'll know about it because the people that track the shipping. So that's a good point, Dryfly. Yeah. Brian.
So I need some advice. So like, I'm at the point where I've started talking about the full spread scale invasion. I talk about how they got chased out of Kyiv, and what I ended up doing was I was gonna live do like go through the time lapse part on showing the battle lines in ISW, but what I ended up doing was taking screenshots of the battle lines like early on, and then the battle lines like a month later, to show where the Russians have been chased out of Kyiv Oblast and Kharkiv Oblast. I sort of just highlighted that. I talked about like the Kharkiv and Kyiv fiasco, and then I talked about getting chased out of Kherson area down at massive retreat down to across the Dnipro. And then and I talked about it didn't go well for the Russians. And then my next thought was to show like, the ISW map for the different areas of operation, like Kharkiv, and then like do an Kharkiv sit rep, and then do Crimea sit rep, and then Crimea showing the battle the lines, the battle map, control of terrain in the Zaporizhia down to Crimea, and then obviously talk about what went wrong with the Russians, talk about what the Ukrainians have done well. But now I'm at the point where, I want to like explain like what the current status is. So I guess the bullet points there, but yeah, and I did show a video earlier about like some combat, and some examples of HIMARS, just savaging the Russians and showing some drones. And so it was a nice kind of comprehensive video that I think they got the idea of, kind of a little taste of kind of what's happening. What else should I show? Should I bother showing? I mentioned the Black Sea, a quarter of the Black Sea Fleet being sunk. Should I show a video of the uncrewed surface vessel going into a ship, just to kind of highlight that? Or is there other video that you think I should highlight?
If you were, I would definitely show one of the USV attacks, the nighttime USV attacks, the one where the drones pack around the thing and go in order basically, and hit the place that was already hit. That video was exceptional, and one of the most remarkable videos that I've seen in this entire time is the three missiles that hit the Black Sea Fleet headquarters. I think that one is absolutely key because they put those three missiles right through the locations in that building at that time of day where you could expect to find the head of the Black Sea Fleet and his entire high command. They hit the conference room downstairs where these folks were expected to be, and then they put one right through his third floor office. So, I thought that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's good. Any other thing else I should tell them? In terms of the current status, I talk about like the EU.
Well, you got to talk about the bad news. You have to talk. I don't think you can't cover. So you covered everything so far. The way I would do it, talk about the movement of the maps and go through the Kharkiv offensive and the Kherson offensive, and then there was this long buildup of the Surovikin line, right? Surovikin decided to go into defense, build this massive line of defenses and all these mining of areas that's, twice as much mines as ever been planned for by NATO, and the beginning of the buildup so that Ukraine could attempt to do its offensive in the summer, and how that got bogged down immediately because of the incredible amount of fortifications that Russia had been able to put in place, because they were given time to do so. And they didn't bring an air force with them, and some of the problems that set that up. So why that offensive didn't gain much land, and then the next big event is the United States decided to shut off bullets for 6 months.
Yeah, talk about
and that had a massive impact. But the important thing about that impact is now go back to the maps again and show them that even without bullets, Ukraine didn't lose as much land during Russia's offensive
worried about.
as they took in the last summer offensive. So putting it all in context, and then then talk from that point on about the current successes that are being made in relation to the strategic strikes, and up to today, you'd have to say the good news is that with bullets back on, it's not just one-way traffic. We've seen Ukraine get some positional take some positional advantage where they can again. But here, the message is it ain't going to be over tomorrow. Of course, right? We got another good long 15 months worth of buildup probably before Ukraine can do anything decisive again, or try to do anything decisive again. Hey, tell me though, did the first session run to time as you expected?
Well, actually, it's funny you asked. So we actually went about half of the pace that I anticipated, because typically in PowerPoint you talk about 2 minutes a slide roughly. But the thing was, my panelists were so good, and there was so much discussion that we only ended up getting through about 23 slides.
That's what I figured.
So, yeah. So I mean, and so when they were talking, and then that stimulated questions from the audience, and so there was some back and forth there, and they were sharing stories, both of them, all three of them, and so it ended up being a good. Actually, one of the comments I got from multiple people commented that they wanted the sessions to go to 2 hours instead of an hour and a half. So that's a good sign, because we started at 7, steer clear of work and dinner and all that stuff, and so but now this next session I'm going to do it based on their feedback. We're going to do 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern, and do that. So so that's kind of what we'll do. So, and I think we're actually going to have more people too this session, because we had 11 the first time, and then the pastor wasn't able to make it. He was at conference, so he's coming, and I wouldn't be surprised based on the feedback with him, because he talked about at church worship that that he had heard it gotten well. So we might get more people. So yeah,
great.
Yeah, I'm
super good effort.
I'm excited. Yeah, it's funny. They really appreciated the historical perspective, and that's what we spent most of the time on. One of the panelists was chief of diplomatic mission for NATO for Ukraine back in the 90s. So I mean, I mean, he was there for the Orange Revolution. He was there for a lot of this stuff. So so he was sharing stories that meeting with the generals back then, because if he was chief of NATO, he was only NATO liaison there, and then I had 2 other people who were U.S. veterans who had been to Ukraine since the full-scale invasion multiple times, and one of them is the Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel with explosives and demining experience. So yeah, so it was. And then the other gal was a retired Air Force captain who spent time in Ukraine with veterans organizations, and she's been to Bucha and all. So yeah, so I'm kind of blessed with that, man. I mean, that's they really did a great job, and I want to get them here on the MriyaReport to kind of talk about some of the things they've done. But the yeah, so I think, and then as far as current status, I also talk about like that the situation in Kharkiv is kind of stabilized. It seems like most of the action is in the east, right out towards Donetsk, and out towards past west of Avdiivka. Is that fair to say? Now that the both Shanks has kind of calmed down a little bit and they kind of push back on there, would you say that or would you say both the north and with Kharkiv and the southeast are equally hot? How would you characterize that?
Well, I'd go with what Zelensky said in his briefing last night, that clearly the major effort is still in Pokrovsk, which is northeast of, or basically sort of straight north of Avdiivka. In that area, there is the current hardest pressed, although. And they're still trying on Chasiv Yar, but in the last few days, Kharkiv have really slowed down. We've seen them abandoning some positions, the Russians in the north that they were attempting to fortify. That looks as if they don't have enough reinforcements to press the assault and keep up the lines that they've got now. So, that's why I said they're going to need to decide whether to commit that northern army they've been building or not. Because and they are also supposedly, based on some troop movements and trucks and concentrations of things, they are also apparently trying to build another largish army in the Kherson area, either for defense of what they think is coming or for some attack themselves. But it's pretty clear they aren't able to keep up the building of the armies and the attrition rate that they're seeing every day. But yeah, Pokrovsk and the Chasiv Yar are still pretty active.
Yeah, so that's what I'll leave them with there as sort of a battlefield update. I'll cover those things, and then we'll jump right into persecution of Christians and go into the war crimes and atrocities and genocide stuff. So
yeah, if they really want to talk about military stuff later, but I agree, it's time to shift gears and start talking about the religious persecution and atrocities. But I mean, at the end of this summer, the biggest story is going to be militarily, almost certainly, unless something amazing happens. The biggest story militarily is going to be the strategic failure of Russia to open up a northern front.
yeah, and to exploit the ammunition starvation caused by the American delay in getting
Precisely.
Yeah, so I call that out specifically. I even used your verbiage from a few last week where you called it a strategic defeat. I put that verbiage in there specifically to talk about that. One thing that I'll say too, the guy from NATO, he told a story that I had not heard, and so he said that you may recall that they tried to do a coup on Gorbachev back in the day. I think it was '91. They tried to execute a coup and depose him from power, and so the NATO guy was saying that when that happened, there was an order sent from the people who were driving the coup to the Soviet to the military to go on nuclear alert, and so the Soviet officers in Ukraine, because obviously there were nuclear bases in Ukraine where these people were ordered to go on alert. So what happened was he issued the order. They issued the order, and then the Ukrainian officers decided to have an all-officer meeting, and they sat down and discussed this. And they said that the concern was that if we go on alert, that means the Americans are going to go on alert, and if the Americans go on alert, then these people that are trying to do this coup are going to use this as an excuse to declare martial law and to take control of the military, and they're going to depose Gorbachev, and we're going to go back to the Soviet shit show that previous shit show we've been dealing with before this perestroika opening or whatever, and so they refused the order. Um, and uh, and and so his point was that even then, the Ukrainians were acting in the best interests of the liberal democracies and the West, even in their current situation. And he said that that story had not really gotten widely reported. That sequence of events happened with these officers, and so I thought that was fascinating. The other story that he mentioned was that when the Orange Revolution happened, he was at a coffee shop that morning after this election nonsense, and they declared this pro-Russian guy the leader, the winner of the election. So he was at a coffee shop and he noticed all these people walking into the center of the square of the city, I guess the Maidan, and so he noticed something was up. So he looked up and everybody's walking in the same direction. So then he finished his coffee and then he started walking down there. And then he saw these people, and over hours, a couple of hours, he would see, 10, 20, 30,000 people, and just kept building. And so then he left, and then he went and he had a meeting already scheduled with some of these military officers. And he was talking to one of the senior guys, and he's like, yeah, we've got to figure out what we're going to do here. And apparently this pro-Russian guy had already issued an order for these guys to move out and go fire on these protesters. And so they had a meeting at the time, and they basically said, no, I forget the name of the unit. It started with a P. And they basically said, no, we're not doing that. We're not going to fire on our people. That's a Soviet thing to do. We're not in that era anymore. And we ain't moving. And apparently this unit was influential enough that if they weren't moving, nobody was moving. And so that was another moment where Ukrainians said, we're not doing this. We're going to forge our own path, and we're not going to. And then that basically helped facilitate this Orange Revolution being successful, and this pro-Russian dude being pushed out, and because of this, fraudulent election that had happened. So I thought that was inspiring for him. It was a very vivid detail in his mind because he was right in front and center of it. So anyway, I've talked too much, and I know you're probably about to go through a shift change.
Yeah, we will be going through a shift change here in a minute or two. But I think I haven't said good morning, mockers, yet. We'll see if she's awake here in a minute. But let's go to Dawn first.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna sleep. Brits are gonna sleep all day. I mean, we've got a war to cover here. Come on.
Yeah. She's at least awake, I'm sure. So Dawn, you've had your hand up for a while. Let's go to you.
Hi. Just a warning. That nickel you were talking about, called Kohler or whatever his name is, Liberty Kohler, I think his hashtag, his thing is at Liberty Kohler. A lot of people on here are following. Mockers is following him. Alan's following him. Primus is following him. And all this posts are anti-Ukraine, and is like, it's got a picture of it's got about 5 pictures a page now of his pinned tweet. And it's like saying she's pretending to work for CIA and she wants to be investigating and all this stuff. And it's got pictures of Brian, it's got pictures of other people that were on that other space. So it's like he's come in and just screenshot everybody or something, and now he's harassing everybody. But just to let you know, Arn Allen's following him as well. There's if I can DM him, I'll DM him. Sky Kiss is another one. But just to let you know anyway.
Yeah, I'd gotten to work as he was harassing Paige, and so Paige let me know, and I've had some fun kind of monitoring his going off the rails. I didn't know Paige and I, inspired all of this passion in people. Maybe he has a crush for Paige, crush on Paige or something, sort of like a daddy kink. He sounds like a kind of an older dude.
All right. So, hi, TKD. You still there?
I am still here.
All right. Just checking in. But I am going to say good morning, Makas.
Yeah, I was just in the middle of writing a post. I've just deleted it. Never mind.
Yeah, that's how it
Today,
goes. You start.
Hello, guys.
That's how it goes. You start doing something productive, and I bug you.
Yeah, we always do it to one another, don't we? But I was halfway through writing a post, and I was like, what shall I write that's going to entice people to come and join us? That isn't too sarcastic, and isn't too shots fired, because that's my feeling this morning. So I just deleted it. Everybody else, please retweet, because apparently I can't do it this morning without a massive amount of snark. So yeah, I'm not allowed.
Morning, mockers. Seems kind of silly to co-host for the first time and not take advantage of the chance to say that.
Hey, also, by the way, I'm going to come round to your house and pet your kittens at some point. I don't know how, but yeah, kittens.
Let's make it happen.
Well, alrighty then. Mockers, the kitten snatcher. Make your own.
We're at 3.
Oh, cool.
We're definitely at 3.
Cool. We've gone from 1 to 3 in the last, I guess, couple of hours. And that's not a bad thing. And there was something I was going to say about Mockers, the kitten snatcher. I want to use a different word. Make your own jokes. Dan.
Congratulations on your new kitties, TKD, and congratulations on hosting. I'm glad you're up there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. Prince, were you going to say that Mockers is a catnapper?
Oh, no, it wasn't going to be that clean.
We'll just leave that there then.
Oh, yeah, we'll leave it there. All right, so we are going to be transitioning, I think, over to Mockers here when she gets a minute, and we need to roust the ghost lion to see where in the world he is. Well, we know where in the world he is to some degree, just don't know exactly if he is paying much attention, but we will find that out very shortly. TKD, you have done an awesome job, and I hope this gave you a chance to get comfortable without being too stressed out, and just not having too much time to think about it ahead of time, and just like throw you in there. All right.
Thanks for the support. Thanks for the flexibility, and thanks everyone for coming tonight and participating and making it such a lovely evening for me. I hope that it was productive and pleasant for the rest of y'all as well. So thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Hero Slava, and Nash, you got to figure out how to drop herself down. You can click on your own picture and it says stop co-hosting, and that will take you out of the co-host seat, and then we will get Mockers elevated. Thank you, TKD. And now Makas. So Jenny, challenge accepted. I just have to think of one clean enough. But Mockers, you're going to import some pussies, I see.
Oh, hilarious! Yes, you've been dying to get a part of that joke out for ages, haven't you? Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. I'm going to go and steal some. Yeah. Let's not continue this conversation because I can make it a lot worse.
Hey, you know what? I was dared to, because we had a week of beaver jokes. We flat out had a week of beaver jokes. You know we did.
I said about half of them, yeah.
Yeah. So I was dared to go a little bit down the road of which I was going, but I did not go full on down the road. And if somebody wants to come up and take care of that, I will. So let's remind everybody that we still have a match going on up to $2,000, and we I haven't checked to see exactly how close we are to it, but I believe it's less than. It's hard to tell. I'm gonna say probably between $700 and $800 is left to get to the $2,000 match. So we're doing pretty good, really. I don't think that's absolutely awful. Mockers, did you know that we have a match going on right now up to $2,000? Okay.
I did know that, but apparently, every time I start typing a message, everyone's going to talk to me today. So that's going to, yeah, never mind. I'll just accept my co-host invite and get on with it, shall I? Sorry,
Yeah.
I can't be chatty on the timeline because literally every time I get locked in a tweet, you've spoken to me now. It's 4 times now, darling. 4
Oh,
times.
good Lord, I am absolutely awful. I'm
I
absolutely
know.
awful.
I just keep deleting them because they're half written, and I'm like, no, I'll just answer you instead. Yeah, I've given up now. Don't worry.
Okay, so we're
I've
gonna
given
go
up.
into match. I think that's a good way to put it. Will, are we gonna go into match overtime?
Oh yeah, I think so. I'll check. Yeah, I'll check behind the scenes, but I think they all committed to the match. We just said we'd do it during our shift. I don't think it has to end when our shifts are over. So yeah, carry on. Raise some money. Get in there.
Carry
Let's
on
name some
down.
cats.
Carry, yeah, gonna name some cats. Question is, how many cats? So far, we're up to 3, and you know what? It's the first live kitten birth on Maria Report. So mockers, we keep having firsts here on Maria Report, and I'm trying to talk to give you enough time to, yeah, because I don't want to make mockers cranky in the morning. There are things
You
I
feel
need.
bad. You feel bad. Yeah. Well,
I do.
my last tweet now has no context whatsoever, so I'm just going to delete it. Never mind. You ladies carry on. TKD, please go ahead.
Hi, mockers. I just wanted to interrupt your typing to let you know that the third kitten is also jet black, like the other 2, and like the mom cat.
Please just put them all in a parcel and send them to me, including Mum. Quite happy. Just I'll take them all. Thanks.
And are they all named Shadow, Void, Singularity, all kinds that, jet black?
Well, I haven't named them yet. I'm waiting to see how many there are, but the mom's name is Voidlet. Because my sister saw her and said, "Ooh, a void."
Voidlet. I like it. And so, if you come up with other names, I like that. Shadow. Yeah. I like the
I like Singularity.
Yeah. But that's a lot to say to call your cat. Here, Singularity, 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 here, Singularity. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, but then I can say you're number 1.
That's true. That's true. As long as you tie a bow on the tail of the first one that came out. Box Twine, go on ahead.
Oh, well, this hasn't anything to do with cats, but I believe earlier this evening there was a possibility of Dan getting some appropriate Ukrainian attire. And I just thought for another fundraising impetus that perhaps images could be sold and the proceeds going to Maria Report. Just a thought. I didn't say it was a good one.
Are you trying to pimp me out?
Oh,
Do I look like the kind of person who would do that?
Yes.
we don't know what you look like, so how can we tell? How can we tell? Boy, howdy, this is degrading fast. Jenny.
So if one of the black cats is a girl, per Ella DeVille. And if it's a boy, Lucifer. Those are great names.
Lucifer.
Yeah, and per Ella DeVille. Per.
For Leadville. Okay. All right, this morning, you guys, Mockers has some numbers coming up, and I know that she will be looking for some booms. So we have numbers and booms coming up, and you know what it is. It's time. It's time to retweet the space. It is time to tweet the space. It is time to let people know.
It's
that
time to play the music. It's time to let the light.
It's time to get started on the Muppet Show tonight. Da-da-da-da. Mockers.
Sorry, I had to. I just had to. Go on.
And so that it is time to retweet the space and quote tweet the space and say, Mockers, do you have your coffee at least?
I do have coffee, and I apologise, but I am a bit like spicy but cheerful this morning. So you'll have to sort of bear with me. But all I will say is, gosh, we are still here after all this time. Hey, just goes to show how stubborn we are and how we don't get distracted, and how there's lots of other things going on in the world. But I remember that the core of the issue is what's happening in Ukraine, because, well, if Russia weren't attacking Ukraine, lots of other things in the world would be much easier to sort out. And, a lot of other things that have been going on in the world are because of Russia trying to basically find a way to win in Ukraine, as far as I'm aware. So, I find all the distractions very, I don't know. I kind of want to just like shut the door on them and say, yeah, I know these other things are going on. And I know that's also terrible, but unless we deal with this, that won't get dealt with. So, up to you. So yeah, I just I'm a bit spicy today just because, well, it's all very well and good to have lots of other things going on, but 2.5 years, genocide, I'm sorry, but nobody can sway me from this path. It's too important. And that's how I feel about it. And yet people still try, Prince. And, it just, distractions really piss me off. Shall we put it that way? So, now then, Miller. He's quite funny, actually, this guy, but he does kind of remind me of Grandpa out of, the Munsters. Just look at him and tell me if he is not Grandpa out of the Munsters, just not quite grown up yet. So basically, he says to Russia, yeah, we're sorry you've got some losses, but you could always just stop the war and leave the territories you occupied. And Russia got very upset. So this was in relation to them saying, people died in Sevastopol. Yes, unfortunately they did. Yes. Oh, bless you, Pompey fella. I'm glad you've got the reference immediately of the Muppet Show because, oh God, I used to watch it all the time. Can you imagine? It was one of my favorite things.
Yeah. Okay. So I had a problem last night.
What's the problem? And is it requiring cream?
No, it was a lack of understanding kind of problem. and I'm wondering what is wrong with you people. What is wrong with you people, mockers?
Are you talking about the British in general?
Yeah, yeah. Blobby, 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 blobby. I like blobby,
Oh, Mr. Blobby.
blobby, blobby,
Right. Honestly,
blobby,
that thing arrived when I was a child, right? It was a character on a TV program, and it just never went away.
blobby.
Yeah, exactly, and it still exists now. And yeah, just I also wonder what's wrong with us.
Blobby. All the thing says is freaking blobby, blobby, blobby.
Yeah, it reminds me of Pikachu.
But it seems like Blobby likes to now spend his time going around and disturbing other TV shows in progress.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Well, his main job was basically to blunder into things and cause chaos. That was the whole point. He was created as a character for like it was a little bit of a hidden camera show. In part of it, they did this sort of hidden camera show bit where, this was a character and people were having to interact with this character on like a children's TV show or something. And, it always got thoroughly out of hand because the person in the costume was always an idiot. So, yeah, that's basically what it turned up. It was a pretend character that was thought up for a pretend TV show so that people could laugh. And the character just never went away. And if anybody knows how to kill it, just do let us know.
Okay, well, I think that Simon Cowell wanted to kill it at one point because evidently, well, no, I didn't say. I'm not saying evidently. I saw it happen on TV or on the YouTubes. That Blobby made an appearance on American's Got or no Britain's Got Talent, and he pulled Simon onto the stage and tried to make Simon disappear, which didn't work, of course. But he did, in the long run, end up pouring pink slime on Simon's head, and yeah, and then Blobby got all slimy, and it was people running around each other trying to hug Blobby, trying to chase people down and hug them, and it was horrid. It was absolutely a nightmare. And that was where I got my introduction to Blobby, and then I hear that he's British TV royalty, and I'm like, really? What's wrong with you people?
What is wrong with us? Well, that's a long list. We'd be here a while. And some of it would just be my opinion. So that's yeah.
Well, and I have been sent a message saying that evidently there is something in Japan known as a soup dragon. So evidently maybe there's a problem there too. I may need to investigate.
Oh, the Japanese are pretty mad about these sorts of things. Yeah, they have all their crazy characters, don't they? Anyway, would you like a little bit of bad news for Russians? Would you like a bit of bad news?
Always love the bad news for the Russians.
3 more aerial bombs were dropped in Belgorod in the last 3 days. Must be over 100 now. What the? Honestly. 3 more aerial bombs dropped in Belgorod. They fell unexpectedly before reaching Kharkiv. Astra found out. Unexpected. Yes. I think after 90 odd, the locals are probably expecting them right now. So according to sources on Friday, June the 21st, ammunition fell 2.5 kilometers from the village of Cherevo, in the Shebekinsky district. Shebekino, then. The next day, the FAB was found literally 300 meters from the village of Razumoy. The day before, a fallen aerial bomb was found on Yessin Street in the village of Kruty Log. 2 people had to be evacuated. Can I just say Krutoy Log? What a name for a place. Whew. So, there are apparently no casualties, but the number of bombs dropped by Russia on its own territories within the last 4 months is 106. I said they had to be over 100. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, 106 bombs they've dropped on their own heads. What an absolute bunch of... Linda, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to stress the point that we have a case of acute stage 4 bomber incontinence. And everybody falls silent.
I'm sorry, bomber incontinence indeed. No, it's the other one. It's premature.
Oh, okay. Bomber, yeah, okay. Premature bomb release.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Also a problem.
It's one or the other. One or the other, yeah.
Yeah, you can get medication for it. I'm sure you can. Brian.
Well, I guess, I wouldn't know personally, but I guess maybe just needs some more foreplay to kind of account for that. So, what I would say also is, I have so many questions about this. So number one, I mean, does this mean like when they find out that the Russian bombers have taken off, that they do an air raid alert in Belgorod? Because if this has happened that often, then they probably need to start heading for the shelters. It's sort of like, a perverse version of the Blitz, except you're blitzing your own people. That's number one. And number two, as I understand it, what's driving this is twofold. It's some of it's equipment failure, because there was a thread about this. I bookmarked it. I could probably find it if I look hard enough. There's multiple things going on. There's the some of these things are just not. Um, it's basically a limp member sort of situation where they're just not up for making the trip across the border. So they ended up, for poor equipment reasons, they just fall on friendly territory. But then another driver is that these fighter pilots are skittish about getting shot out of the sky, because more weapons are coming in from the west. They're basically with the itchy trigger finger and releasing these things earlier than they used to release them, because they are concerned about getting shot out of the sky by the Ukrainians. And so when you talk about standoff, this is really standoff. This is like, stretched out your arms and, I don't want to come anywhere near you. I'm just going to like release this bomb. And if it happens to fall on my own country's territory, hey, that's not my problem. I made it back to my base alive. So those were two things that were brought up in a thread that I read on this exact topic. Back to you.
Thanks. Now I'm hearing some whatchamacallits, what's it called? Rumors that Orban may have got into an accident.
Yeah, he did, but he seems fine, I hear.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is coming out of Build, and it's a bit fantastic, like, oh, Orban's been in an accident. Did he stub his toe, Prince?
No, it was actually a vehicle accident, and I believe one of his entourage police officer was killed.
Oh, wow. Right, okay. So actually an accident, proper one. Well, in that case, yeah, I hope everyone else is okay. And well, Orban seems okay, doesn't he? So, oh well. Now then, this will make your day. That the Bank of China has halted payments now with sanctioned Russian lenders. So that's I don't know what we call it, but I have to say that BRICS is doing really well, haven't we? We've got to know that Bricks is doing very well. Oh, come here. Right. So, oh, lovely. I'll just keep that for a minute. Right. So yeah, Bricks, obviously, dead good Bricks. They're holding each other up really well there. Apparently not. So on top of that, the Moscow Exchange suffered a DDoS attack and the website was reportedly down for 20 minutes, but they emphasized that trading was not affected. Kind of difficult to trade when your website's down, though. Just saying. And oh, hang on. Wasn't there a big fire yesterday in the middle of Moscow? Big fire. Development of missiles place, an aircraft, apparently. I forgot what it's called, and I don't care. I'm just saying. Wasn't there? Thank you. Thank you very much. Wasn't it like got to the point where people had to jump out of the windows because there was no firefighters? Am I correct about that, Bill? Crikey, that's bad.
Yeah. We definitely want to have a chat with Genesis Man about this. I probably went on about it ad nauseum before when Prince was asking me about it. It's up in the nest. The link to it that you've seen before, because the stories came in. The initial stories came in like 14 hours ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boy, I love this new co-host. 9. She's really filling up the nest. 10th item in the nest. It is my take on this. Genesis Man will definitely want to talk to us about this, Prince, because this is a fire that started in a design bureau of a Moscow institute. So in the city of Moscow, and design institutes often have attached to, they're like research labs, but they do some prototype production and stuff like that too. But this mostly looked like an office building. It might have had some labs in it. It clearly had some accelerant in it down on the 6th floor. But this fire took hold, and within 20 minutes, before any significant response arrived, had flashed over and started to consume the entire 6th floor and floors above it, trapping people. So a really rapid fire. And it points out a couple of things to me. I mean, honestly, if this was just an incident, an accident here, Mockers, but the damage done and how fast it spread, you couldn't have done a drone strike that made more damage than this quickly. What does a 15-story building have no sprinkler system in? How come people didn't get any alarms or escapes? I mean, I noted that I'm sitting in a 6th floor apartment in a building in Perth, and the firemen get here within 7 minutes if the alarms go off. I've got multiple heat and smoke alarms in the building. There's multiple evacuation routes. There's no sprinklers here because it's not tall enough building to require them. But this building in Moscow clearly had a lot of combustible material built up so that the fire could spread very quickly. What about fire inspections so that doesn't happen? What about monitoring systems? What about sprinklers? What about response? The weak-ass response that showed up couldn't have battled the fire even if they showed up on time, and they didn't show up for at least 20 minutes. A litany of errors here that shouldn't have caused the extensive fire that it did. But what a great building for it to burn down. A design institute that's working on military componentry that goes into multiple different systems. And honestly, you couldn't have picked a better target for a drone strike, even though this is just an incident. Stand by and watch Russia destroy itself.
Oh yeah, it's happening, isn't it? Bit by bit by bit, and then all of a sudden, that's what I'm waiting for, basically. So, drones also, as you were talking about, it could have been a drone strike, but it obviously wasn't. But had it been, it would have still been a very good one. there were some drones visiting Belgorod last night, trying to find out what it was they were hitting, but definitely hits, not shot down. I see drones hitting targets and explosions. So, what air defense doing? Naff all, it would appear, in Belgorod. Sorry. So, oh, what's this? Oh, there's a Russian propagandist running along, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 antennae sticking out of his back like some sort of creature. It looks pretty heavy, I'll be honest. He's carrying around some backpack that's apparently an EW backpack. So I'm going to say he's probably sterilized himself at this point. But also, this is what propagandists are now having to do to make sure that they don't get hit when they're out in the field. Guys, you could always just not be out in the field dressed up in army clothes. You know, look like a press. By some chance, Ukraine might spot you and not attack you. But yeah, anyway, you dress like that in the battlefield, expect you're probably going to end up in trouble. But I do love the fact that he's carrying around an extremely heavy backpack. So I think that's kind of funny. Yeah, if you want to walk around the battlefield, you've got to carry this extremely heavy backpack. Oh, it's a shame in it to be a propagandist. Oh dear. Now then, do you like a bit of juicy airstrike here? So this was what happened at Yeysk, at the training center in Yeysk. So there was loads of drones taken out at this location, by the way. So remember that really blurred image, and then the next day there was a much clearer image, and it was like, oh, indeed, they did get that. So they're actually saying that they may have hit this Yeysk with Neptune missiles. Now, if that's the case, I'd like to say, woohoo! By the way, go Neptune. And not just for the water after all, hey? So the centre which trains personnel to use UAVs, not anymore, suffered massive damage. Yes, it did. The strike killed instructors and technical personnel, and this is why I'm reading this, from Yelabuga. Sorry, Yelabuga. Sorry, I love these names. But 20 Shahed drones, 50 Lancets, and 40 Zala reconnaissance UAVs were apparently stored there before it was destroyed. And, well, you can see that the storage area was destroyed. So, of course, these guys would have all been probably sort of like in the middle of training courses as well. So, so yeah, the training center was engaged in training and preparing military personnel to use UAVs. Strike was carried out by 2 missiles of an unidentified type, possibly Neptune. The death of instructors and technical personnel was reported, and they've actually given 2 names. Tsunames Gunya Sadriv Kaznov. I don't know. There was commas in there, so I'm not sure if that was 4 names, 2 names, what. Anyway, it's going to put a little dent in their drone striking because, you know, they've got to train people to do that. Oh, well. Dan, go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to add, when you were pointing out the guy running or on the battlefield with a large backpack with all these antennas coming out all over, I was just thinking, Prince sent me something earlier of I think it was designed by a Russian, of some official speaking with an atrocious looking blouse. I don't know where she got it from. Yeah. So I was gonna say another fashion faux pas, Prince.
Indeed, terrible. So that particular yes, indeed. So anyway, that poor guy is walking around with sterilization kit attached to him. Wonder if he's fried his brain cells yet. I just, people go on about phones. Don't keep your phone in your jeans pocket. Well, walk around with one of them instead. So, oh, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but the Vatniks claimed to have shot down a Reaper drone last night. They got all excited about it. And about 10 minutes later, a report came that you idiots, stop claiming that you've shot down a Reaper drone. The darned thing turned around on its way back and turned off its AIS. So it disappeared off the maps. And that was basically it. It turned off its AIS. It landed back on base and was confirmed back on base. Absolute Russian propaganda, but it was funny. It's disappeared off the map. It did disappear off the map, but only because they turned their AIS off because they're on the way home. Anyway. That wasn't on my bingo card either. I'm just going to send. Oh no, I can't send that to everyone. I'll just send that to you, Prince. Whew. There we go. Please explain. You know how you said what's wrong with those British? What's wrong with you Americans? There we go. Right back at you.
I see what you did there.
Well, the story that I've just sent her was let's just say I'm not even going to talk about it because it's too wrong. Talking of wrong, Russian serviceman, and blogger Guzenko remember the 13th who does his blogs? Well, this is him. And he's sharing a video from, it seems war's not so good after all for him. Oh dear. From a place where they keep wounded and medically untreated wounded military personnel. He says it's a pigsty, which could be. And these guys, these disabled and wounded guys, are put together until there's enough of them to form a disabled regiment. But he's now describing himself what's happening in very vivid details. By the way, this guy, he's going to end up disappearing very soon. Listen to what he said. Everything that the presidential administration media tells you from TV is complete bullshit. This is the true attitude towards soldiers in the command. They keep everyone like cattle, wounded, untreated, mobics, contractors, for many things. For sending some Major Kovalov to go F himself or something else. I don't know. And they make disabled regiments out of them. And do you know why? Yes, because there are not enough people. Hello. Remember I said they were effing desperate? They're effing desperate. He puts this all in caps. Announce the mobilization. Let us go home, those who have been fighting for 2 effing years, you biatches. Grandpa is simply afraid to announce mobilization so that people will not know for sure what's really happening. This is a purgatory. Put your children there, you effing effers. Bit mad, isn't he? The coordinates of the place and all the information has been passed on to the military prosecutor and department employees, who will turn those responsible for this nonsense inside out. No, mate, they will prosecute you for exposing it. So, yeah, you're in trouble, my friend. And at the end of it, he says, and this is not all of it, so you understand. Now, I'm assuming these people are some sort of Z or V battalion. And he should have submitted the coordinates to Ukraine. They'd have just put him out of his misery. Now, he passed on that place, the coordinates and the information to his own military prosecutor. I just have a horrible feeling that place is going to end up receiving a fab bomb. Whoops! Did we drop it on our own territory again? Damn. You know what I mean? That's fighting talk. That he's in so much trouble. Well, I think that's pretty funny actually. That he's really coming out and saying, "What the hell's going on? We need to mobilize. We don't have enough men. Look at us. We're all falling apart, and you're not even treating us medically. It's disgusting." Wonder if he got himself wounded. Brian, go ahead.
What I don't understand is at what point does the Belgorod mayor, if nothing else, go up to the military guys and say, "Dude, what are you doing? What are you losers doing? You're like bombing our city. I mean, it's just, stop with this." So I mean, you gotta stop this crap. Somebody's got to raise their hand and say something. Do they just accept that their own guys are going to bomb them?
I think they've kind of made peace with it, Brian, for some reason. I don't know. But one thing I did spot yesterday in Belgorod, which I thought, whether it was smart or whether it was stupid, I'm not sure. So somebody had put a big Ukrainian flag on the roof of their property, with the intention that they're going to put this big flag up and Ukrainian drones will see it and they won't bomb them. Well, Ukrainian drones don't bomb residential houses anyway, but they did take a nice video of it because they were amused by it. But I wonder how long they'll get away with that before their local authorities get upset about it, because if you paint your house a bright colour in the UK, they can't really do anything about it, but they will get upset about it, send you letters and fines and stuff. So yeah, I'm thinking they're probably going to end up with a big fine that they won't pay or something like that, or worse. I don't know. I hope she doesn't have a son to conscript. That's all I can say. But yeah, I kind of thought it was almost a good idea. That saying, "We're with you, Ukraine. Please don't hurt us. Please don't hurt us." Considering the bomb shelters are mainly locked or stinky, I can understand why they might want to just stay in their house. So anyway, yeah. Now apparently they also bombed themselves in Sevastopol, Prince, and they're so upset about it. But well, they've said that they shot down an ATACMS missile over the beach, and the ATACMS rained down. Yeah.
I have to interrupt for a moment. We are having a host connection issue. If we get disconnected and the space unexpectedly has a disassembly, will you please join us again? But yeah, so I have sent out the bat signal, and I will continue on my way. And just needed to interrupt to say that real quick.
No problemo. So yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But in the meantime, I will tell you about this, because they said that parts of the ATACMS missile rained down on the beach, and they produced photos. Only the photos they produced were of a Russian air defense missile, the 9M330, of a Tor M2 air defense system, which landed on the beach. In fact, from all images shown, there was not a single ATACMS bomblet, cartridge, or rocket part. So it actually is not a cluster munition at all, and kind of funny, typical of Russian propaganda. They put this out, and it's not even close to a match. So people who don't know any better might think, oh,